The chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. If there are no objections, the chair shall dispense with the reading of the Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court dated July 22, 2026, and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honors. Respectfully appearing for the prosecution, we are ready, Your Honor, for the presentation of our initial witnesses for Article 1, that is confidential fund misuse, misappropriation, and irregular liquidation.
Good morning. Appearances for the respondent.
Good morning, Your Honors. Same appearances for the respondent accused.
Good morning as well. Will the lead prosecutor kindly call their first witness for this morning?
Your Honor, may I request that the head prosecutor of Article 1, confidential fund, the Honorable Joel Chua, be recognized, Your Honor.
The Honorable Chua, member of the panel of prosecutors, is recognized to call their first witness to the stand.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, same appearance for the prosecution. Your Honor, may we be given a 5-minute opening statement? May we request Representative Laila De Lima to be recognized by the chair, Your Honor?
The chair would like to remind the Honorable De Lima, if indeed she will make an opening statement, to kindly avoid conclusions of both fact and law, as we have previously agreed upon and raised by the defense in previous hearings, and as pointed out by several senator judges. With that conditionality, the Honorable De Lima may proceed with her opening statement.
Your Honor, may we comment on that matter?
Yes, what is the pleasure of Attorney Paul?
Your Honor, I'd like to apologize for having to comment on this matter, but as far as I recall, the presiding officer already made a ruling before against opening statements, Your Honors.
Again, I will be very conscious, Honorable De Lima, with respect to statements of fact and law that are not coming out from the mouth of any witnesses you will be presenting. So kindly be precise and short with respect to your opening statements. You may proceed, ma'am, subject to those reminders.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. This is about 5 minutes or a little more than 5 minutes. Mr. Senate President, Mr. Presiding Officer, Honorable Senator Judges, mga kababayan, magandang umaga po. Sa ating pagbabudget para sa pamilya, dahil hindi naman unli ang pera, masinop ang ating paggasta sa talagang kailangan at kapakipakinabang natin nilalaan. Ganyan din dapat sa pondo ng bayan. Sa yugtong ito ng paglilitis, pag-uusapan natin ang confidential funds. Ito ang budget para sa mga sensitibo at surveillance-related activities upang suportahan ang mandato ng mga civilian agencies. That a budget is intended for confidential operations does not mean that the conduct of the officials involved in the handling of people's money is exempted from the demands of transparency, scrutiny, and accountability. Public office is a public trust. Yan ang sabi ng konstitusyon. Sakop nito ang lahat na nasa gobyerno. At ang utos na yan ay hindi pwedeng balewalain dahil confidential lang o confidential ang pondo. Ang confidentiality ay para protektahan ang lehitimong operasyon at informant. Hindi ito pahintulot para mag-imbento ng pangalan at dokumento. Hindi ito palusot para ibulsa ang pera. Kung confidential ang pondo, lalo pa ngang mataas ang pananagutang kaakibat nito. The Constitution entrusts this court with the solemn duty to determine whether the respondent Vice President committed culpable violation of the Constitution, graft and corruption, and betrayal of public trust. the evidence will show that she did. This case, Article 1, is about 612.5 million in confidential funds entrusted to VP Sara Duterte through the Office of the President and the Department of Education. This is not about one missing receipt. This is not about a clerical error or accounting mistake. The evidence will reveal a pattern, a systemic course of conduct
Your Honor.
that, taken as a whole, demonstrates graft and corruption
Your Honors,
and betrayal of public trust.
With the permission of the Honorable De Lima, yes, Counsel for
Your Honors,
Respondent.
again, Your Honors, I think we have to object to the statements being made by the Honorable De Lima, with all due respect, of course. Your Honors, they can do that through the offer of their evidence, Your Honor.
Chair will instruct the
this is
Honorable De Lima to
another-
kindly limit her statements. I was listening intently in the beginning. It was okay, Honorable De Lima, but later on, you did make conclusions of law already, which the chair orders to be stricken from the record. You may wind up, Honorable De Lima, but kindly avoid conclusions of fact and law.
Your Honors, please, if I may just be given just
Yes,
50 seconds. Your Honors, ang naging problema natin nung huling pagkakataon na pinayagan natin yung ganitong statement at sinasabi na nga ng presiding officer is kahit naman i-strike off the record natin, narinig na po at nasabi na. So to allow, Your Honors, again, a continuation of such is really goes into the matter of fair play, Your Honor.
Honorable De
Again,
Lima,
with all
kindly
due
wind
respect,
up. Again, you were forewarned beforehand to kindly limit your statements. Hence, you are faced again with a similar situation. Kindly wind up, Honorable De Lima, and call your witness.
Ang dami pong malalampasan sa aking opening statement because this
Yes,
is
but
supposed to be an
again,
overview
it is the
of the
court's
case,
position
the overview of the evidence.
to let the witnesses speak, not the counsels, insofar as the evidence is concerned or conclusions of both fact and law. Kindly wind up, Honorable De Lima.
I submit to Your Honors, and so I will wind up. Kapag ang isang impeachable officer, tulad ng pangalawang Pangulo, ay nabuso ang kapangyarihan sa paraang sumisira sa accountability
Same
o
objection, Your
sumusuway
Honor.
sa pananagutan, dapat pa ba siyang pagkatiwalaan? Dapat pa ba siyang manatili sa pwesto? When the Filipino people entrusted their money to Vice President Sara Duterte, was that trust honored? That question will not be answered by politics, by general denials, by press releases. It will be answered by the witnesses, by the documents, by audit, and by the evidence, and the prosecution is ready to present it. Sa kabuuan ng ebidensya, makitang hindi lang mga simpleng irregularidad ang nangyari.
Objection, Your Honor.
Malinaw
Again,
ito.
objection, Your Honor.
Honorable
Ang
De Lima, I would have to
sistematikong
stop
paraan.
you.
This is out of
I would
line.
have to stop you at this point. The continuing objection of the respondent is duly noted. I would have to stop you at this point.
And I have to
my
stop
due
now.
apologies, but kindly call your witness already.
Thank you, Your Honors. I submit. Thank you very much.
Kindly call your witness, Representative Chua.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we are going to present our first witness in the person of Ms. Violeta Constantino.
The clerk of court, through the sergeant at arms, is instructed to situate Ms. Violeta Constantino to the witness stand. Kindly remain standing, ma'am. Clerk of court is directed to administer the oath to the witness.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. You, Violeta Constantino, do swear that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Duterte shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Kindly be seated, ma'am.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed, counsel,
Thank you,
when
Your
you're
Honor.
ready.
Your Honor, we are offering the testimony of Ms. Violeta Constantino to prove the following. Una, na si Ms. Constantino ay isang retiradong department manager ng Land Bank of the Philippines, Show Boulevard Branch from May 2017 to January 2024. Pangalawa, na ang Land Bank of the Philippines Show Boulevard Branch ang nagproseso ng encashment ng 4 na cheque payable sa isang Gina F. Acosta sa halagang 125 million each sa mga sumusunod na cheque. Una, Land Bank Check Number 0000244027 na may petsang December 20, 2022. Ikalawa, Land Bank Check Number 0000244053 na may petsang January 31, 2023. Ikatlo, Land Bank Check Number 0000245511 na may petsang April 18, 2023. At ikaapat, Land Bank Check Number 0000245664 na may petsang July 13, 2023. Katlo, na ang mga nasabing cheque ay lahat pinondohan ng Philippine Treasury at nilipat sa account ng Office of the Vice President. Kaapat, na ang 4 na nasabing cheque ay personal na inengcash ng isang Miss Gina F. Acosta bilang SDO o Special Disbursing Officer ng Office of the Vice President noong December 20, 2022, February 6, 2023, April 25, 2023, at July 14, 2023. Bilang Department Manager ng Land Bank Show Boulevard Branch, si Ms. Constantino ay personal na nakasaksi at nag-oversee ng pag-encash at pagtanggap ng pera mula sa cheque ni Ms. Acosta. At ipanghuli, kaanim, iba pang mga bagay-bagay na may kinalaman dito sa impeachment case in relation to Article 1 on confidential funds and in relation to the aforementioned purposes, Your Honor.
The Honorable Chua,
For comment, Your Honor.
Before the comment, what is the third purpose for the offer again?
Your Honor, that all were funded by the Philippine Treasury and drawn against the account of the Office of the Vice President.
Thank you. Comment from the Council for Respondents?
Subject to cross, Your Honor.
May we proceed now, Your Honor?
You may proceed when you're ready.
Okay. The witness. Handa na po ba kayo?
Apa.
Na-swear na ba? Na-swear na? Okay. Madam Witness, para lang tayo nag-uusap, kaya relax lang po kayo. Bilang preliminary matters, Madam Witness, pwede po ba kami po ay interesado? Ano po ang inyong pangalan at iba pang mga personal na detalye?
Ako po si Violeta Constantino, a retired employee of the Land Bank of the Philippines.
Okay. Sabi po ninyo, kayo ay retired employee ng Land Bank of the Philippines. Madam Witness, gaano po kayo katagal na nagtrabaho sa Land Bank of the Philippines bilang isang empleyado?
Nagtrabaho po ako sa Land Bank for 32 years na po.
Okay. So, bago po ang inyong retirement, ano po ang inyong naging posisyon sa Land Bank kung meron man?
Ako po ang department manager po sa Land Bank Show Boulevard Branch.
Okay. Sabi ninyo, kayo ay isang department manager ng Land Bank Show Boulevard. Madam Witness, ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng department manager?
Ang department manager po ay kagaya rin po ito ng isang branch manager ng isang bangko po.
Okay. So parang branch manager din po. Ngayon, bilang department manager, Madam Witness, ang tanong ko po sa inyo, ano po ba ang inyong functions and responsibilities?
Ang main function ko po as a branch manager, ako po ang nag-oversee sa lahat ng transactions po ng branch, particularly po sa opening ng accounts, deposits, encashments, withdrawals. Kasama na rin po dito yung pagmamarketing po and other administrative functions.
Okay. Now, kanina, Madam Witness, sabi mo, kayo ay department manager sa Show Boulevard Branch. Now, ang tanong ko po, kailan po kayo nagsimula maging department manager ng Show Boulevard Branch? Kailan hanggang kailan po? Kung maalala po ninyo.
Nag-start po ako sa Land Bank Show Boulevard Branch noong May 2017 until po nung mag-retire ako noong January 2024.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, nandirito po ngayon kayo sa impeachment court. Ang tanong ko po sa inyo, bakit po kayo nandirito ngayong araw na to dito sa impeachment court kung alam po ninyo?
Nandito po ako sa araw na ito dahil po naka-receive po ako ng subpoena from the Honorable Impeachment Court to testify po yung knowledge ko regarding po doon sa impeachment trial po ngayon ni VP Sara Duterte.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ano naman po ang kinalaman ninyo sa impeachment trial ni VP Sara Duterte kung meron man po?
Tungkol po ito sa 4 na cheque po ng OVP na in-encash po sa Land Bank Show Boulevard nung ako po ay branch manager.
Okay. Ngayon, binanggit po ninyo 4 na cheque. Ano po itong 4 na cheque ang binabanggit po ninyo?
Yung 4 na cheque po ito ay nakapangalan po kay Miss Gina F. Acosta na may amount pong 125 million each.
Okay. Madam Witness, bakit naman po kayo pamilyar dito po sa 4 na cheque na binabanggit po ninyo?
Familiar po ako dito kasi ako po yung nag-oversee ng encashment na to nung ako po ay branch manager po ng Show Boulevard Branch.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, kung ipakikita po sa inyo itong 4 na cheque na in-encash po ninyo sa Show Boulevard, pag ipakikita po ito sa inyo, itong kopyang ito, ma-identify po ba ninyo ito? Okay. Yes.
Your Honor.
Yes, Counsel for Respondent,
Just
Attorney Paul.
to, if
What is your
counsel
pleasure?
is okay with, just to expedite the proceedings, Your Honor, we are willing to stipulate that the witness has the ability to identify these checks.
Okay.
Has the ability to identify the checks.
And we are also not questioning the authenticity of such checks, Your Honor.
For the reference of the senator judges, you're referring, Attorney Poa, to the 4 checks which are common exhibits of both parties.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Can we, just to confirm, Clerk of Court directed to kindly show on the screen the checks being stipulated to and admitted by the respondent. It should be exhibit P128 to P128A1 for the prosecution and exhibit D1130 and D1130 OVP1. Is that it?
That is correct.
So this is one of the checks.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kindly also show the other exhibits that the respondent is stipulating to so that the senator judges can catch up. Given that the respondent has stipulated to the aforementioned checks for 125 million each, dated December 20, 2022, January 31, 2023, April 18, 2023, and July 13, 2023, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Will you also stipulate, Counsel for Respondent, that these checks were encashed as well?
Yes, Your Honor. And that these checks were from the Treasury of the Philippines, and the payee was Gina Acosta, Your Honor.
So that these checks are authentic, that these checks were encashed by Gina Acosta, that these checks cover the face value of 125 million each, encashed on the dates mentioned by the respondent, and that it was encashed by Gina Acosta
As SDO, Your Honor. Yes.
as SDO. Given that the counsel for respondent has stipulated and so admitted these facts, counsel from the panel of prosecutors, kindly proceed with the other items given the stipulation by the counsel for respondent. There's no need for
Thank
this
you, Your
witness to
Honor.
testify in these matters anymore. Thank you, counsel
Okay,
for
thank you, Your
respondent.
Honor. Your Honor, Madam Witness, dahil po yung harap ng cheque ay inadmit na po ng ating defense, pupunta po tayo dun sa baba. Meron po ako nakikita dito sa screen na image na nakalagay po sa baba, at ito po ay asan din naman natin? Anong marka? Ito po ay nakamarka bilang Exhibit P-Roman numeral 1-28-A-1. Madam Witness, ano po itong imahe na nakikita po natin sa baba? Kung alam po ninyo.
Sir, pwede po ba akong makahingi ng copy?
Okay.
Medyo
Your
malayo.
Honor, may we request...
Assisting counsel is authorized to approach the witness as well as assisting counsel from the respondent.
Okay, Your Honor,
Thank you.
may assisting counsel, Attorney Cristina Pasicolan, will approach the witness, Your Honor.
The clerk is instructed to kindly magnify the submarking being alluded to by the counsel from the panel of prosecutors.
Yung nasa baba po, na may marka po na binanggit ko pong exhibit.
Pakiulit po, please.
Dito po sa cheque, dito po sa screen natin, meron pong imahe. At meron po ditong nakamarkang Exhibit P-1, Roman numeral 1-28-A-1. Ano po itong imahe na to, kung alam po ninyo?
Yung po bang certified true copy po?
Huwag po kayong tumingin dito sa screen. Diyan po sa, yung imahe po, yan po.
Doon po sa isang malaking box.
Yung malaki. Ano po yan?
Ito po yung mga pirma po ng mga empleyado ko po noong time na na-encash po yung check.
Okay, nasaan po yan? Saan bahagi po ng cheque yan?
Doon po sa 3 boxes. So, yung
Madam Witness, pwede pong pakilapit po yung inyong... pakilapit po sa mic, yung para marinig po tayo. Yan.
Okay.
Yan pong imahe dyan po, sa baba po ng, di ba, yung taas po, yan po yung harap ng cheque. Ano po yung imahe na nasa baba? Ano po yan?
bali po, ito po yung signature verified by po ang nakalagay. Pirma po ito ng aming verifier.
Okay, saan po nakalagay yan? Sa may?
Sa upper ano po.
Sa
Yung
dorsal?
pong-
Sa
likod
dorsal
po
side
ng
ng cheque. Okay.
Opo.
Now,
Yung una
Madam
pong
Witness, dito po sa box na to, meron ditong 3 maliliit na box. Pwede po bang mai-request yung box na to na medyo palakihan at i-zoom po? I-zoom po, papalapit. Yan. Pwede po bang pataas? Pataas, paharap. Pa-rotate po, paki-rotate po, paki-rotate. Medyo mahirap pong tignan. Pwede po bang paki-rotate sa tech? Hindi pwede? Ay, hindi pwede. Okay. Madam Witness, hindi daw po pwede. Now, Madam Witness, dito po, ayun. Okay. Now, Madam Witness, dito po sa box na malaking to, meron po ditong 3 box na napansin ko. Doon po sa bandang kaliwa, na unang box, may nakalagay po dito, signature verified by. At sa baba po nito, meron pong mukhang pirma. Now, Madam Witness, ang tanong ko po sa inyo, naninong pirma po to kung alam po ninyo?
Ang pirma pong ito ay kay verifier po ng branch.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, pag pumirma ang verifier dito sa box na to, sa signature verified by, ano po ang ibig sabihin nito?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng signature ng verifier ay na-verify niya po yung identity ng payee base po sa kanyang IDs na presinta. At the same time po, na-check niya rin po sa system na ito po ay may advice na galing po sa Office of the Vice President na pwede na pong i-release.
Okay. Now, pupunta po tayo sa susunod na box na may nakalagay po ditong posted by. At meron din po ditong mukhang pirma. Now, Madam Witness, ang tanong ko po sa inyo, kaninong pirma po itong nakalagay sa posted by? Kung alam po ninyo.
Ang nakapirma po sa posted by ay kay teller po.
Okay. So, Madam Witness, pag pumirma ang isang teller dito sa box na to kung saan nakalagay ay posted by, ano po ang ibig sabihin ng kanyang pirma? Kung maalala po ninyo.
Ang pirma po ni teller, ang ibig sabihin po nito ay na-encode na po niya sa system ang lahat po ng detalyado ng cheque.
Okay. Now, pupunta na po tayo sa ikatlong box na may nakalagay pong approve by at meron din po ditong mukhang pirma. Now, Madam Witness, kanino naman pong pirma ito? Kung kilala po ninyo.
Pirma po ito ng aming approver.
Okay. Pag pumirma po ang approver dito po sa box na to, ano po ang ibig sabihin ng kanyang pirma?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng pirma ng approver ay nakita niya po na ang pagproseso ng pag-verify po sa cheque ay dumaan po sa tamang proseso at ito po ay pwede na pong i-encash.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, bakit po kayo pamilyar dito sa 3 pirma na binanggit po ninyo?
Sila po yung aking mga staff nung ako po ay nasa Land Bank Show Boulevard pa po. Ako po yung branch manager.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ang susunod ko pong tanong sa inyo, kailan po na-encash itong checking ito? Kung maalala po ninyo.
As shown po dito sa dokumento na to, ito po ay na-encash ng 20 December 2022.
20. Okay. Now, sabi po ninyo, as shown dito sa record, ano po bang record ang binabanggit ninyo, Madam Witness?
Ito po yung validation ng teller na naka-appear po doon sa ilalim.
Now, Madam Witness, pwede po bang pakituro po sa amin, nasaan po dito sa parting to ng dorsal side
Ito
ng
po.
cheque, yung binabanggit po ninyo?
Nasa ibaba po, lower right portion.
Lower right portion.
Opo,
Pwede po bang paki-zoom para po mas malinaw at para po sa mas makita po natin ang maigi? Yan. Yan. Saan po dito? Ano pong nakalagay?
20 December, DEC 2022.
Yan. Okay. Now, Madam Witness, kailan nilagay ang markang ito kung alam po ninyo?
On time po ng encashment.
Okay. Now, pupunta na po tayo sa pangalawang dokumento, Madam Witness. Ito po ay yung check number 0000 244053 na may petsang January 31, 2023 at payable sa isang, again, Miss Gina F. Acosta for 125 million pesos. Now, Madam Witness, ano po ang relasyon ng checking ito sa mga checking binabanggit po ninyo kanina? Kung meron man po.
Yan pong cheque na yan ay isa po sa mga 4 na cheque po na na-encash po ni Miss Gina F. Acosta nung ako po ang branch manager.
Okay. Madam Witness, hindi ko na po itatanong sa inyo yung taas dahil yung po ay inadmit na at in-stipulate na po natin. Pupunta po tayo doon sa lower portion kung saan may nakalagay na Exhibit P-Roman numeral 1-28-B-1. Now, Madam Witness, ano po itong imahe na minarkahan ng nasabing exhibit? Kung alam po ninyo.
Ito po yung likod ng cheque po.
Okay. Now, bakit po pa kayo pamilyar dito po sa checking ito, Madam Witness?
Ito po yung in-encash nga po nung ni Miss Gina Acosta nung time ko pong manager sa Land Bank Show.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, pupunta tayo dun sa malaking box. Pwede po bang paki-zoom in ulit yung malaking box? Pwede po paki-ipatatayo po. Yan. Now, Madam Witness, kagaya po ng naunang cheque, ito po ay may 3 boxes doon at nakapaloob po sa malaking box. Doon sa kaliwa, may nakalagay po dito, signature verified by, at meron din pong mukhang pirma. Now, Madam Witness, kaninong pirma po to? Kung maalala po ninyo at kung kilala po ninyo.
Gaya po na sabi ko kanina, ang nakapirma po sa signature verified by ang verifier po ng branch.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, doon naman po sa gitna, meron din po ditong pirma na posted by. Kaninong pirma po to? Kung maalala po ninyo at kung kilala po ninyo.
Sa posted by po, si teller po.
Okay. Doon naman po sa parting nakalagay approved by. Kanino naman pong pirma ito kung alam po at kung kilala po ninyo?
Pirma po yung approver, akin po yung initial signature.
Pirma po ninyo. Okay. Now, Madam Witness, bakit po kayo pamilyar dun sa unang 2 pirma na binabanggit po ninyo?
Mga staff ko po siya nung ako po ay branch manager po ng Show Boulevard branch at nawi-witness ko rin po yung mga pirma nila sa iba pang mga bank documents.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ito pong pangalawang cheque na nakikita po natin, kailan po ito in-encash kung maalala po ninyo?
As shown po dito sa dokumento, ito po ay na-encash noong 06 Feb 2023 po.
06 Feb 2023. Now, Madam Witness, nasaang parte dito po sa ligot yung inyong pinagbabasihan?
Nasa lower right po portion.
Lower right portion. Pwede po ba pakituro po ninyo specific? Saan po dyan na nakalagay?
Yun po, 06 Feb 2023.
06 Feb 2023. Okay. Now, Madam Witness, kailan po inilagay ang markang to kung alam po ninyo?
Nung araw po ng encashment po niya.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, pupunta na po tayo sa ikatlong cheque.
With the permission of the Honorable Chua, Attorney Poa, is this part of what you stipulated or no?
Actually,
The verifier's signature, the teller's signature, the approver's signature, as well as the date of encashment.
To be candid, Your Honor, it wasn't part, but right now we are willing to stipulate the same. Your Honor.
So, if you're willing to stipulate, let the presiding officer state it for the record that the signature underneath the on the dorsal side of the check with number 000024, kindly show it to the screen, 245511 in the amount of 125 million pesos with the payee as Gina F. Acosta, dated April 18, 2023, that the signatures of the verifier, the teller, and the approver are all authentic and genuine, and that these were made in the course of their ordinary performance of duties. And the date of encashment is April 25, 2023, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And insofar as Land Bank check number 000024, kindly show it to the screen, 5664, payable to Gina F. Acosta in the amount of 125 million, dated July 13, 2023. The signature of the verifier, teller, and approver on the dorsal side are also all authentic and were signed in the course of the performance of their ordinary duties, and that the date of encashment is July 14, 2023, correct?
We stipulate, Your Honor.
So stipulated, counsel from the panel of prosecutors, the Honorable Chua. Given the stipulation, these are now deemed admissions for the information of the senator judges, and no proof or testimony is necessary to be presented by the panel of prosecutors. You may proceed, Honorable Chua.
Okay, with that, Your Honor, we would like to manifest that and state for the record, Your Honor, that the dorsal portion of the said checks were marked, Your Honor, as our Exhibit P, dash Roman numeral 1, dash 28, dash A, dash 1 for the first check, Your Honor, and for the second check, Your Honor, Exhibit P, dash Roman numeral 1, dash 28, dash B, dash 1, and for the third check, Your Honor, Exhibit P, dash Roman numeral 1, dash 28, dash C, dash 1, and for the fourth check, Your Honor, is Exhibit P, dash Roman numeral 1, dash 28, D, dash 1, Your Honor. For the record, Your Honor. Now,
Duly noted and entered into the records. You may
Now-
proceed when you're ready.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, Madam Witness, dito po sa checking ito, may nakatatak po dito na certified true copy of the digital copy on file. Now, Madam Witness, pwede po ba malaman namin nasaan po ang original ng checking ito, kung alam po ninyo?
Ang original copy po ng mga check-in nito ay na-shred na po siya.
Okay. Bakit po siya sinred, kung alam po ninyo?
As per bank policy po, lahat po ng mga negotiated checks ay may retention period lang po ng 1 year. Kaya ito po ay sineshed na.
Okay. So sinasabi po ninyo na ang mga cheque ay sinisred. Now, Madam Witness, pag sinabi ninyong shred, ano po ang ibig sabihin ninyo ng salitang o katagang shred?
Ang meaning po ng shred, ito po ay dumadaan po siya sa machine shredder. So, napipira-piraso na po siya ng maliliit.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, sabi ninyo yung physical copy ng mga checking ito ay na-shred na. Ngayon, ano ang relasyon netong digital copies na ito sa mga cheque na galing sa land bank na binabanggit mong cheque?
Ano po ang relasyon?
Yes,
Ito
ano
po
po?
yung mga cheque po na na-encash po nga ni Ms. Gina Acosta.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, pupunta po tayo sa proseso ng encashment ng 4 na cheque. Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ano ang proseso ng encashment dito po sa 4 na checking ito? Kung maalala po ninyo.
Ang process po na encashment namin, particularly ito pong transaction na to, ay malaki po yung amount involved. So meron pong tumatawag sa amin from cash division po ng OVP a day or two prior po doon sa encashment na
Okay.
meron po
Sige po, tuloy po ninyo.
na meron po silang for encashment nga po na 125 million.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, binanggit ninyo, meron sa inyong tumatawag from the cash department ng OBP. Now, Madam Witness, ang tanong ko po, sino po ang tumatawag sa inyo from the cash department ng OBP? Kung maalala lang po ninyo.
Yung sa cash division po yan ng OVP, si Miss Queenie Masangkay po.
Winnie Masangkay. At sino naman po sa inyong branch ang tinatawagan ni Miss Queenie Masangkay?
Ako po, ang
Kayo po.
tinatawagan
Okay.
niya.
Now, Madam Witness, paano po ninyo nalaman na si Miss Queenie Masangkay ay from Cash Department ng OBP?
Bali siya po yung liaison ng OVP from the Cash Division at siya rin po yung tumatawag po sa akin sa other banking needs po nila.
Okay. So, Madam Witness, kanina binanggit ninyo na kaya tumatawag sa inyo si Miss Queenie Masangkay para i-advise kayo a day or two prior?
Opo.
Bakit po kailangan kayong i-advise a day or two prior sa encashment?
Bali, meron po kasing cash involved limit lang po ang branch. So, wala po kaming any given day na amount po for that match po. Kaya kailangan po namin itong mag-request po sa aming cash center for assistance.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ang tanong ko po sa inyo, pagkatapos po kayong tawagan ni Miss Queenie Masangkay, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari kung meron man po?
Bali po, kino-communicate ko po sa aming branch cashier na meron pong ganitong cash requirement po ang Office of the Vice President. At the same time po, para po maka-coordinate po siya sa aming cash center for the cash transfer po.
So pagkatapos po, mag-request o ma-coordinate ng inyong cashier, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari kung meron man po?
Bali po, pagdating na ng cash na ito, tinatawagan ko po si Miss Queenie Masangkay po na available na po yung cash sa branch.
Okay. So pagkatapos po ninyong tawagan, si Miss Queenie Masangkay, ano na po ang susunod pang mangyayari kung meron man po?
Bali, pumupunta na po si Miss Gina Costa at si Mr. Ortonio po sa branch para po mag-encash.
Okay. Ngayon, binanggit po ninyo ang isang pangalang Miss Gina Costa at Mr. Ortonio. Paano po ninyo nakilala si Miss Acosta at si Mr. Ortonio?
Mr. Ortonio, kasi bali, isa po siya sa mga authorized signatories po ng OVP. And then, inintroduce niya po si Miss po yung pay ng cheque worth 125 million po.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, pagpunta po sa inyo ni Miss Gina Acosta at ni Mr. Ortonio, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari?
Noong first encounter ko po sa kanila, bali po yung cheque na yon ay binigay po ni Miss Gina together with her identification card niya. So, finoward ko po ito sa verifier para po ma-process.
So pagkatapos po ninyong i-forward sa verifier para ma-process, ano na po ang susunod na nangyari kung meron man po?
Bali po, bine-verify po ito ni verifier, yung mga authorized signatories po ng cheque. And then, chine-check niya rin po sa system kung ito po ay mayroon ng advice from the OVP para po ito ay i-release na.
Okay. So pagkatapos po ma-check, kung meron ng advice, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari kung meron man po?
Na-forward na po ito sa teller para po encode sa system at para po makapag-request na po siya ng cash.
Okay. So pag-forward sa teller, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari kung meron man po?
Pag po na-approve na rin po ng approver, tatawagin na po niya si Ms. Gina Costa para po mapareceive niya po yung cash.
Okay. So sabi ninyo, tatawagin ni approver si Ms. Gina Costa para tanggapin na yung cash.
Si teller po ang tumatawag
Okay.
po.
Tatawagin ni teller si Ms. Gina Acosta para
Ipa-receive na po yung
ipa-receive
cash.
na yung cash. Ano na po ang susunod mangyayari pagkatapos pong i-inform ni teller si Ms. Gina Acosta?
Bali, since malaki din nga po yung amount, ina-guide po si Gina Acosta papasok po sa backroom para po doon i-release yung cash.
Okay. Ngayon, may binabanggit po kayong backroom. Sino-sino po ang nasa backroom kung alam po ninyo?
Noong pong unang release po noong cash, ako po ang nandoon, si teller, yung branch cashier, si Miss Gina, and then si Mr. Limuel po.
Okay.
Ortonio.
So pagdating ninyo sa backroom, ano na po yung mga sumunod na pangyayari kung meron man po?
Nirelease po yung ng teller po, after po ma-receive doon sa cheque po, yung payment received, nirelease na po ni teller yung cash kay Miss Gina in packs po siya worth 1 million each po.
Okay, so maalala po ba ninyo kung ilang packs po ang nirelease kay Miss Gina Acosta?
Bali, 125 packs po yun.
125 packs. Okay. Now, pagkatapos pong i-release itong pera in packs, in 125 packs, ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari?
Bali, nilalagay na po nila yon sa dala po nilang bags.
Okay. Ngayon, meron po kayong binanggit na bag. Madam Witness, anong klaseng bag ang pinaglagyan ng pera kung maalala po ninyo?
Sa pagkaalala ko po, isang mahabang malaking bag po siya. Para pong gym bag.
Okay. Madam Witness, ilang bag po ang dala po ni Miss Gina Acosta at ni Mr. Ortonio?
Sa pagkaalala ko po, mga 3 to 4 bags po yun.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, sabi ninyo, nilagay dito yung 125 million sa 3 to 4 bags. Okay. Ano na po ang susunod na mangyayari pagkalagay po nila dito po sa bag?
Lalabas na po sila ng bangko.
Okay. Madam Witness, si Miss Gina Acosta lang po ba? O sino, may kasama pa po ba si Miss Gina Acosta at saka si Limuel Ortonio?
Sa pagkaalala ko po, meron po silang kasama.
Ilan po, kung maalala po ninyo?
Hindi ko na po ma-recall.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ang tanong ko po sa inyo, paglabas po nila, meron po ba sa bangko na empleyado na tumulong sa kanila para bitbitin po itong bag, kung meron man po?
Wala po, sir.
Bakit po wala?
It's against bank policy po na tumulong po sa mga kliyente ang mga empleyado or even po yung security guards po namin.
Bakit po yun against sa bank policy, Madam Witness?
In case po na for safety and security measures din po, para po hands-off na po ang bangko once na ma-release na po yung physical cash po.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, ito pong huling tanong ko. How much po in total, Madam Witness, ang winidraw in relation po dito po sa 4 na checking binabanggit po ninyo?
Ang total po ng 4 na cheque, mga po siya, kalahating bilyon po.
Okay. That would be all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Honorable Chua. Cross from the Council for Respondent, Attorney Poe. You may proceed when you're ready, sir.
Nothing to cross, Your Honor, from our end. However, Your Honor, may I just make a manifestation just on the markings, Your Honor?
Council may do so.
Just on the markings of the check, we'd also like to put on record, Your Honors, that for check with ending 244027, dated December 20, 2022, this is marked by the prosecution on the face of the check as T-1-130-OBP. On the dorsal portion, it is D-1-130-OVP-1. For the second check, dated January 31, 2023, ending with 244053. On the face of the check, this is marked as D-1-131-OVP. Dorsal portion is marked as D-1-131-OVP-1. For the third check, dated April 13, 2023, with ending 245511, face of the check is marked as D-1-132-OBP, while the dorsal portion was marked as D-1-132-OBP-1. For the fourth and last check, ending 245664, dated July 13, 2023, the face of the check was marked as D-1-133-OBP, while the dorsal portion was marked as T-1-133-OBP-1. That is all, Your Honors. Again, nothing to cross from our end.
Yeah. Yeah. Just to correct you, the check ending in 5511 is dated April 18.
Correct, Your Honor. April 18, 2023.
No, you mentioned 13 earlier.
I stand
according
corrected,
to.
Your Honor.
So it's 18.
Yes, 18, Your Honor.
Thank you. Given that there is no cross and therefore no redirect, we now proceed to allow the senator judges for their interventions in the order that they signify their intent to ask questions and make interventions. The Honorable Erwin Tulfo, thereafter the Honorable Rafi Tulfo, thereafter the Honorable Senator Judge Aquino. The Honorable Tulfo is recognized for his interjections and interventions. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Miss Witness, Miss Constantino, dyan ba talagang account ng mga OVP sa bangko ninyo, sa show? Or si VP lang ang nag-open ng account dyan sa bangko ninyo?
Yung Office of the Vice President po.
OVP.
Opo.
So, hindi lahat dyan may account ang OVP?
Wala na po akong alam.
Okay. Kaya nga po, tanong ko natin, si dating VP Robredo po ba nagbukas din ng account dyan?
Actually po, na-transfer lang po sa amin ang MDS account po ng Office of the Vice President noong pong September 2022 nung lumipat po sila ng kanilang office address sa Pioneer, Mandaluyong.
Okay. Normal po ba na ganito kalaki ang wini-withdraw ng isang government agency? Is this normal? Nakakita ka na ba nito ng other government agencies na ganito kalaki ang withdrawal?
Wala po. Unusual po ito.
Si dating VP Robredo po ba nagbukas din ng account dyan?
Actually po, na-transfer lang po sa amin ang MDS account po ng Office of the Vice President noong pong September 2022 nung lumipat po sila ng kanilang office address sa Pioneer, Mandaluyong.
Okay. Normal po ba na ganito kalaki ang wini-withdraw ng isang government agency? Is this normal? Nakakita ka na ba nito ng other government agencies na ganito kalaki ang withdrawal?
Wala po. Unusual po ito.
Unusual yung withdrawal. So therefore, kung unusual, Madam Witness, hindi po kayo nagtanong man lang, para saan po ba kayo ito? Kasi alam ko sa bangko po, nagtatanong. Ako po, nagbabangko ko sa pribado. Natatanong po yung staff ko, para saan ba gagamitin ni Sir ito, ni Sen? Hindi na ba ninyo tinatanong?
Kasi po may advice naman po siya. So, kumbaga dumaan naman po ito sa proseso nila. Kaya, I don't think po na magtanong pa kami.
What is the SOP? Ano po yung standard operating procedure pag may mga malalaking withdrawal? Or exempted pag mga government agency, lalo po't mga matataas na ahensya ng pamahalaan?
Wala na pong exemption. Kaya lang po itong sa particular na transaction po ng OVP, bali meron naman po kasi silang forward advice po sa branch.
Okay. Alam niyo po ba na ito ay for intelligence fund, yung wini-withdraw?
Hindi po.
Hindi niyo po alam na Intel fund ito?
Opo.
Pero nagduda po kayo sa ganitong kalaking halaga. Is that correct?
Sa personal opinion namin sa bangko, parang syempre po, saan kaya gagamitin po yung cash na to? So, pero hindi naman po namin tinanong na. Kasi may advice naman po siya.
Okay, panghuli na lamang po, Madam Witness. May other agencies pa ba na may account sa inyo?
Marami naman po mga government agencies po sa
Sa branch ninyo? Okay. Pero walang mga ganito kalalaking withdrawal?
So far po kasi na-convert na po lahat kasi sila sa mga online system like yung sa ATM payroll. So hindi na po ganyang kalalaki mga withdrawals po nila.
Thank you, Madam Witness. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo is recognized. You may proceed, sir, when you're ready for interjections and interventions. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Madam Witness, magandang umaga po.
Magandang umaga rin po.
Hindi masyado klaro sa amin yung sinabi mong mga bag ang pinaglagyan nitong 125 million. Anong klaseng bag muli?
Sa pagkakaalala ko po, ito po isang mahabang bag Na
Mahaba.
parang dinescribe ko nga po as
Duffel
like
bag, gym bag.
gym bag po. Iba po kasi
Gym
yung
bag.
duffel bag sa bangko.
So gym bag ano kalaking? Isang
Mahaba
lipa?
po.
Okay. Ayon sa BSP, ang 1 million approximately 1 kilo. So that's 125 million. So si Gina lamang ang nagbitbit ng 125 kilos palabas ng bangko?
Ang alam ko pong assistance po na naalala ko po ay nag-provide po kami ng trolley.
Ng trolley. At
Opo.
mag-isa lang si Gina.
May kasama po sila eh. Hindi ko lang po ma-recall.
So ilang duffel bag po ulit?
Mga 3 to 4 bags po.
I mean, so 3 to 4.
Bags.
Yung sa 125
Gym bags.
million. Gym bags. Dapat sigurado. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Kasi kung 125 million at 3 gym bag, yung gym bag, ano nang kalaki yun?
Mahaba
Mukhang hindi
po.
mahaba.
Opo.
Kakasya ba dyan 125 kilos?
31 million per.
Baka nagkakamali kayo.
Mga 3 to 4 bags nga po.
Dapat precise po kayo. Dapat ginadjot daw nyo yan bago paglabas. 3 bags ang lumabas, ang pinaglagyan.
Hindi na po namin yan,
Okay, sige. Pero dapat, you should be approximate, precise kasi we're talking of impeachment of the Vice President dito. Hindi dapat yung parang kalkulasyon lamang. As much as possible.
Opo, mga ganun, 4 bags.
Okay, 4 bags. Now, wala bang, kasi alam ko, pag ganun kalaki amount, kuminsan yung bangko nag-offer doon sa depositor na i-deliver yung pera sa lugar na gusto nilang pupuntahan ng perang yon through the what we call armored car or armored vehicle. Hindi kayo na-provide na gano'n?
ay yung Article 1 ng impeachment kung saan nakapaloob yung umano'y
Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, Senate President Gatchalian.
With 16 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the Journal of July 29, 2026 of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances for the parties.
Good morning, Your Honor. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
Thank you and good morning. Appearances for the respondent.
Good morning, Your Honor. Same appearance for the respondent accused. Thank you, Your Honor.
Will the lead prosecutor kindly call their witness for today?
Your Honor, may I request that counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna Kapunan, be recognized.
Attorney Kapunan is recognized. Attorney Kapunan, the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, kindly call your first witness, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honors. Attorney Lorna Patao Kapunan, counsel for the petitioners under the direct control and supervision of the House panel of prosecutors. We'd like to call on our first witness, Your Honors, Mr. Roderick C. Wamil.
The clerk of court, through the sergeant at arms, is directed to kindly bring and situate at the witness stand the witness of the prosecution for today, Mr. Roderick Wamil. Before you sit down, Mr. Wamil, clerk of court is directed to subscribe the witness, or rather put the witness under oath. Apologies.
Please raise your right hand. You, Roderick C. Wamil, do swear that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Duterte shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
You may sit down, Mr. Wamil. Your witness, counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Kapunan, you may proceed when you're ready with your offer.
Thank you, Your Honor. But before we proceed, senators, honorable senators and presiding officer, may we flash on the screen page 2 of the pretrial order dated 29 June 2026. Please note from the screen that several admitted facts are stated in the said pretrial order. I call your attention, please, to page 2 of the pretrial order. These are the admitted facts for Article 1 on the misuse and misappropriation of confidential funds. I will not read them anymore, but I'd like to highlight certain admissions.
The lady may proceed for the guidance of the senator judges.
Thank you, Your Honor. As can be seen from the screen, first, the OVP, Office of the Vice President, had confidential funds in the fixed amount of 125 per quarter. The first quarter of 2023 is February 6 to March 29, 2023. For the second quarter of 2023, that is April 25 to June 30, 2023, and for the third quarter of 2023, which covers the period July 14 to September 30, 2023, fixed amounts per quarter of 125 million.
You're referring to paragraph numbers 2.5, 2.6, and 2.7, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Also admitted is the fact that Gina Acosta was the Office of the Vice President's Special Disbursing Officer, or SDO, in relation to the OVP's confidential funds for the fourth quarter of 2022, as well as the first, second, and third quarters of 2023, as can be seen on the screen. May I ask counsel for the respondent?
We confirm that, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Likewise, Your Honor, this honorable court presiding officer will recall that in the hearing last Wednesday, several stipulations were made by both parties, and in fact, upon the initiative of Attorney Poa, counsel for the respondent. May I just remind this court what these are, and they will be flashed on the screen for the better appreciation of this honorable court. Both the prosecution and the respondent agreed last Wednesday's hearing to the following stipulations. First, that the OVP issued 4 checks, all in the name of Gina F. Acosta, worth 125 million each on December 20, 2022, January 31, 2023, April 18, 2023, and July 13, 2023. Second, that these said amounts were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account of the Office of the Vice President. Third, that Ms. Gina Acosta received the amounts of the said checks on December 20, 2022, February 6, and July 11, Related, Your Honor, were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account.
Counsel, what was the date of encashment? You mentioned July 11, or is it July 16? Check your records. Because then of the check.
Respondent.
Kindly. Last three digits, 664. Council on July 11, 2023.
Come on, guys.
It should be, if I kindly check the dorsal side of the check.
Encashment.
You may proceed, Counsel.
That the said amounts were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account of the Department of Education Office of the Secretary. And lastly, that Mr. Edward D. Fajarda received the amounts of the checks on February 22, 2023, April 26, 2023, and July 13, 2023, which amounts to 112.5 million, Your Honors. May we ask counsel for respondent to confirm this?
Your Honors, I really don't want to make a big issue about this, but just on the first stipulation, Your Honors, please. We remember stipulating only as to the ability of the witness to identify the checks and to the authenticity
Of the checks.
of the checks. Now, I do understand where the counsel for the prosecution is coming from, but perhaps we could just refer to our records in terms of the stipulations made, Your Honors.
The presiding officer remembers that the authenticity and execution of the checks, as well as all the information contained therein, meaning to say the signatories, the payee, the amount contained therein, the date it was encashed, were all stipulated to by the respondent. In not so many words, counsel, you are correct.
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, not only the front side of the check, but the dorsal
Including the
side.
dorsal side, meaning to say the checker, the validator, the...
Yes, Your Honors.
Yes, they were all stipulated to by the respondent. You are
Thank
correct,
you,
counsel.
Mr. Presiding Officer. And lastly, Your Honors, please. As you can see in front of you, we have 15 boxes. 15 boxes of confidential funds. For this witness alone, he will be identifying 50 exhibits.
Are you proceeding with your offer already, counsel?
No, Your Honor. This is in addition to our proposed stipulation, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. Proceed.
Okay. This witness will be identifying 50 exhibits. The acknowledgement receipts alone for the fourth quarter of the Office of the Vice President will be 845 documents, Your Honor. And not to preempt testimony of the next witness, this next witness will attest to 3,664 documents, of which 3,617 are acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. My proposed stipulation, Your Honor, since most of these documents, Your Honor, are not documents from the prosecution. These documents are the liquidation documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education Secretary to liquidate the 500 million confidential funds of the Office of the President and the 116.5 million of the DepEd, Your Honor. Just to emphasize, Your Honor, these are common exhibits. And if counsel, we can flash them on the screen. Most of these are common exhibits. For the Office of the Vice President, we have 14 common exhibits for the period December 21 to 31. For the first quarter of 2023, there are 6 common exhibits, 6 common exhibits as well for the second quarter of 2023, and 5 common exhibits for the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor. And this is a total of 31 common exhibits, Your Honor. For the DepEd, Your Honor, we have 6 common exhibits for the first quarter, 7 common exhibits for the second quarter, and 6 common exhibits for the third quarter, Your Honor. And here is where we ask for stipulation, Your Honor. Since these are prosecution exhibits as well as defense exhibits, and in addition to that, these are documents submitted by the defense themselves to the COA by way of liquidation, Your Honor, may we request for stipulations. For the appreciation of the senator judges and the presiding judge, flashed on the screen are the exhibits we want stipulated, the prosecution exhibit numbers, and the defense exhibit numbers, Your Honor.
These are only insofar as the common exhibits are concerned, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, these are only common exhibits.
What respondent say?
Your Honor, may we just ask for, and I apologize for having to request for this, but may we just ask for at least a 5-minute suspension so we can also concur with the prosecution panel and to check exactly what documents they would want to stipulate. Because, Your Honors, we have no problem stipulating, but we also, due to the voluminous nature of the documents, we just want to make sure we're also ensuring the rights for clients, especially, if there are questions on chain of custody, etc.
With the permission of my fellow senator
Just 5
judges,
minutes.
this is in the interest of abbreviating the proceedings anyway. Chair declares a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honors. The physical exhibits are here if counsel wants to look at them. So,
We are on recess. No need for permission to approach each other.
Ipapag-postpone na natin ulit. So hindi na sila
The trial is resumed. Paumanhin sa mga kapwa ko Senator Judge, gayon din sa publiko nagsusubaybay sa medyo mahabang panahong ginugol natin para magkomparahan ng dokumento. I assure you this is time well spent because whatever stipulations and or admissions may be agreed upon by the parties will go a long way insofar as abbreviating the proceedings. Counsel for respondent is recognized for his comment to the request for stipulation by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I would like to thank the Honorable Court for your patience as well. So upon consulting with my colleagues as well as the opposing counsel, the defense is willing to stipulate on the list of documents provided except for the acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to 31, 2022. Because one...
what period is that again, counsel?
Acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to 31, 2022, Your Honor.
December 21 to 22.
To 31, 2022.
To 12/31, 2022.
Yes, that's correct. December 21 to December 31, 2022. That's
Okay.
correct, Your Honors. Your Honors, just for the information of the Honorable Court, although these were labeled as common exhibits, we marked them separately, and there are issues concerning these acknowledgement receipts that I believe will also be touched upon by other witnesses in the future, and for those reasons, Your Honors, we cannot stipulate on the same.
How many pieces of documentary evidence would constitute these acknowledgement receipts covering this period, approximately?
Approximately at least 900, Your Honors.
So that's about 900 over 3,000 plus, counsel for the panel of prosecutors, correct?
Your Honor, please, just a logistics issue. I don't think they can hear us at the sound booth po.
Who can't hear you?
The ones flashing our screen. Are they okay? Okay. Just to address the query of the Honorable Presiding Judge, Your Honor, the acknowledgement receipts constitute 845 documents, Your Honor, for this particular witness and for this particular period, Your Honor. But for the next witness, Your Honor, they constitute 3,617 acknowledgement receipts.
In regard to the acknowledgement receipts that the counsel for respondent refuses to stipulate on, is it with this witness or the next witness?
This witness, Your Honor, 845 acknowledgement receipts for the period, 11-day period, December 21 to December 31, Your Honor.
So, in other words, all of the acknowledgement receipts that this witness will testify to was not stipulated to by the counsel for the respondent.
That's correct, Your Honor.
With respect to the others, it is so stipulated, counsel?
Yes, Your Honors. Other documents, you mean? Yes.
Other documents that
On the
are
list.
commonly marked are so stipulated and admitted by the counsel for respondents? Under Article 1?
The documents that are in the list of
Yes.
proposed stipulations, Your Honors.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, you may proceed when you're ready with your offer. Unless you have other stipulations to ask
We
for.
have other stipulations, Your Honor.
You may proceed, counsel.
Secondly, that the office of the Vice President was allotted confidential funds in the amount of 125 million in December of 2022.
We are okay to stipulate with counter stipulation that this was approved by the Office of the President as recommended by the DBM, Your Honor.
What does counsel for the panel of prosecutors state?
No, Your Honor. Oh, yes? Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
So yes.
In deference to the President. Yes, Your Honor.
So yes, the stipulation, proposed stipulation by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, subject to the qualification of the counsel for respondent, is deemed admitted to and stipulated on. May proceed, counsel.
Thirdly, Your Honor, as can be seen on the screen, the DepEd was allotted confidential funds in the fixed amount of 37.5 million quarterly.
For what year? For what period?
2023, Your Honor.
Counsel for the respondent?
Yes, Your Honor.
34?
But again, with counter stipulation that under the General Appropriations Act, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
So stipulated, duly noted, Senator judges are duly informed.
That the fourth stipulation is that the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd withdrew their respective confidential funds quarterly allocation in full from the first to the third quarters of 2023.
Counsel for the respondent, what do you say?
We are willing to stipulate on that, Your Honor.
So stipulated, Senator judges are likewise so informed of the stipulation by the parties in regard to this fact.
The fifth, that the Office of the Vice President also received confidential funds in the amount of 125 million on December 20, 2022, which it used up in 11 days.
No
Counsel.
stipulation, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Counsel?
No stipulation on this matter.
No stipulation. You may proceed with the other proposed stipulations, Counsel.
That the documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd were all signed by the authorized signatories.
Willing to stipulate, Your Honor.
What exactly does that mean, Counsel for the panel of prosecutors? The documents submitted by the OVP were all signed by the authorized signatories, meaning those that signed the checks, those that received the checks. What about the acknowledgement receipts?
Also the acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. The disbursement vouchers, the liquidation reports,
Including
the
the...
accomplishment reports, all of which they have already stipulated, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that clear, Counsel for the respondent?
Yes, Your Honor.
So stipulated, duly noted.
Number 7, that the signatures above the names Gina Acosta, Julieta Villa del Rey, and Rosalyn Sanchez in the Office of the Vice President documents are their signatures.
We are willing to stipulate on that, Your Honor.
And lastly, Your Honor,
So stipulated, duly noted.
that the signatures above the names Edward Fajarda, Maria Runa Catalan, Annalyn Sevilla, and Gloria Humamil Mercado in the DepEd liquidation documents are their signatures.
Willing to stipulate on that as well, Your
So
Honor.
stipulated, duly noted.
Thank you, and we would like to thank counsel for the respondent for
Thank you, Your Honor.
the stipulations.
We would like to
and,
thank the parties as well for abbreviating the proceedings and assisting this court in so far as shortening.
I think it has saved the Senate judges 10 boxes, Your Honor.
How many in total again?
We have 15 boxes, Your Honor.
That's 2/3.
It's
Good enough.
2/3.
Counsel may proceed with her offer for the testimony of this witness unless there are other stipulations. If there are none, you may proceed, Counsel, when you're ready.
Your Honors, please, we are offering the testimony of Mr. Roderick C. Wamil to prove the following. First, that Mr. Wamil was a state auditor of the Commission on Audit, Intelligence, and Confidential Funds. Number 2, that siya po ang nag-conduct ng audit ng Office of the Vice President, liquidation of confidential expenditures for the periods covering the fourth quarter of 2022, which is December 21 to 31, 2022, and the first, second, and third quarters of 2023. Pangatlo, na si Mr. Wamil po ang nag-conduct ng audit of the Department of Education liquidation of confidential expenditures for the periods covering the first, second, and third quarters of 2023. Number 4, napansin ni Mr. Wamil na kulang-kulang ang mga dokumentong sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd for their liquidation of their respective confidential funds for the specified periods. Number 5. At dahil dito, si Mr. Wamil ay nag-issue ng audit and recommendations na tinatawag na Audit Observation Memorandum, AOM, dated September 14, 2023 and October 3, 2023, duly issued to the Office of the Vice President for the periods covering the fourth quarter of 2022 or the period December 21 to 31, 2022. Number 6. That Mr. Wamil also conducted the audit of the documents submitted by the OVP through its letters dated October 19, 2023 and November 30, 2023 in response to the aforementioned AOMs. Number 7, that in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendations, nag-issue ng Notice of Suspension dated December 13, 2023 sa OVP. Number 8, in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendation, an AOM dated February 1, 2024 was issued to the OVP for the periods covering the first, second quarters of 2023, and an AOM, Audit Observation Memorandum, dated August 8, 2024, was issued to the Office of the Vice President for the period covering the third quarter of 2023. Number 9, in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendations, an Audit Observation Memorandum number 015, dated February 1, 2024, was duly issued to the DepEd for the periods covering the first and second quarter of 2023. Likewise, Your Honor, we are offering the testimony of this witness to identify and authenticate documents, and likewise, lastly, to prove such other matters as are relevant and material to the impeachment of Vice President Sara Duterte, and relevant as well to the aforementioned purposes.
Comment from the council for respondents on the offer?
Subject to cross.
Subject to cross, council may proceed with her direct examination of the witness, Mr. Roderick C. Wamil, when she is ready. You may
Thank you,
proceed,
Your Honor. With the permission of the presiding officer, Honorable Senator Judges. Magandang umaga, Mr. Witness.
Magandang umaga po.
Kumusta na po kayo ngayon?
I'm feeling a bit anxious lang po as of this moment.
Nervyos. Anxious. Okay. Huwag kang mag-anxious. Please state your name again. Your name, your age, and occupation and other personal circumstances, Mr. Witness.
I am Roderick C. Wamil, 34 years old and currently an audit team leader of the Commission on Audit, Pasay City.
Before I ask you about your present occupation, give us a educational background. What is your educational background, Mr. Witness?
Ako po ay nagtapos ng Bachelor of Science in Accountancy from the Central Luzon State University at ng Juris Doctor degree from the Arellano University School of Law.
So you are both an auditor and a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ngayon, nagtrabaho ka sa COA?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been working for the Commission on Audit?
I've been with the Commission on Audit for more than 11 years po.
11 years. And what position in the COA do you presently hold?
I presently hold the position po of attorney of the Commission on Audit.
Ano yung attorney for?
It is yung description of the position po na hinahawakan ko. But currently po, I am an audit team leader po sa Commission on Audit Pasay.
Okay. Before you were assigned to the Commission on Audit Pasay, what was your previous position with the COA?
Before my assignment po sa Commission on Audit Pasay, I was previously assigned as a state auditor po of the Intelligence and Confidential Fund Audit Office of the COA.
Itong COA ICFAO, ICFAO?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give us a background? Ano itong COA ICFAO?
Ang COA ICFAO po ay yung office under the Office of the Chairperson in charge with the conduct of the post-audit po ng liquidation of the confidential fund and intelligence fund of the various government agencies, which include the national government agencies, the government-owned or controlled corporations, and the local government units po.
Na-mention mo ang intelligence at confidential funds. For our understanding, para maintindihan namin ngayon, ano ang intelligence funds at ano ang confidential funds?
Ang intelligence funds po under the Joint Circular 2015-01 ay yung lump sum appropriation po na provided in the budget of the agency concerned with respect to their intelligence operations. While
Ano naman ang confidential funds?
ang confidential fund po based on the Joint Circular 2015-01 ay yung lump sum appropriation po ng concerned agency para sa kanilang confidential expenses.
At you earlier said, sinabi mo kanina na ang office ng ICFAO ang nag-audit ng national government agencies. Anong ibig sabihin ng nagko-conduct ng audit? Anong klaseng audit ang ginagawa ng COA ICFAO?
Ang audit po na ginagawa ng COA ICFAO ay compliance post-audit po.
What do you mean by compliance post-audit?
When we say compliance post-audit po, we evaluate a certain subject matter which is covered by the audit with respect to a certain criteria po which is usually po yung applicable laws, rules, and regulations. And in case of the confidential and intelligence fund, ini-evaluate po namin yung liquidation ng confidential and intelligence fund based dun sa criteria na presented ng Joint Circular 2015-01. At pag sinabi naman pong post-audit, ginagawa po namin yung audit after the fact of the disbursement. So, ini-evaluate po namin kung yung disbursements ay properly supported with complete documents as required by the applicable rules and regulations, and if yung disbursements po ay hindi illegal, hindi irregular, or hindi improper.
At sa pag-conduct na sinabi mong post-audit, ano ang basihan ng ginagamit natin?
Ang ginagamit po namin sa ICFAO ay yung Joint Circular 2015-01.
Can you tell us ano itong Joint Circular 2015-01?
Ang Joint Circular 2015-01 ay yung nagpo-provide po ng guidelines on the entitlement, the use, the release, the reporting po at yung audit ng confidential fund at ng intelligence fund of the various government agencies.
If I show you a document now entitled, and this for appreciation of the Honorable Senate Impeachment Court is being flashed on the screen with the permission of the presiding officer.
Council may do so and may proceed.
I'm showing to you now a document entitled the Joint Circular 2015, which for identification has been marked as Exhibit P-1-4 for the prosecution. -E. Showing to you this document, we have here, Your Honor, we're being assisted
Assisting
here
counsel
by
may approach.
our Associate Attorney Mark Penny.
Likewise, assisting counsel for the respondent may approach
Thank you, Your Honor.
the witness.
Sabi na niya.
While we're waiting, Counsel, Attorney Kapunan, would you like to identify this document as previously marked so that we can have it on the record and for the reference?
Your Honor, please, Mr. Witness, what relation does this joint circular have to the joint circular that you mentioned na basihan ng inyong audit, post-audit?
Ito po yung same joint circular po na basehan po ng aming audit sa ICFAO.
Okay. Bakit tinatawag ito na joint circular?
Tinatawag po itong joint circular dahil ito po ay resulta ng joint efforts ng Commission on Audit, ng Department of Interior and Local Government, ng Department of the Budget and Management, ng Department of the National Defense at ng Governance Commission for GOCCs.
So ito ay 5 government agencies, tama? And since when naging basihan ito ng mga post-audit ng national government agencies?
Naging basehan po ito ng audit ng ICFAO sa confidential and intelligence funds ng various government agencies noong January 8, 2015 rather, nung na-approve po ito.
Mr. Witness, ikaw ay familiar sa joint circular na to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If I show you Section 4.8, being flashed on the screen, Your Honors, with the permission of the presiding justice. Sa Section 4.8 na nakikita natin sa screen, ano-ano, what kind of confidential expenses can be incurred using confidential funds?
Under item 4.8 po of the Joint Circular 2015-01, the confidential fund shall be used only for the following confidential expenses. Una po, yung purchase of information necessary for the formulation and implementation
Ano pa? Dahan-dahan natin. Unang-una, 4.8. Anong una?
Ang una po ay yung purchase of information necessary for the formulation and implementation of program, activities, and projects relevant to the national security and peace and order.
Being flashed on the screen, Your Honor, is the pertinent provision cited. Pangalawa, ano pa ang examples ng confidential funds or kung ano ang pwedeng paggamitan ng confidential funds?
Pangalawa po ay yung rental of transport vehicle related to confidential activities.
Also being flashed on the screen for easy reference. Pangatlo, ano pa?
Pangatlo po yung rentals and the incidental expenses related to the maintenance of safe houses.
What else, Mr. Witness?
Pang-apat po yung purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations that cannot be done through regular procedures without compromising the information gathering activity concerned.
What else, Mr. Witness? Ano pa?
Panglima po, yung payment of rewards to informers who must not be employees of the concerned government agency, subject to 3 conditions. First is yung approval by the head of the agency. Second, it must be supported with documents evidencing the success of the information gathering and or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer. Pangatlo, it must be directly related to the conduct of the specific confidential activities of authorized agencies.
For purposes of the records, Your Honor, the witness cited 4.8.1 up to 4.8.7 of the Joint Circular 2015.
Hanggang 4.8.5 pa lang po.
Okay. Sorry. What else, Mr. Witness?
Pang-anim po is to uncover or prevent illegal activities that pose a clear and present danger to the agency personnel or property or other facilities and resources under the agency protection done in coordination with the appropriate law enforcement agencies. And last po, yung others that may be authorized by the GAA or other special laws.
Okay. 4.8.1 up to 4.8.7. Ang refer po ng ating witness of Section 4.8 of the Joint Circular. Base rin sa Joint Circular na to, ano naman kung merong mga pwede, ano naman ang mga hindi pwede, yung mga bawal na confidential, alleged confidential expenses.
Under 4.11 po, may specific expenses po na enumerate na hindi pwedeng paggamitan ng confidential fund. Una po, yung salaries, wages, overtime, additional compensation, allowance, or other fringe benefits of officials and employees who are employed by the government in whatever capacity or elected officials except when authorized by law. Pangalawa, yung representation, consultative fees or entertainment expenses. At pangatlo, yung construction or acquisition of buildings or housing structures.
For the record, Your Honor, reference is made to 4.11.1 up to .2 and as well as .3. Mr. Witness, sa pag-interpret, when you interpret these regulations and this joint circular and sections that you mentioned, what terms of compliance are you thinking about? Ito ba ay substantial compliance or strict compliance?
Strict compliance po, Madam.
Bakit, Mr. Witness? Why do you follow strict compliance instead of substantial compliance?
We follow po strict compliance since what is involved po ay public funds. So dapat strict yung accounting and auditing rules to prevent yung misuse ng fund.
And this is expressly stated in the joint circular. What you said, strict compliance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, 9 years you said sa COA ICFAO.
With the permission of counsel, Mr. Witness, it is mentioned in the JMC that it should be strictly interpreted, and you said it's in the JMC. Where?
Sa last paragraph po ng 1.0, Your Honor.
Last paragraph ng 1.0. So in the rationale.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may proceed, counsel.
Now, Mr. Witness, you mentioned earlier na 9 years ka na with the COA ICFAO at meron kang mention that you post-audited certain government agencies. During your term, what years were you, incidentally, with the COA ICFAO?
I was with the COA ICFAO po from September 2014 until February of 2024.
In this period of time, from 2014 to 2024, could you tell us how many vice presidents have you audited?
Ang tanging nung time lang po ni Vice Presidente Sara Duterte.
But there were 3. Who were the vice presidents during this period?
Ang naging mga Vice Presidente po since I assumed with ICFAO in 2014 ay si dating Vice President Binay at si dating Vice President Leni Robredo at yung ating incumbent Vice President po na si Sara Duterte.
So 3 vice president, Vice President Binay, Vice President Robredo at Vice President Sara Duterte. Sino-sino sa kanila ang inaudit mo tungkol sa confidential funds?
Buhat po nung nag-assume ako nung 2014, tanging si Vice Presidente Sara Duterte lang po yung aking na-audit na may confidential fund.
Bakit, Mr. Witness? Bakit Vice President Sara Duterte lang ang inaudit mo ng confidential funds?
Dahil po, since nung nag-assume po ako ng 2014 sa ICFAO, wala pong naging appropriation for confidential funds si dating Vice President Binay at si dating Vice President Robredo. Tanging si Vice President Sara Duterte lang po yung nagkaroon ng appropriation for the confidential funds.
And in the same period of time, 2014 to 2024, kasama ba sa mga national agencies na minention mo ang Department of Education?
Yes, ma'am.
And during this period, 2014 to 2024, sino-sino ang mga secretaries ng Department of Education?
Sa pagkakaalala ko po, ang mga naging DepEd secretaries po ay sina dating Secretary Luistro, dating Secretary Briones at ang ating Vice Presidente in her concurrent capacity as the DepEd Secretary during that time po.
At sino sa tatlong ito, sino-sino sa mga secretary ng DepEd ang inaudit mo for confidential funds?
Tanging si Vice Presidente Sara Duterte lang po as the DepEd Secretary.
Bakit, Mr. Witness?
Dahil siya lang po yung naging DepEd Secretary na nagkaroon ng confidential funds ang DepEd.
And could you tell us how much was the confidential funds of the Vice President that you said you audited?
May I clarify po kung anong office po yung tinutukoy niyo?
Office of the Vice President.
Sa Office of the Vice President po, ang kanilang naging confidential fund ay from the fourth quarter of 2022 until third quarter of 2023 ay 125 million pesos per quarter. So ang total po nun ay 500 million pesos.
Magkano naman ang confidential funds na inaudit mo sa DepEd, Department of Education?
Ang inaudit ko naman po sa Department of Education, since ang kanilang cash advances ay from the first quarter of 2023 until the third quarter of 2023, at meron silang 37.5 million pesos quarterly cash advances. So ang naging total po nun ay 112.5 million pesos.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Ngayon, you said that you conducted the post-audit of both offices. Pag nagko-conduct ng post-audit, ano ang rini-require na documents para sa confidential funds?
Ang nire-require po namin na documents ay yung mga requirements as provided under the Joint Circular 2015-01 o yung mga tinatawag na liquidation documents po.
Ano-ano ang mga liquidation documents na to?
Based on the Joint Circular po, yung mga liquidation documents na yun ay yung kanilang liquidation reports, yung disbursement voucher na ginamit nila, yung land bank checks, yung obligation request, yung kanilang physical and financial plan, yung kanilang accomplishment reports po, and yung proof of submission known to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House, yung certification of the accountable officers on the utilization of the confidential fund, yung designation po ng special disbursing officer kapag hindi si head of agency yung magiging disbursing officer, yung fidelity bond ng accountable officers at yung kanilang specimen signatures po.
Okay. Your Honor, please, these liquidation documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd are among the stipulated documents of the counsel for the respondent, Your Honor. But for easy reference, may we also ask permission to flash them on the screen for the better appreciation of the senator judges. And may I ask, I'm sorry.
Please proceed.
And may I ask Attorney Peña to please show these documents to our witness for purposes of comparison.
Assisting counsel may approach the witness. Likewise,
For the respondent.
assisting counsel for the respondent.
Thank you.
If they so wish, this is for the information of the senator judges, given that the documents stipulated earlier were merely enumerated so that the senator judges may be appraised of the documents that have already been admitted to and stipulated to by both parties. Counsel may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since stipulated, there's no need really to compare. But I am showing now to you, and this is being flashed on the screen with the kind permission of presiding judge, a copy of a fiscal financial plan approved on December 13, 2022, marked as Exhibit P-1-14 for the prosecution.
And likewise, for the record, on the part of the defense, marked as D-1-23-OVP.
That's
Yes,
correct,
sir.
Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will the witness please respond?
Okay. Sa bottom portion, can we look? Sa bottom portion, There appears a signature under the words. Meron pong signature sa words. Approved by. There. Anong ibig sabihin ng approved by?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng approve by ay inapprove po noong nakapirma yung contents ng physical and financial plan po based on that document.
Okay. At sinabi mo, approved by ay inapprove. Kung sino man ang nakalagay na signature dyan. Kaninong signature naman ang nasa bottom portion ng ating Exhibit -1-14?
Kay Vice Presidente Sara Duterte po.
Why are you familiar? Bakit mo kilala? Bakit mo alam ang signature ni Vice President Duterte?
Dahil among their submissions po ay yung kanilang specimen signatures at kasama po doon yung specimen signature po ni Vice President. At yung kanyang pirma po doon sa specimen signature submitted ay kaparehas po ng pirma niya dito sa physical and financial plan na ito.
Pinakita sa iyo ang isang physical financial plan which you said is a faithful reproduction of the submissions. And this is now being shown on the screen. Ano ang observations mo dito sa physical and financial plan approved on December 13, 2022?
Hindi po siya compliant to the joint circular dahil yung first column, which is the programs, activities and projects, hindi po in-indicate nung OBP yung kanilang specific confidential activities na kanilang paggagamitan ng confidential fund as required under item 4.2 of the joint circular.
Hindi ito specific according to you and according to 4.2 of the joint circular. Can you please enlighten us? Ano itong section 4.2 ng joint circular?
Under item 4.2 po ng joint circular, all requests or allocations for CF must be supported with a physical and financial plan which must indicate the proposed amount allocated for each program and activity dahil ito po yung magiging basis for the disbursement ng kanilang confidential fund.
At yung mga sinabi mo, nakikita ba dyan sa dokumentong yan?
Wala, based po on this submitted physical and financial plan, hindi po nakikita rito yung kanilang specific confidential activities na kanilang pagbabasihan sa kanilang disbursement.
Apart from this, yung nakita mo sa column 1, ano pang ibang observations ang masasabi mo dito sa dokumentong ito?
Since yung columns for the expected outcome as well as yung column for the physical target mas match po yung specific confidential activities. So hindi rin po nakamatch or hindi rin compliant yung columns po as mentioned.
At bakit? Why do you say na hindi compliant na rin to sa joint circular?
Dahil po, since hindi naman in-indicate po dito ni Office of the Vice President yung kanilang specific confidential activities, so hindi po na-match based on the information as presented po sa document na ito, yung laman ng expected outcome at yung physical target doon sa kanilang specific confidential activities.
And as you stated, what express provision of the joint circular does this violate?
The item 4.2 po of the joint circular
4.2 na pinakita natin sa screen. Okay. Our next document, Mr. Witness, which we shall show you, is now a certified true copy of Land Bank of the Philippines check number 00002444027, dated December 20, 2022, Exhibit P-1-11-A, common exhibit of the defense as well. Likewise being flashed on the screen, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, what is the significance Ano ang significance ng check na pinapakita nito in relation to your audit of the Office of the Vice President's confidential funds?
Ang significance po ng cheque ay ito po yung proof na pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung kanilang cash advance.
Okay. Na pwedeng i-withdraw na yung cash advance. Ngayon naman, punta tayo sa another document. I will show you now a disbursement voucher dated December 20, 2022. Again, common exhibit. For the prosecution, this is Exhibit P-1-10-A. For the period December 20, 2022. In the middle of this document, pointer. In the middle of this document, there appears a signature under the words, quote, certified expense, cash advance necessary, lawful and incurred under my direct supervision and control. Okay. Anong ibig sabihin nitong certified expense under my direct supervision?
Your Honors,
What is
kindly,
the
we would
pleasure
like to
of
object on that
counsel for
one.
the respondent?
Your Honors, that calls for a conclusion of law.
I'm sorry, counsel?
That will call for a conclusion of law on the part of the witness, Your Honor. They're asking for what that means for the witness.
Only insofar as how the witness interprets this provision, given that he audited these documents and are part of the submission. Witness may answer.
Based on this disbursement voucher po, sinertify po ni Vice President na yung kanilang cash advance ay kailangan na ayon sa batas at na-incur po under her direct supervision.
And there is a signature here in this document. Whose signature is this, if you know?
May i-clarify po kung anong signature po yung tinutukoy. Ayong sa
Above the name, Sara Z. Duterte.
That is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
What else, if any, observation can you make as regards this document?
Under the particulars portion po, nakalagay na yung cash advance is for calendar year 2022, which is not compliant po with the joint circular. Since under the joint circular po, the disbursement voucher shall state the duration of the implementation of the project. Pero since this cash advance is for the fourth quarter 2022, so hindi po tama yung nakalagay dito na yung cash advance is for the calendar year 2022.
At ano naman again? Ano ang violation nito sa joint circular?
May I refer po to the joint circular, Your Honor, for the specific provision?
Witness may refer to the joint circular previously marked.
The specific provision po is the second sentence po ng item 6.1.5 of the joint circular 2015-01.
Being flashed on the screen, Your Honor, presiding officer, with your kind permission.
You may do so, counsel.
Can you read, for the record, 6.1.5?
6.1.5 of the joint circular, cash advances shall be limited to the requirements for 3 months. The disbursement voucher shall clearly state the duration of implementation of the projects. If the implementation of the project will extend to more than 3 months, additional amount may be granted only after the liquidation of the previous cash advance. If, on the other hand, cash advances are drawn monthly, liquidation shall be done monthly. Cash advances shall be granted only upon the certification of the agency accountant stamped or printed on the disbursement voucher that previous cash advance for the same purpose, project, or activity given to the SDO requesting cash advance has been liquidated and proper accounting thereof was made in accordance with this joint circular.
Okay. Ngayon naman, I will show you. Kasi liquidation ang pinag-uusapan. I will show you a liquidation report dated January 10, 2023. Again, common exhibit. This is Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-9-A. A liquidation report dated January 10, 2023. In the middle of this document, by the bottom, there appears a signature under the words, certified purpose of travel cash advance duly accomplished. Mr. Witness. And this certification,
Counsel, just to correct you, certified purpose of cash. There's no word travel.
yes, Your Honor.
Do you confirm, Counsel? You may
Yes,
proceed.
Your Honor. Certified purpose of travel cash advance
Of cash advance.
of cash advance duly accomplished.
Yes. You may proceed, Counsel.
Thank you for the correction, Your Honor. What does this mean in terms of your audit?
This means po na sinertify po ni Vice President na yung layunin ng cash advance ay kanilang na-accomplish.
And you said the Vice President, whose signature is that?
That is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
What is the significance of her signature to this document, if any?
Ang significance po nung kanyang pirma dito ay kanya nga pong sinertify na yung purpose po nung kanilang cash advance from the confidential fund ay na-accomplish po ng agency.
And what are your observations? Anong ang mga observations mo, if any, sa dokumentong ito?
Actually, it is one of the proforma annexes po nung Joint Circular 2015-01. Siguro ang napansin ko lang dito ay yung period covered na December 21 to 31, 2022 since the cash advance was supposedly for the fourth quarter of the 2022 of the OBP. Pero other than that naman po, this document is compliant naman po with the requirement of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Again, para maintindihan namin, sabi mo, ang na-observe mo, yung period. Yung period, Mr. Witness. Anong period covered dito?
Based on this liquidation report po, ang period covered ay December 21 to 31, 2022.
What is the significance? Bakit mo napansin itong period na to?
Napansin ko lang naman po yun kasi yung kanilang cash advance based on the physical and financial plan po supposedly is for the whole fourth quarter of 2022. Pero based on this document po, na-disburse lang siya from December 21 to 31, 2022 or around 11 days.
Okay. Sinabi mo, whole quarter of 2022. September, November, October, sandali. Can you enlighten me anong quarter dapat yun? October, November, December. Ang
Yes,
sinasabi mong 3 quarters.
3 months po.
3 months for the fourth quarter. Tama?
Yes, ma'am.
3 months for the fourth quarter, pero sabi mo ang ginastos na funds. Magkano ginastos na funds?
Based on the documents po submitted, 125 million pesos po.
In these 3 quarters? 3 months?
Based on the document po, it was supposed to be spent for the fourth quarter of 2022. So 3 months po, supposedly. Based on
Bakit
their
supposedly, Mr. Witness?
Dahil yun po yung supposed coverage ng kanilang cash advance for their confidential activities.
At sinabi mo kanina, 11 days ito ginastos. Tama?
Based on the document, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm showing to you now another document which is an accomplishment report previously marked as Prosecution's Exhibit P-107-A-I. Again, stipulated document, common document with the defense. What relation does this have? No. We request permission to have it flashed on the screen as well.
You may do so, counsel. Clerk of court is so directed.
Can you repeat the question po, ma'am?
No. Look at the screen and look at your document. What is the relationship of this accomplishment report that I am showing you in relation to those documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President?
This is the same accomplishment report po na sinabit ni Office of the Vice President sa ICFAO.
Okay. And there appears here in this document under the words approved by. Whose signature is this?
It is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
And the annotation approved by, in terms of your audit, what does this signify, if any?
It signifies po that the signatory or the Vice President approved the contents of this accomplishment report.
No. In relation to this particular document, what observations, ano-ano ang napansin mo sa dokumentong ito?
Napansin ko po na hindi po in-enumerate ng Office of the Vice President yung kanilang specific confidential activities na kanilang ginawa.
Kailangan bang enumerate yan? Mga
Yes, ma'am.
activities na yan?
Dahil-
Bakit, Mr. Witness?
Doon po kasi namin tinitignan sa audit ng ICFAO kung yung kanilang confidential expenses or activities ay compliant doon sa item 4.8 ng Joint Circular 2015-01 para malaman po namin kung yung kanilang expenses ay among the allowable expenses as provided under the Joint Circular 2015-01.
So what basis did you have to determine if these were allowable expenses kung wala naman dokumento?
Katulad nga po nung sinabi ko, ang basis namin to determine if allowable expenses ay yung item 4.8 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Now, I'm now showing to you a certified copy of the Office of the Vice President certification dated January 10, 2022, notarized on January 16, 2023. Prosecution's Exhibit P-1.6-A, likewise a common exhibit with the defense previously stipulated, being flashed on the screen with the kind permission of this court.
Counsel may do so.
Dito sa baba, may pirma sa ilalim ng mga salitang attested. Kaninong signature itong nakikita natin dito?
Ito po ay signature ni Vice Presidente Sara Duterte.
At anong ibig sabihin under your circular ng attested?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng attested ay kanyang kino-confirm at bine-verify na yung contents ng certification na ito ay totoo.
What other observations? Ano pa ang mga na-observe mo sa dokumentong ito?
Ang napansin ko po dito yung date of execution ng certification, January 10, 2022.
Ano pa? January 10, 2022. Why is this significant?
Because it is supposedly the date of the execution ng certification, pero yung kanilang cash advance ay for the fourth quarter of 2022.
Yung cash advance nila ay para sa anong period?
For the fourth quarter po of 2022.
Pero ang certification ay January 10, 2022.
Yes po, based on this document po.
And based on this document, when was it notarized?
It was notarized po on January 16, 2023.
2023. Okay. Ano naman? In your observation, what provision of the joint circular, does this certification violate? If you...
Actually, ito po yung isa sa proforma annexes ng joint circular. So, wala naman po kaming nakitang violation aside from the date of the execution.
No. So, yung sinasabi mo, nakikita dito, yung discrepancy ng mga dates.
Based on this document po, yes ma'am, may discrepancy yung dates.
Okay. Now, dahil dyan, what action did you take, if any?
After what po ma'am?
After itong nakikita mong certification.
Naging audit namin is yung for the whole of the liquidation documents na sinamit ng OBP. Pero dito po, wala po kaming naging particular finding dito. Sinasabi ko nga po, it is one of the annexes po under the Joint Circular 2015-01 and they submitted naman po yung certification as required.
Okay. Earlier, nagpakita tayo ng certain liquidation documents, yung physical and financial plan, yung disbursement vouchers, yung land bank check, yung liquidation report. What actions did you take, if any, after your evaluation of these documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President?
After the evaluation po of those documents, since I noted that the documents are not compliant with the requirements of the Joint Circular 2015-01, I drafted po an audit observation memorandum which I submitted for review to my division chief.
Can you tell us, Mr. Witness, anong ibig sabihin ng Audit Observation Memorandum or AOM?
Ang Audit Observation Memorandum po under the Joint Circular 2015-01 ay written notification to the accountable officers explaining to them or informing them the deficiencies po noted during the audit and requiring them to submit an explanation or to submit the documents being sought po dun sa AOM or both.
So, itong AOM was on account of sinasabi mong discrepancies.
Yes, ma'am.
Na-point out mo na dito sa Honorable Court. Now, if I show you a copy of this audit observation memorandum that you mentioned, please identify the same.
Assisting counsel for both parties may approach the witness.
Your Honor, please again, this is a common exhibit. This is exhibit P-1-12-A dated September 14, 2023 for the prosecution. Likewise, a defense exhibit, Your Honor. For the record, the witness is examining an audit observation memorandum dated September 14, 2023, covering the period December 21 to 31, 2022, or an 11-day period.
Proceed, counsel.
Can you tell us, Mr. Witness, what were your findings, if any, in relation to the audit of the Office of the Vice President's fourth quarter confidential funds liquidation?
Yung audit po ng confidential fund ng fourth quarter of 2022 of the OBP disclosed that, una, yung kanilang physical and financial plan ay hindi compliant dun sa requirements ng Joint Circular 2015-01 dahil hindi po in-indicate ng OBP yung kanilang specific confidential activities na paggagabitan nila ng kanilang cash advance.
So una, hindi compliant ang physical and financial plan ng Office of the Vice President.
Opo. And under the same item din po, yung kanilang accomplishment report ay hindi rin compliant dahil hindi rin po naka-indicate doon yung kanilang specific confidential activities na pinagamitan nila ng kanilang cash advance.
Your Honor, for easy reference, we are flashing these particular portions of the document being referred to by the witness. Ano pa, Mr. Witness?
Pangalawa po, hindi po sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President yung kanilang documentary evidence of payments as required under Item 4.12 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Can you remind us, ano-ano itong mga dokumento na dapat sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President to liquidate for confidential funds?
Under the Joint Circular 2015-01, yung documents po na dapat isubmit ng agencies concerned po ay una yung kanilang liquidation report as proof of the liquidation. Pangalawa ay yung kanilang mga documents na ginamit nila sa grant ng cash advance which include the disbursement voucher, yung cheque, yung obligation request, yung physical and financial plan, at yung kasama din po yung accomplishment report ng agency, quarterly accomplishment report at yung proof of submission to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House, yung certification po ng accountable officer on the utilization of the confidential fund, yung designation ng special disbursing officer in case the head of the agency ay hindi po yung SDO, yung specimen signatures po noong signatories ng documents, yung fidelity bond po, yung certification from the agency accountant na walang unliquidated cash advances, yung SDO, at yun po.
At sinabi mo earlier na
Pati rin
ito,
po pala yung documentary evidence of payments.
so these are the documentary evidence required. Sinabi mo earlier in your testimony that there were discrepancies and insufficiencies in this document submitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano pa ang observation mo, Mr. Witness?
Yung pangatlo po, yung disbursement voucher po ay, yung approval portion ng disbursement voucher ay, actually, yung katulad nga po nung nasabi ko kanina, yung disbursement voucher, ang nakalagay na period covered ay calendar year 2022, which is inconsistent with the physical and financial plan dahil ang naka-indicate po doon sa physical and financial plan, yung cash advance ay for the fourth quarter of 2022.
Okay. Ano pa? Meron pa ba?
Yun lang po, ma'am.
Merong mga sanyamit rin sa yung mga acknowledgement receipts. Mr. Witness?
Pwedeng pa ulit po ng tanong.
Wala pa. Sa quarter na to, wala pa. Okay. Ngayon, in the last page of this document, there appears a signature on top of the name Nilda Plaras. Who is this Nilda Plaras, if you know?
Si Assistant Commissioner Nilda Plaras po yung head of the ICFO during this time po.
And how do you know that this is her signature?
I saw her sign other documents and her signature on those documents is the same po with her signature in this AOM.
Pagkatapos na issue ng COA ICFAO ng office mo, itong Audit Observation Memorandum, what happened next, if any?
After po ma-issue, tama po ba yung tanong? Ma-issue?
Yes, pagkatapos na issue ng...
After ma-issue, actually, after ma-issue po ba yung tanong niyo, ma'am?
Issue, I'm sorry.
After ma-issue po yung AOM, inattempt po namin sa ICFAO, inattempt ng ICFAO na iserve yung AOM dun sa office address ni Office of the Vice President. Pero
Na-serve ba ito sa Office of the Vice President?
Hindi po, dahil hindi po siya tinanggap dahil ang sabi po sa ICFAO ay wala pong authorized person to receive the AOM.
When was this attempt at service of this AOM?
It was around the second week of September of 2023 po.
So what happened next? Nung hindi ka kayo successful mag-serve ng AOM, what did you do?
Actually, on the afternoon of the same day po na nag-attempt si ICFAO na mag-serve ng AOM, nag-submit po si Office of the Vice President ng revised accomplishment report sa ICFAO.
So on the same day, hindi nyo na-serve but nag-submit ng revised accomplishment report ang Office of the Vice President. If shown to you a copy of this accomplishment report, Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-17-A.
Assisting counsels may approach of both parties.
Also stipulated by the defense. A common document. Mr. Witness, ano ang significance, if any, nitong revised accomplishment report?
Ang significance po nito, dito po naka-indicate yung specific confidential activities po na pinagamitan ng cash advance ng OBP. So, as compared po doon sa kanilang initial accomplishment report na sinubmit, wala po doon naka-indicate na specific confidential activities.
Can you tell us ano ang observation mo dito sa mga linista ni Vice President sa kanyang alleged activities to justify her confidential expenditures?
Based on this document po, some of the line items as presented po na confidential expenses ay hindi among the allowable expenses under item 4.8 of the joint circular. At yung items po na yun,
Ano-ano ang mga items na yon?
yung letter E po, yung provision of medical and food aid for 40 million pesos at yung payment of incentives or traveling relative to confidential operations na 10 million pesos.
Isa-isahin natin. Ano? Sinabi mo na ang hindi pwede dyan yung
Letter E and letter F po.
letter D,
Letter E po.
E.
E and letter F.
What item is this and how much?
Yung letter E po, yung provision of medical and food aid na 40 million pesos at yung letter F na payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operations na 10 million pesos.
Bakit hindi allowed ang medical expense for 40 million?
Dahil yung hindi po siya kasama dun sa enumeration nung item 4.8 at yung enumeration po na yon ay exclusive. Yun lang po yung
Exclusive.
allowable confidential expenses based on the Joint Circular 2015-01.
What do you mean when you say the enumeration in the circular is exclusive? Anong ibig sabihin ng exclusive?
Kapag sinabi pong exclusive, ay doon lang pwedeng gamitin. So other than those enumerated po, ay hindi na po siya allowed as confidential expenses.
So 40 million na gamot, hindi allowed. Ano pa nakita mo dyan?
Yung item B po, yung payment of reward. Kasi aside from this accomplishment report, hindi po sila nag-submit noong any document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer as required po under item 4.8.5 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
So sa particular item na yan, yung payment of rewards, you are saying, our understanding is, hindi sapat na magsabi lang ng pangalan, kailangan under the circular again?
Ang sinasabi po ng circular ay dapat mag-submit sila ng document supporting the payment of reward na nag-evidence ng successful surveillance activity or information gathering on account of the information given by the informer.
So kung may payment of reward, dapat may supporting document na nagpapatunay na successful ang result ng activity na yan, yung information gathering. Ang tanong sa iyo, Mr. Witness, meron bang mga dokumentong sinubmit to show the success of that surveillance?
As of that time po na sinamit itong revised accomplishment report na ito, wala na po silang ibang sinamit na document evidencing the success of the information gathering or or surveillance activities.
We now go to anything else. Mr. Witness, what happened? Nung sinubmit ba ng Vice President yung sinasabi mong revised accomplishment report, rinevise nyo rin ang findings nyo sa audit observation memorandum?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
With the permission of the, objection is sustained. With the permission of the parties, earlier it was agreed by the senator judges that we would be pausing hopefully in time for lunch really, and it has gone beyond already 12 o'clock. So before proceeding to I presume, a common exhibit previously stipulated to by both parties, you're referring to the AOM of October 3, 2023. Let's pause in the meantime with the permission of the parties, again in compliance with the agreement earlier made among the senator judges. And we shall resume at 1 o'clock in order to afford the parties enough time for lunch. And again, with the indulgence of Attorney Kapunan, let's continue with the common exhibit stipulated to by the parties. Particularly, I'm referring to AOM dated October 3, 2023. And before we go to the unstipulated portion of the acknowledgement receipts, which might take some time. Again, with the permission of the parties, Attorney Kapunan, Attorney Poa, we are on recess and shall resume at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your
Your
Honor.
Honor.
the pre-marking conference, no, during the pre-trial. But unfortunately, at that time, the defense did not agree to enter into stipulations, no? Even if these documents were actually common exhibits. No? In fact, these were submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education, no? In connection with the liquidation of their use of the confidential funds. So, but eventually, as we've seen a while ago, they agreed to stipulate on the existence and authenticity of some documents, but not all. So they still did not agree to stipulate on the acknowledgement receipts, no, which they submitted. These are around 840 documents. So our witness will have to identify and authenticate them later. No? And then, so just a brief background. So as you've seen, the witness is from the ICFAO, no, of the Commission on Audit. This is the office of the Commission on Audit which handles the auditing of confidential and of confidential funds. No? So he right now we're just focusing on the liquidation of the OVP's use of confidential funds for the last quarter of 2022. No? So far, that's the extent of the testimony that has been covered. So as you've heard, during the audit, so far, based on what the witness stated, nasabi na niya mayroong mga important discrepancies or issues which were spotted during the audit. Among them were the fact that this 125 million confidential funds was supposed to be for the last quarter of 2022. So meaning, as they've stated, October, November, and December. But based on the documents submitted by the OVP itself, mukhang 11 days lang ito, nung remaining month, nung December 2022. Nasabi din niya, dahil na-point out niya dun sa joint circular, which governs the use and liquidation of confidential funds, may specific purposes lang kung para saan ito pwedeng gamitin. At nasabi niya, based dun sa submissions nila ng liquidation reports, mukhang hindi siya tugma dun sa mga reports na yon. So, dahil dun sa observations niya, tulad ng sinabi niya, nag-issue sila ng audit observation memorandum. At dahil dito, ang Office of the Vice President, nag-submit sila ng revised accomplishment report, dahil nga merong discrepancies. At doon tayo tutungo mamaya, doon sa testimony niya, para sabihin anong naging aksyon na ginawa pa ng COA pagkatapos nito. Maybe you want to give a statement too?
Natutunghayan natin ngayon yung testimonya ni State Auditor Roderick Wamil. Isa po siya sa mga auditors under Commission on Audit, pero siya rin specifically ang naka-assign sa ICFAO o ang opisina na sumusuri sa paano ginasta ang confidential and intelligence funds ng mga ahensya na nag-request nito, binigyan nito. Isa po sa mga ahensya na yon ay ang Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education, noong ang head of agency po ay si Vice President Sara Duterte, and even nung siya ay Secretary of Education. Konting background lang po, gusto ko pong i-emphasize yung sinabi ni State Auditor Wamil na 3 vice presidents ang dinaanan niya, 3 Department of Education secretaries ang dinaanan niya, pero tanging si VP Sara Duterte lang po, nung hinawakan niya yung OVP at ang DepEd, ang nag-request ng confidential and intelligence funds. Nonetheless, sige, ginrant po siya at may general observation sila na under the joint Memorandum Circular 2015-01 na inisyu ng DBM, COA at ng mga iba't ibang ahensya na strict accounting rules apply. Meron pong particular purposes lang na pwedeng paggamitan ng confidential and intelligence funds, meron pong bawal. So ngayon, noong nag-submit po si OVP and ng DepEd ng kanilang audit reports, may napansin na kulang sa supporting documents ang Commission on Audit at nag-request na ilakip yung mga supporting documents na iyon. Ngayon po, nandun na tayo sa bahagi kung saan yung sinumite pabalik ng OVP at ng DepEd ay may napansin ang COA ng mga discrepancies. Ang punot dulo naman po ng proseso na ginagawa natin ay kung may discrepancies, hindi dapat hayaan. No? Dapat po itong suriin, butbutin, para sa punot dulo mapagtitiyak natin na ang pera ng taong bayan ay hindi lang po napupunta kung saan-saan. So kaya po ginawa ng COA yung kanilang trabaho at sa kaalaman natin ay dumulo po ito sa desisyon na sa dulo ay may hindi po nakitang tamang paggasta at ngayon ay in order ang OVP at DepEd na ibalik. Pero hindi pa yon nakasalang sa ngayon, at hintayin natin tong sasalang sa linggo na ito at sa darating na linggo. And sa bahagi naman po ng impeachment court, sufficiently ay bahagi ito ng mga impeachment charges dahil mabigat po yun. Kung may nakita tayong hindi tamang paggasta, ang iilan nga pong mga nalaman natin noon pa at hanggang ngayon ay binubutbut pa natin yung 125 million pesos in 11 days. Yan po yung ni-request at ginrant na confidential and intelligence funds under OVP na ginasta from December 21 to December 31, 2022. Narinig natin nung last week, yung land bank, nakakuha siya ng check for that amount and then dinisburse or in-encash on that same day. So, basically, dumadagdag po yung mga sinasabi nating unusual, pero ang gusto naman natin magtuloy-tuloy yung proseso para po matatakan na natin ano po ba yung katotohanan, maimbestigahan natin to, at maitimbang ano po yung effect nito sa fitness to rule ni VP Sara Duterte.
Salamat po. So, handa na tayong sagutin ang inyong mga katanungan, but just a reminder, let's keep it brief and to the point para mabigyan natin pagkakataon yung iba pang magtanong. Haji, go ahead.
Magandang hapon po, Haji ng Brigada News FM. Just to clarify dun po sa stipulation, so since hindi po sila nag-agree, does this mean na gugugol po ba tayo ng mas mahabang panahon or araw para po dun sa mga witnesses po na ipipresent natin from COA?
Well, pipilitin pa rin nating paiksiin to, no? Well, we're talking about 800 plus documents, right? 820 to 840. So we will see if we could be allowed to just identify them in batches, meaning hindi na kailangang isa-isa, minsanan. So we'll try to do that later, or maybe just a sampling of the documents, no, to mga acknowledgement reports. So we'll see. But the goal is to try to finish everything today for this witness.
So far po sa takbo ng paglilitis under the handling ni Attorney Lorna Capunan, kumusta po? At saka napansin po namin parang wala masyado objection. I think isa lang yung conclusion of law, yung nabanggit ni Attorney Powa.
Well, nakita naman natin very straightforward naman kasi yung testimony nung testigo na to, no? So siguro that's why it's also hard to object, no? And again, these documents came from them. So, very difficult to contest it. No? Pati yung mga lahat ng ina-identify niya. Kanina, madami tayong documents. For example, nakita, pinapa-explain sa witness, anong ibig sabihin nitong mga to. At every time, lalo na yung portions, no, nakita natin na may direct hand ang Vice Presidente dito sa mga liquidation documents na to, no? At tinatanong siya anong significance nito pag merong approved by the Vice President or certification niya. So mahirap naman din itanggi siguro yan sa kanila, no, dahil una-una sa kanila nanggaling ang dokumento. So, kaya nakikita natin yung paglatag ng testimonya nito medyo mas smooth. Siguro walang masyadong objections from them.
Well, nakita din naman po natin sa pagtatanong na may taas tayo ng confidence sa uri ng mga tanong na gusto lang malahad yung katotohanan. No, simple lang naman po sa simula ng pagtatanong ni Attorney Lorna Kapunan, nilatag naman niya yung objectives at nagtatanong doon sa anong alam ni State Auditor Mr. Wamil para po makita yung objectives na gustong makuha. And again, dahil nga po ito ay mga tungkol sa dokumentong may common stipulations naman, hindi po mahirap makita at matunton ang katotohanan. Yung susunod natin na gustong tutukan ay tuloy-tuloy natin matrack saan ba napunta yung confidential intelligence funds na ito. Lalo na may mga pauna ng mga natatanong si Attorney Lorna Kapunan, gaya ng, di ba, may mga milyones na nakalagay supposedly for medicines or even for housing. Nandun ba yan sa in-enumerate ng joint memorandum circular na anong pwedeng paggastahan ng confidential and intelligence funds? Yan po ay babaybayin natin ng mas detalyado mamaya po.
Okay, last na lang po, sorry. May Okta survey from July 4 to 11. Lumalabas po 43%, 4 out of 10 Filipinos naniniwala na ang pinakaseryosong allegation daw po sa articles of impeachment ay yung bribery. Although pangalawa po yung sa confidential funds. Any thoughts pa?
Well, of course, we also listen to these surveys, but at the end of the day, these are just listening tools, these are just snapshots. So, but just the same, ang position naman namin dyan, lahat ng mga articles of impeachment na meron tayo, lahat yan, these are backed by strong evidence, no? At pagsisikapin natin na patunayan, hindi lang isa or hindi lang tayo magfo-focus sa isa sa articles dyan, but pagsisikapin natin understand, no, ang malakas ang ebidensya natin hindi lang sa isang articles of impeachment at lahat ng mga yan.
At siguro magdadagdag na lang ako, general comment, naiintindihan ko kung bakit yun yung mas interesado ang mamamayang Pilipino. Dahil yung dalawang artikulo na ito ay patungkol po sa pera ng bayan. 'Di ba? So pag sabi nating bribery, pera yan para may mangyaring decision point or policy point na hindi natin masasabi kung ito po ba ay ikakaganansya ng iisa or iilan o kung sino man. Tapos pag sinabi natin, ito nga, yung confidential and intelligence funds, andyan yung standing question ba, saan napunta yung pera na 612.5 million pesos in total from the CIF of OVP and DepEd. So, these are serious questions na tinitimbang ng taong bayan vis-a-vis dun sa sitwasyon nila. No, naaabot ba yung mga serbisyong dapat natatamasa nila sa pangkalusugan, sa edukasyon? No, dapat may mga perang napupunta doon, pero napupunan ba? No, nandyan din yung kung saan kailangan ng mas mataas na sahod, mas mababang presyo. Lahat po yan ay mga araw-araw na usapin ng taong bayan. At kung nakikita na may hindi tamang paggasta o kaya may tanong sa tama po ba ang paggasta o hindi, at seryoso enough yung evidence to cast doubt into that, hindi tayo nagugulat na ito yung tinitignan at the people are looking forward to. So ako, tuloy-tuloy naman po yung ating pag-invite sa pinakamarami na pagkatapos po ng press conference na ito, pagdating ng 1 p.m., magre-resume po ang impeachment court proceedings. So tunghayan po natin yung ano po yung testimonya ng mismong state auditor na siyang mismo, inisa-isa po niya yung mga dokumento at nakita niya na may discrepancies enough na may mga desisyon ang mga COA patungkol po dito at gusto nating itimbang ano pong ibig sabihin nun sa fitness to rule, no? Pamumuno ni VP Sara Duterte.
Hello, good afternoon po. Lianas Kapanti, GMA News Online. Yung sa part lang po ng stipulations, the OVP is still refusing to admit that it disbursed the 125 million in 11 days, kasi kanina very clear si Attorney Poa, no stipulation. Even if these 11 days information is based on COA records na ang pinagbasihan ay OVP submissions. How do you respond to that lang na sa insistence nila na it didn't happen, yung 11 days disbursement?
Well, at the end of the day, we can't force the defense to enter into any stipulations, ano? But of course, we leave it up to the impeachment court on how they'll take this refusal to enter into stipulation, diba? Even if, as you've stated, this matter is already clear from the documents submitted by the OVP itself. But at the end of the day, even if they'll not enter into that stipulation, no, we're confident that we have the evidence that we will be able to establish that fact.
Follow up lang, sir, dun sa, yan nga, yung kanilang 11 days na ano. Meron bang, on confidential, meron bang, yung sinasabi ng witness kanina, na hindi compliant dun sa joint circular, does he mean na yung mga recipients din ng fund are non-existent? Kasi sinasabi niya non-compliant dun sa joint circular. So I want to get a categorical statement lang on that.
Well,
Thank
siguro
you.
sa part na yun, ayaw muna namin paunahan pa yung entirety ng testimony ng witness. Doon pa lang naman siya, doon sa unang issuance ng audit observations memorandum. So tatalakayin pa niya yan, no, yung mga susunod. After na-point out some discrepancies, nag-issue sila ng revised accomplishment report, no? Tapos yun na yung tatalakayin niya mamaya. Ano pa yung mga susunod na naging observations ng Commission on Audit, no? After nag-submit ng revised accomplishment report. I mean, the fact that they submitted an accomplishment report, an edit and a revise means they acknowledge that they had to correct it, meaning dun sa nauna mayroong problema, may pagkukulang, ano. So mamaya yan ang tatalakayin, nung nag-submit ba sila, sufficiente na ba o may kulang pa rin, ano?
Dagdag ko lang din po na given nga po yung findings ni State Auditor Attorney Wamil, no, na yung discrepancies, at kung maalala natin yung naging discussion nito sa Quadcom hearings, etc., baka po hindi nga sufficient tong isang araw para baybayin natin lahat ng mga discrepancies na ito. So, hindi po natin pupungunahan yung sasabihin ni witness, yung pagtatanong din po ng ating public prosecutors, dahil din po ay gusto natin yung buong detalye ay mabutbut natin dito sa proper forum na ito, isa-isahin natin siya hanggang matapos siya, no? Pero syempre, kaya po nangyari na yung common stipulations para po to save the people time, para po mas mapabilis din at hindi po unduly ay thousands of documents, isa-isahin talaga natin dito.
Sir, good afternoon. Joseph po. Kay Attorney Tolosa, can you just say why is it relevant that the Vice President signed the disbursement vouchers and all that? Yung mga documents that her signature appears in, why is it important? And what does it say?
Sige, to be exact, let me read it, no? This is what the certification states, no? In the, for example, in the disbursement vouchers, no, which were submitted by the OVP. So it says here, they certified that the expense or cash advance was necessary, lawful, and incurred under the direct supervision of the signatory, and the signatory is the Vice President Duterte herself. Another one, a certification an accomplishment report, no, which were attached to the liquidation report submitted by the OVP. It says here that we certify that the certifying officer is accountable for the disbursement from the cash advance of the confidential funds. It also states here the expenses were incurred in connection with the agency's intelligence and or confidential operations and activities with supporting documents attached to the liquidation of the confidential funds. So what's the significance of that? It's clear that the Vice President had a direct hand on this. She signed it off, no? Not just the use, but the way that it was liquidated. So ngayon, sa pamamagitan ng mga susunod na testigo natin, makikita natin naging tama ba talaga ang paggamit nitong confidential funds na to? Naging tama ba din ang pag-liquidate nito? No? These are confidential, these are public funds. So napaka-importante na mapakita na mapaliwanag sa gobyerno, sa COA, nitong dalawang ehensya na to na nagamit talaga nila sa tamang purposes na allowed under the law, no? At napatunayan nila to by complying with the liquidation process. So kapag hindi na-comply, maliwanag, no? May pananagutan ng Vice Presidente, no? Dahil na to mismo na dito sa certifications that she herself signed.
Kailan kayo mag-Merry Grace Piatos, if ever?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Kailan
that?
kayo mag-Merry Grace Piatos? Binibuild up niyo, di ba?
Build up. But hintayin na lang natin, no? Papunta pa lang tayo sa mga acknowledgement receipts. So, hintayin natin yung magiging testigo ng witness paukol sa bagay.
Malamang tomorrow acknowledgement receipts or kaya na dito?
We'll see. Hopefully, there'll be enough time today. I think until 2 p.m. yata yung hearing or they're willing to extend it until 3 p.m. No? So, tignan natin.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, since we're also on the topic of time, tatanong ko lang sana, kasi nung before the session resumed, session ng Congress, yung hearing natin nagsisimula ng 2 p.m., paminsan umaabot ng 7, so that's 5 hours. Ngayon, parang kung magsisimula ng 10, so 11, 1 up to 12, tapos 1 to 3, or 1 to 2, parang 3 to 4 hours lang siya. Hindi ba kulang yung oras to present?
Well, at the end of the day, no, yung mga ganyang bagay, administrative matters, sa discretion yan ng presiding officer and ultimately the impeachment court as a whole. So, kung anong maging pagpasya nila dyan, we will abide by it. Kung makikita nila sa pagtakbo ng mga sumusunod na araw ng paglilitis, mukhang kukulangin, maybe they'll make adjustments again. No? But sa ngayon, susunod kami kung ito yung patakaran na linatag nila para dito.
But sir, do you have an opinion? Kasi although syempre discretion ng Senate Impeachment Court yun, tatanungin din naman nila kayo eventually what is your stand on this matter. Do you think kulang po ba? Or...
Siguro titignan natin kasi kung maalala natin last week, maaga naman tayong natapos, no? So it's gonna be on a case-to-case basis, depende sa testimonya ng mga witnesses. So I guess we'll have to see this week, no? Kung kamusta. Kung we have 3 witnesses scheduled, no, to take the stand this week, ang 2 from COA and then 1 in dun sa Legislative Archives. So I'm sure we'll have to make adjustments. Kung mukhang kukulangin yung oras this week, then baka kailangang i-revisit yung time.
Good afternoon po. May we know po kung meron kayong idea kailan na-release yung confi funds, particular po yung ginastos in 11 days, kung alam niyo syempre.
I think ito yung testify na nung first witness last week. No? If I'm not mistaken, December 20. Oh, December 20 niya na-issue yun, no? 2022.
Kasalanan po ba ng Office of the Vice President or the Vice President herself kung ginastos in 11 days yung confi funds, alam naman po na ibinigay ng late?
Ang tanong na kailangang sagutin dyan, no, is probable ba na ubusin itong 125 million sa loob lamang ng 11 days? Yun yung tanong dyan, no, na kailangan natin sagutin. Considering meron pang nakapasok dyan sa 11 days na yan na non-working holidays. Ano? So, kasi 20 yan, no, hanggang 31. So, syempre, meron Christmas break, etc. No? New Year. So, yun yung tanong doon eh. Kasi kailangan natin account paano inubos ng Office of the Vice President sa loob, supposedly, sa kanila nanggaling to, ng 11 days. Itong confidential funds na to. Diba? Kasi nga, kailangan tuntunin yan at ang merong responsibilidad na ipaliwanag kung paano ginamit yung pera na yan at pakita na ginamit yan dun sa tamang purposes, no? At allowed purposes under the joint circular, of course, the office of the Vice President. No? So hindi tayo dun sa tanong ng kasalanan ba niya at inubos niyan? Hindi dun sa 11 days, hindi ganun. Ano? Yung tanong is, napaliwanag ba niya ng mabuti kung ginamit ng tama just in 11 days itong 125 million?
Sige po.
Ay, siguro magdadagdag na lang ako. So, may ganyang standing questions, di ba? Siyempre, yung mga taong bayan, nawindang din doon sa 11 days. Pero ito rin po yung isa sa mga binukas noong may impeachment complaint na inihain o inendorso ang representasyong ito kasama ang Makabayan Bloc noong ito po ay isasalang sa House of Representatives. Hindi lang po dito, pero sa ibang mga isasubmit na reports ng OVP sa COA tungkol sa disbursement, may ilan po dito we describe as quote-unquote physical impossibility. So, hindi ko na lang din po papangunahan yung ating mga butihing mga prosecutors or even witnesses in doing so, pero nasa public record po yun na may ganitong standing concerns, standing questions, ito po yung arena para i-resolve siya.
Are you aware po kung bakit late din ni-release yung pondo, yung budget para sa OVP or DepEd regarding po doon sa confidential funds?
I don't think any of the witnesses have covered that matter yet. No? We'll see kung makover yan ng mga other witnesses. But I guess at the end of the day, again, ang question kasi dito is yung dun sa accountability. Ano? Yung question dito is, napatunayan ba ng OVP na itong 125 million nagamit nila para sa mga allowed purposes under the joint circular? Napunta ba ito dun sa mga intended recipients supposedly? No? At malaki siyang katanungan, di ba? Paano mo inubos yung 125 million in 11 days? No? At ang may siyempre, pananagutan dyan sa public funds na yan ay yung kumuha at gumamit niyan, which is the Office of the Vice President, headed by the Vice President herself, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, Rosalie, your turn.
Good afternoon po, sir and ma'am. Regarding naman po doon po sa absence po ni VP Duterte, si House Prosecutor Ridon po kasi pointed out na absent na naman, VP Duterte still absent on the 5th week of impeachment trial. Ano po ba ang official position ng prosecution team? Are you dismayed, disappointed, o wala lang para sa inyo yung pagiging absent po ni VP Duterte sa kanyang mismong impeachment trial?
Of course, ang tulad ng sinabi na magmula nung simula hanggang ngayon, naririnig natin yung kahilingan ng mga kababayan natin, no, na napaka-importanteng at mahalagang aligasyon ang kinakaharap ng Vice Presidente sa impeachment proceedings na ito. No? O, tulad nitong mga confidential funds, lalo't lalo na siya mismo, no, ang pumirma nitong mga binasang iba't ibang dokumento kanina, yung dun sa certifications, dun sa attachments on the liquidation reports, na malinaw na meron siyang pananagutan sa dokumento, sa mga paggamit, no, at pag-liquidate nitong dokumentong ito. So natural, sa pera na ito, sa public funds na to. So natural lamang na hanapin ng mga kababayan natin sa kanya na siya mismo ang humarap dito at tugunan itong mga seryosong katanungan na to. No? But again, but still, having said that, at the end of the day, sa ngayon, hindi natin siya mapupwersang humarap dyan, no? Dahil sabi nga, as discretion pa rin naman niya ito at ng kanyang defense team, no? But it doesn't mean that we can just set aside kung ano din yung mga sentiment ng mga kababayan natin paukol dito. So, of course, we're dismayed, no, nawala siya at hindi pa rin niya hinaharap to hanggang ngayon kasi it also shows, no, yung respect towards this not just the impeachment court but this constitutional process, no. So, abangan natin, titignan natin kung anong magiging aksyon at takbang na gagawin niya dito, kung eventually, harapin ba niya to at siya ba mismo ang sasagot sa mga seryosong katanungan na to.
Ang idadagdag ko na lang din, hanggang ngayon, bukas ang impeachment court para po sa proactive participation ni VP Sara Duterte na siya nga po mismo ang nakasalang sa paglilitis na ito. Ang punto naman po ng paglilitis, yung pagbutbut ng ebidensya, ay para po kung may mga tanong ang mamamayan, masagot at magkaroon ng pananagutan kung yung sagot ay hindi po naaayon doon sa nakalagay sa batas, sa konstitusyon o sa mga rules ng ating mga ahensya para po paano hinahawakan yung pera ng taong bayan. So kung hindi po ulit present si VP Sara Duterte sa hearing na ito, kung mismong ang nangyayari at usapin ng taong bayan gaya ng Pax Silica ay wala rin po siyang comment or wala po siyang awareness, tuloy-tuloy yung dismaya ng mamamayan kung involved pa rin po ba si VP Sara Duterte sa iba't ibang mga may init na usapin at issue na pinapahalagahan ng mamamayang Pilipino. Hanggang ngayon naman, gusto natin, no, pag sinabi nating korupsyon, kung sinabi natin na may mga tanong tayo sa paggasta ng pera, may pananagutan. So sana po binubukas po ulit kay VP Sara Duterte na harapin po yung mga tanong na ito.
Last follow-up na lang, sorry. Following po yung Okta Research Survey result po, yun pong 43% mas maraming Pilipino ang para sa kanilang pinakamatinding allegation is yung bribery against the Vice President. Following po nitong survey result na to, is it more unlikely for the prosecution team to waive or drop the article of impeachment na bribery?
Of course, one of the considerations yan, but it can't be the only consideration, no, kung ano yung naging opinion ng mga tao. Siyempre, madami tayong titignan dyan, but siyempre kasama na din yung gusto nating mapabilis as a whole, no? Itong paglilitis na to. But again, at the end of the day, sa ngayon naman, wala naman kaming decision pa na mag-drop ng kahit na alin dun sa articles of impeachment. Sa ngayon, ang intention namin, no, tuloy ang pagpresenta ng ebidensya paukol sa 4 articles of impeachment.
Alright. Okay, short follow-up.
Kasi about the survey. Ayun, short follow-up lang po dun sa short follow-up lang po dun sa survey kasi the survey also said na the same survey 10% of the Filipinos lang po yung naniniwala na malakas yung charge ng unexplained wealth and grave threats. Hindi po ba nakakabahala ito for the prosecution or how do you take this response from the Filipino people na sinurvey ng Okta Research?
Well, una-una, tulad ng sabi namin dun sa research, of course, hindi naman natin yan basta-basta sinasang tabi, no? Pinapakinggan din naman natin yan. But mahalaga din, tignan natin din siguro, since this is just a snapshot, di ba, of the possible opinion of the public, but tignan din natin kung ano pang maging resulta ng iba namang survey firms, no, na magkakonduct ng sa kanilang sariling research, no. But kung ano man, no, ang lumabas sa mga surveys na to, for example, as you've stated dun sa unexplained wealth, again, hindi pa naman nakikita ng mga kababayan natin kung ano ba itong mga dokumento na to. So kami, nananalig kami na bigyan muna natin pagkakataon lahat, no, yung mga kababayan natin makita tong dokumento na to, and then after mapresenta na to sa impeachment court, doon natin ulit tignan kung anong opinion nila, anong pag-uhusga nila, dahil naniniwala kami, no, kapag nakita itong matibay na ebidensya na to, and again, these are, for example, the bank records, no one could contest, no, na hindi na pwedeng maspin ito at sabihin na gawa-gawa lang ng prosecution to or gobyerno, lalo na they will be coming from the banks. Oh, so bank records don't lie. So hintayin natin, bigyan natin ng pagkakataon muna ang prosecution, malatag itong mga importanteng financial records na to, and then tignan natin ulit kung ano magiging opinion ng mga kababayan natin.
Alright, on that note, maraming salamat po muli sa ating mga panauhin ngayon, si Congresswoman Rene Co, si Attorney J. Toloso Jr., sa ating mga kaibigan sa media, at sa ating mga kababayan na patuloy na tumututok sa impeachment trial na ito. Muli po, sama-sama nating tugay-gayan kung ano pa mga kaganapan ngayong hapon na ito. Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat.
Salamat po.
Thank you.
Salamat.
Are in the direct examination of the witness, Mr. Wamil, by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna Kapunan. Ma'am, you may proceed and continue if you are ready, when you are ready, rather.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, kumain ka na ba?
Yes, ma'am. Kumain naman po.
Kumain ka naman, no? Kasi tatanong ko sa'yo. Kanina sinabi mo, Mr. Witness, na nag-submit ng revised accomplishment report ang Office of the Vice President at sinabi mo na marami pa ring discrepancies at kulang-kulang ang mga dokumento. What did you do? Anong ginawa mo, if any, pagkatanggap mo nitong revised accomplishment report?
Nung natanggap ko po yung revised accomplishment report, I gave due consideration po dun sa kanilang supplemental submission, and then nag-issue po kami ng supplemental AOM in consideration of their additional submission.
Okay. Why was it necessary to issue another AOM? Bakit kailangan nag-issue ka pa ng isa pang Audit Observation Memorandum?
Since hindi naman po na-issue yung aming first AOM dahil hindi nga po nila na-receive, so wala po kaming, under our rules po, AOM po talaga yung aming i-issue if we note findings doon sa kanilang submission sa ICFAO.
Flashed on the screen, Your Honors, Mr. Presiding Officer, with your permission, is this AOM referred to by this witness. Mr. Witness, can you walk us, pakisabi sa atin lahat dito, ano ang mga na-observe mo dito sa AOM na sinubmit?
Witness may refer to the document and may be assisted by assisting counsels for both parties.
Based on the evaluation po ng documents, doon sa kanilang, katulad nga po nung sinabi ko kanina, doon sa katulad nung nasa first AOM po namin, since wala pa rin silang meet na documentary evidence of payments. So nireiterate po namin dito sa aming second AOM yung kanilang non-submission of the documentary evidence of payments. Tapos katulad din po nung sinabi ko kanina, since doon sa kanilang revised accomplishment report ay merong items for the provision of medical and food aid for 40 million pesos at payment of incentives or traveling expenses relative to the confidential operations of the OBP na 10 million pesos na hindi allowable expenses based on the item 4.8 of the Joint Circular 2015-01. And also, doon sa kanilang revised accomplishment report, meron po silang item for the payment of rewards pero wala silang isinamit na any document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities pursuant to the information given by the informer. And also, nakasama din po sa aming findings yung kanilang hindi sinubmit na special budget request at hindi rin po nila isinubmit yung proof of submission nila nung kanilang revised accomplishment report to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House. And lastly po, dun sa disbursement voucher kasi, ang nag-approve po nun ay si Assistant Secretary Limuel G. Ortonio, which is not compliant with the joint circular dahil according to the joint circular, it shall be the responsibility of the head of the agency to approve the cash advances.
Okay. So na-mention mo dito yung 40 million na ginastos ng Office of the Vice President para sa gamot, medicines.
Yes, ma'am.
Walang supporting document. Mr. Witness?
As of this time po, wala po silang binigay na supporting document.
Ito ring 10 million na ginamit bilang liquidation sa travel expenses ng Office of the Vice President para sa confidential fund. Ano-anong mga dokumento ang sinubmit para dito?
Pwede pong paulit po ng tanong, ma'am.
10 million ang sinabi mong travel funds na ginamit ng Office of the Vice President galing sa kanyang confidential funds. Meron bang sinubmit na dokumento ang Vice President para i-liquidate itong 10 million na travel funds niya?
Wala po silang sinubmit na document supporting that disbursement po.
Itong mga payment of rewards, magkanong payment of rewards?
Ang kanilang payment of rewards po ay 10 million pesos based on the submitted revised accomplishment report.
Okay. Itong 10 million na ginastos o binayad ng Office of the Vice President sa mga nagbigay ng information ba to?
Payment of rewards for the...
Rewards.
Yes,
meron bang mga dokumentong sinubmit ang Presidente, Vice Office of the Vice President, para i-liquidate itong paggamit ng confidential funds niya sa rewards?
wala pong silang sinubmit na document po in support of the payment of rewards as of this time.
Ngayon,
This as of the date nung AOM po.
after issuing, sabi mo may audit observation memorandum na previously marked for reference as Exhibit P-1-12-B na common exhibit with the respondent. Pagkatapos na issue itong AOM, anong nangyari afterwards, if any?
After po namin after ma-serve ng ICFO yung both AOMs po, nagbigay si Office of the Vice President ng kanilang response.
And if I show you a copy of this response of the Office of the Vice President, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes.
A stipulated document. This is
Assisting counsel of both parties may approach the witness to guide him as to the document being identified.
This is Exhibit P-1-12-C for the petitioner. Prosecution. Ito bang response ng Office of the Vice President, evaluate mo din?
Yes, ma'am.
At anong findings mo, if any?
Actually po, before ko na-evaluate itong response na ito, nag-submit pa sila ng additional response sa amin. At sabay po namin in-evaluate yung kanilang both responses.
So, dalawang response.
Yes, ma'am.
At ano ang findings mo sa dalawang response na to?
Sa response po kasi nila, they attached the documentary evidence of payments. So nagkaroon po kami ng finding about the various payment of rewards made based on the submitted documentary evidence of payments na naka-attach dun sa response nila in the form of acknowledgement receipts. So based on the acknowledgement receipts na sinamit po, nagkaroon sila ng payment of rewards in cash, in medicine, and in various goods. At lahat po nung kanilang payment of rewards ay walang naka-attach na any document supporting the success of the information gathering activity or surveillance activity on account of the information given by the informer. And also po, nagkaroon din sila ng various purchases based on the documentary evidence of payments. Meron po silang yung kanilang binili na medicines and various goods which were given as rewards. Yung kanilang binili na supplies, yung binili nila na tables and chairs and desktop printers and computers. Pero yung supporting document lang po nun ay acknowledgement receipt instead of official receipts or sales invoices. And also, with respect to the payment po ng tables and chairs and desktop printers and computers, hindi po nila in-indicate if those purchases were really intended for the confidential operations of the OVP.
Sa joint circular na sinabi mong guidelines para sa liquidation report ng Office of the Vice President, bakit sinasabi mo na walang supporting documents itong tables and chairs na binili, itong desktop, itong medicines, itong supplies? Ano ang kailangan mo na supporting document?
Actually, since it was ang involved po ay purchases, then those purchases should have been supported with sales invoices and official receipts instead of the acknowledgement receipts lang po.
In other words, Mr. Witness, itong acknowledgement receipt, walang kasamang mga resibo.
Yes, ma'am. Wala po silang inattached na resibo.
Hindi ba confidential yan kung saan drugstore ka bumili ng medicine?
Hindi naman po siguro confidential pag kung ang pagbibilhan mo ay mga drugstore. Kasi ang confidential po mismo ay yung paggagamitan, hindi yung pagbibilhan. Magkaibang bagay po kasi yun.
Yung mga grocery na binilhan ng mga sari-saring groceries at supplies, hindi ba confidential dapat ang mga pangalan ng grocery na yan?
Hindi naman po kailangan maging confidential yung pangalan ng mga groceries. Katulad nga po ng sinabi ko, ang confidential ay yung paggagamitan, hindi yung pagbibilhan. At magkaibang bagay po kasi yun.
Yung hardware stores na pinagbilhan ng mga tables and chairs tsaka desktop, hindi ba confidential yung mga pangalan ng mga hardware stores na yan?
Hindi rin po necessarily na confidential yung pangalan ng hardwares dahil yun nga po, hindi naman confidential yung pinagbilan kundi yung paggagamitan ng kanilang pondo.
Your Honor.
At this juncture, Your Honor, may we
With the permission of
manifest...
counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Yes, what is the pleasure of
Your
the
Honor,
counsel
may
for this
we
one?
move to strike out the responses of the witness to those questions as he's not competent and qualified to answer, especially since he is not pointing to any provision of the JC as to his opinion on whether confidential o hindi ang mga pangalan ng mga drug stores, ang mga pangalan ng mga sari-sari stores, Your Honors. I think that is beyond his competence, Your Honor, as an auditor.
If I may respond...
Unless, Your Honor, he can point to a specific provision in the joint circular.
Your Honor,
Counsel
please...
for the panel for prosecutors, Attorney Kapunan may respond before the
Your
chair
Honor,
makes a ruling.
please, Your Honor. First of all, they're asked and answered. Counsel should have timely objected when being asked. 3 times he was asked. Secondly, Your Honor, I don't think it is accurate to say that this has no basis because earlier, pinaghirapan po namin pakita yung mga particular provisions ng Joint Circular 2015 para i-point out ano-ano ang mga pwedeng gamitan ng confidential funds at ano-ano ang pwedeng paggamit or bawal na paggamit ng confidential funds. And this witness, Your Honor, based on the circular, did say that whatever activity that is must be related to the physical and financial plans submitted by the Office of the Vice President and or the DepEd. For instance, tables and chairs, what particular surveillance activity or operation or terrorist surveillance are tables and chairs and desktops and medicines and supplies related to? The payment of rewards, Your Honor. Again, this witness cited the particular provision of the joint circular that says the payment of reward should not stop there. It should point, Your Honor, according to the joint circular, it should point to particular documents that would show or point to that activity by which the rewards were deserved, Your Honor. So
Chair
it's
will make
very
a
clear
ruling.
in the circular, Your Honor.
Chair will make a ruling. Asked and answered is correctly pointed out by counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Aside from that, the witness is competent to testify as to how he evaluated the submissions and the response letters given by the Office of the Vice President in relation to the AOMC issued that were all based on JMC number 15-01.
Your Honor, I will
counsel
not be asking for reconsideration and I will submit to the ruling of the court. I just want to make it of record that when we say asked and answered, Your Honors, I gave leeway to the opposing counsel to ask the question basically because I did not think the question was objectionable, but it is the answer that I'm asking to be stricken out based on the competence of the witness because there is no provision under the JC that says ano yung sari-sari store ay hindi confidential. But again, Your Honor, I just wanted to put that on the record, but I will abide by the ruling of the Honorable Presiding
Duly
Officer,
noted,
Your Honor.
counsel for the respondent, and you may note a continuing objection should the counsel for the panel of prosecutors continue with this
Thank you,
line
Your
of
Honor.
questioning. Attorney
Thank you,
Kapunan,
Your
you may
Honor.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this juncture, Your Honor, may we manifest for the record that in accordance with our request for stipulation, we had presented for stipulation to counsel for the respondent 845 acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor, that would show recipients of the various amounts mentioned in relation to disbursement of confidential funds, their names, what they were spent for, and the dates of receipts, Your Honor. Sadly, counsel for the respondent has refused, despite this being common exhibits for the prosecution and defense, Your Honor, counsel has refused to stipulate. May I repeat that now? We are not stipulating as to the contents, which will be properly identified in part, because we will not present all 845, Your Honor, documents. But may we know from counsel if he
What does
will
counsel for respondent say?
attest to its existence, and that these were documents they themselves, Your Honor, submitted to the COA ICFAO by way of their liquidation. These are their very own documents by way of liquidation to the confidential funds, which were allotted and spent by the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd. But for the meantime, for the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor, these
Attorney po?
very same documents are what they submitted to the COA ICFAO, Your Honor.
Attorney po?
Your Honor, I beg the indulgence of the Honorable Court as well as the distinguished opposing counsel, but we really cannot stipulate on these matters precisely because the insinuation that this was the very documents that the OVP and DepEd submitted to COA is very much in question, Your Honors, because we can easily raise the issue and chain of custody. I'm not saying we will, but that is always on the table. And precisely, Your Honors, although they are labeled as common exhibits, we marked them separately, Your Honor. We did not have markings on the same documents, Your Honor. And that is our position. But again, I beg the indulgence and the patience, Your Honor, of the distinguished opposing counsel and the Honorable Court.
Can I
Counsel-
just, my last manifestation, Your Honor, anent this acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. You will note from the acknowledgement receipts that these are certified true copies. Certified true copies of receipts submitted to the COA ICFAO, Your Honor. They're not documents from the prosecution. They are documents which this witness, by way of subpoena, duces tecum, and testificandum, produced before this court, Your Honor. So the provenance, the source of these documents, and there is a certification issued by his office, show that there should be no doubt as to where these documents came from. As to their existence, Your Honor, there should be no doubt.
May the presiding officer ask, are we talking about the same number of documents to begin with? 847, correct, counsel?
845, Your Honor.
45? Counsel for the respondent?
I'm confirming now, Your Honor.
Are the common exhibits for both prosecution and respondent 845 documents?
Your Honor, the problem here is during the marking, there were inconsistencies with the number of ARs that were presented between each party, Your Honor. And that is why we cannot stipulate on the same. Now, as to the question on whether we have the same number for the fourth quarter, we are still verifying, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I will waste the court's time now if we verify further.
Anyway, counsel, Attorney Kapunan, unfortunately, if they are not willing to stipulate, the court cannot twist their hand into so stipulating for whatever reason they may have. So kindly proceed as you intended to.
We submit, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Witness. Nung nag-evaluate ka ng post-audit evaluation ng documents, liquidation documents submitted to you, your office, by the Office of the Vice President, was there evidence or documents submitted to your office to show how payments were made?
Ang tanging sinamit lang po nila in support of their payments po ay yung documentary evidence payments in the form of acknowledgement receipts.
Okay. And will you please tell this court, this impeachment court, if you, in the course of your post-audit, carefully evaluated acknowledgement receipts?
Ang ginawa ko po upon receipt of those acknowledgement receipts, tinabulate ko po lahat ng acknowledgement receipts na yon based on their purpose, based on their, kung kailan po yung dates of payment, and then based on the amount po na binayaran nila as provided po doon sa acknowledgement receipts.
You mentioned, Mr. Witness, that you prepared your own tabulation?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you bring them with you, this tabulation?
I brought it po with me.
Can you share them with us?
Your Honor, may I be allowed po to share the tabulation?
Witness may may refer to his notes with respect to the tabulation, yes.
Your Honor, please, I think defense counsel will note that this is not a pre-marked document during the pre-trial, but we had made a reservation that we will be marking documents in the course of our of this witness testimony.
Assisting counsel for the parties may approach the witness and view the document being referred to by the witness.
While counsel for the respondents are perusing the document, Your Honor, may we have this marked as Exhibit P-I-29?
Later on, you may do so. The clerk of court is so instructed to make the corresponding marking after, in due course, rather. Witness may answer the question.
Can you repeat the question po?
Okay, Mr. Witness, you said earlier in answer to my question that you received acknowledgement receipts and that you made a tabulation. Kung ano-ano itong mga acknowledgement receipts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We don't have a copy now and we reserve the right to provide counsel for the respondent a copy, but can you share with us your findings based on your notes or your tabulation?
Based on my tabulation po, napansin ko na some of the payments were dated December 2023, which is beyond the scope po nung covered ng kanilang cash advances. And yun nga po, katulad nung nasabi ko kanina, may mga payment of rewards po sila, either in cash, in medicines, and in various goods. Pero wala na po silang sinamit na any document na support or evidence, document evidencing the success of the information gathering activity on account of the information given by the informer. And also,
how did you prepare your tabulation?
Noong time po na binigay sa akin yung acknowledgement receipts, doon ko po tinabulate yung payments based doon nga po sa purpose po ng payment, doon sa date po ng payment and the amount po na binayaran doon sa recipients.
Will your tabulation show, and can you share with us if it does, ano ang sinabi mong mga purposes na naka-indicate?
Yes po, nakalagay po sa tabulation ko yung purpose.
Can you read from your notes, please? On page 1.
Your Honor, just to manifest for the record
Counsel
while
for
he's
respondent.
perusing his notes that when I inspected the document, it seems to be a privately encoded document, a printout without any signature of who prepared it.
Do you
Just a
confirm?
manifestation, Your Honor, just to put that
Do you
on record.
confirm, Mr. Witness?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay.
Since it is a personal notes po, so hindi ko na po pinirmahan yung
Duly
tabulation.
noted.
How many pages is your tabulation?
$19 pages po.
Okay. Your Honor, please, this P-29, P-1-29, which is a tabulation consisting of 19 pages, we will request that they, at the appropriate time, be submarked as P-29-A up to end series, Your Honor. Now.
So ordered.
can you read from your tabulation? What is in page 1? How many names are there? Total, if you recall. And based on your tabulation.
Can you repeat your question po?
Based sa tabulation na ginawa mo, na sinabi mo na summary ng mga acknowledgement receipts, how many is the total of the acknowledgement receipts?
Based on the acknowledgement receipts po, ang lumalabas na expenses ay 125,150,000.
125 million,
150,000.
150,000. For what period is this, Mr. Witness?
Based on the documents po na submitted to us, December 21 to 31, 2022. Pero katulad nga po ng sinabi ko, some of the dates po dun sa acknowledgement receipts ay dated December 2023.
Okay. Sinabi mo na ang total is 125,150,000. Magkano ba ang binigay na confidential funds?
Based on the documents submitted to ICPAO, 125 million pesos po.
May discrepancy. Hindi tugma, 150,000 na butal.
Based on the documents po, yes, may discrepancy po yung acknowledgement receipts and the accomplishment report.
Okay. Thank you for your pointing that out. Ano pa ang dapat malaman namin sa tabulation mo?
Yung meron po silang, katulad po nung sinabi ko kanina, meron silang purchases na ginawa. Pero yun nga po, supported lang po ng acknowledgement receipts instead.
Council Meduso.
I think nasa notice of suspension po yung amount. May I be allowed po to refer to the notice of suspension?
Okay.
This is a stipulated document, right, Council?
Yes, Your Honor. The notice of suspension is.
The
We
notice
will
of suspension?
We will ask again the question in due course.
Kindly ask the question again, Counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Witness is asking for permission to refer to the notice of suspension to answer your question. Assistant Counsels may approach.
Based on this notice of suspension, actually wala pong total pero nandito po yung breakdown ng amounts per type of purchase po.
Okay. Can we go through the breakdown of amounts?
Opo.
Based on your notice of suspension, which is a common exhibit of the prosecution and the defense.
As to the various goods which were given as rewards, 34,857,000. As to the medicines which were given as rewards,
34 million for rewards.
as to the medicines po which were given as rewards, 24,930,000. As to the purchase supplies, 11,813,000 pesos. As to the tables and chairs, 500,000 pesos. And as to desktop computers and printers, 3 million pesos.
What else, Mr. Witness?
Hindi pa rin po nila pala sinubmit yung proof of submission noong revised accomplishment report to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House.
Ngayon, if we show you a select few of these acknowledgement receipts, would you be able to identify them?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we ask our attorney, Mark Peña? Can I mention his name because his mother daw is watching?
Assisting counsels may approach for both
Attorney
parties.
Mark Peña.
Ano na ma-identify yan?
Where is it? Your Honor, the witness is being presented for the record 845 acknowledgement receipts. In a box, and for purposes of reference, these have been marked as Exhibits P-1-8 and series for the prosecution.
How many boxes, counsel?
3 boxes, Your Honor.
What was the folder earlier given to the witness by Attorney Peña?
The folder given, Your Honor, is just one of the folders, Your Honor.
Inside the box?
Inside the box. So for the record, Your Honor, Attorney Peña showed to the witness a sample folder of a folder which is among the 845 documents inside several folders inside 3 boxes.
Containing the 845 exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
Assisting counsel may show the witness a sample of the 845 acknowledgement receipts contained in a folder. So, Mr. Wamal, is this one of the 845 documents that you examined in relation to acknowledgement receipts pertaining to confidential funds allegedly spent for the period covering December 21 to December 31, 2022?
Yes, sir. Yes po, Your Honor.
You're a witness, counsel.
Okay. If I show you some, the defense. Could you please go over briefly the other folders? Your Honor, please, maybe ask for a 3-minute recess for this.
For what purpose, counsel?
So you can go over the folders and so I can sit down.
Ito po yung sample na...
Trial is suspended for how many minutes, counsel? 3 minutes then.
Pwede mo siyang Okay. Do I have to...
Trial is resumed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, please, if I
Counsel
might,
for the panel of prosecutors. Yes, ma'am.
if I may, Your Honor, as can be seen, the examination of the documents took more than 3 minutes, just to attest that these documents are voluminous. And in connection therewith, Your Honor, since counsel has not agreed to a stipulation of all 845 documents, we call to rescue Section 130 of Rule 130, Section 3, Your Honor, C. And for the record, if we may be allowed to read, Your Honor. This rule on documentary evidence is the exception to the original document rule, which requires that all documents must be presented. But in this particular section, Rule 130, Section 3C, it says, Your Honors, that when the original consists of numerous accounts, and that is what we are seeing today, and other documents which cannot be examined in court without great loss of time, and the facts sought to be established from them is only the general result of the same. I think, Your Honor, this is applicable, especially if we likewise see Section 7, which is summaries of the same rule, Your Honor. In Section 7, entitled Summaries, when the contents of documents, records, photographs, or numerous accounts are voluminous, as can be seen, 3 boxes and several folders, and the fact sought to be established is only the general result of the whole, the contents of such evidence may be presented in the form of a chart, a summary, or calculation. Your Honor, please, I think under this Rule 130, Section 3C, in conjunction with Section 7 relating to voluminous records and summaries, Your Honor, we will be, as we had earlier, marked a tabulation, which is the summary of all 845 acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor, all of which are intended to just prove one thing, Your Honor, to prove that certain amounts are covered by acknowledgement receipts which were submitted by way of liquidation for confidential funds, and the purpose for which they were spent or discharged or withdrawn are not in compliance with Joint Circular 2015, Your Honor. That is the result intended from this 845 documents, which we will no longer individually present. In lieu thereof, Your Honor, pursuant to Section 3C in conjunction with Section 7 of Rule 130, we will just be presenting the tabulation, Your Honor, marked as Exhibit P-1-29 and series, Your Honor, and reserve the right to just highlight certain select acknowledgement receipts, which we will ask this witness to testify to as to the contents thereof, Your Honor.
Comment from counsel for respondents.
We have no objection to the applicability of the rule invoked, Your Honor, by the distinguished opposing counsel without prejudice to our right to test the accuracy of the table at the proper time.
And to individually question its authenticity during cross or
Yes.
during its presentation, and to be given copies as well, should you so desire.
Correct, subject to cross, Your Honor.
Counsel may proceed in accordance with Rule 130, Section 3C in relation to Section 7, in relation to, given that the documents are indeed voluminous. And for the information of the Senator Judges, this does not in any way detract from the fact that the documents, the acknowledgement receipts do exist, only that they are too voluminous. Therefore, the witness will be testifying based on his summary of these documents instead of individually. Counsel for the panel of prosecutors may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the ruling. Now, I will show you select few of these acknowledgement receipts. And for better appreciation of the Honorable Impeachment Court, we will be flashing some select few. Exhibit P-1-8-184. Showing to you, Mr. Witness, this exhibit. It is an acknowledgement receipt in the name of Mary Grace Piatos for the amount of 70,000 pesos. Please peruse this document and tell us if this is among the acknowledgement receipts that you said you received and evaluated based on the submissions of the Office of the Vice President.
This AR po is among the acknowledgement receipts submitted by the OVP to ICFAO.
Before we go to this particular exhibit, in the name of Mary Grace Piatos for 70,000 pesos. Tell us, Mr. Witness, ano ba talagang ibig sabihin ng acknowledgement receipt?
Well, kapag sinabing acknowledgement, actually wala siyang provision dun sa joint circular, pero ito kasi ay parang proof of na-receive noong payee yung binayad sa kanya.
So, acknowledgement receipt, as the name suggests, acknowledges na na-receive.
Na-receive niya yung payment from the payor po.
So, ina-acknowledge ng isang Mary Grace Piatos na tumanggap siya ng magkano?
Based from this acknowledgement receipt po, tumanggap po si Mary Grace Piatos ng 70,000 pesos for the payment of rewards, close and open parenthesis, medicines.
Ano, bakit dalawa to? Payment of rewards tsaka medicines. Anong ibig sabihin? Ang binayad sa kanya na reward ay gamot?
Hindi ko po ma-determine based on this document alone po, kaya po kami nagpapasubmit ng additional documents. And also, since it is payment of rewards po, hindi rin po enough lang na acknowledgement receipts. Kailangan din pong makomply yung provision noong joint circular as to the payment of rewards.
Okay. So, itong Mary Grace Piatos acknowledgement receipt ay sinasabi mo na violation ito ng joint circular. Bakit?
Dahil hindi po ito properly supported by document evidencing success po, which is required under 4.8.5 of the joint circular 2015-01.
Okay. Incidentally, Mr. Witness, pag merong pangalang Mary Grace Piatos, kayo ba ay nag-i-investigate o kasama ba ng post-audit nyo ang mag-ascertain sino ba itong Mary Grace Piatos?
Since what we do po is compliance audit, so ang naging basehan lang po namin ng audit ay kung ano yung nakalagay or piniprescribe ng Joint Circular 2015-01. Pero dun sa Joint Circular naman po kasi, hindi naman nakalagay doon na kailangan tingnan namin yung recipient ng payment.
Okay. I will show you another document. Mark for the prosecution, Attorney Peña, P-1-8-619. Another Piatos, name Rene Piatos. Pakibasa. The amount is 100...
Counsel is Renan Piatos.
Renan Piatos. Renan Piatos. Ang amount 110,000 pesos. At ang date ay 12/27/2023. Being flashed on the screen for better appreciation of the Honorable Impeachment Court. What observation can you make or have you made as regards this acknowledgement receipt?
Based on this acknowledgement receipt po, binayad po siya noong December 27, 2023, which is 1 year po after nung supposedly coverage nung kanilang cash advance for confidential fund.
Kailan ba binigay ulit itong cash advance?
December 27, 2023 po, based on this document.
Pero what actually is the correct date, if you know?
I cannot determine po the correct date based on this document, pero dapat po kasi ipasok siya doon sa coverage ng kanilang cash advance based on the document submitted to ICPAO.
So, hindi ito pasok.
Yes, ma'am. Based on this document, yung period of payment, yung date of payment po ay hindi pasok doon sa coverage ng kanilang cash advance.
Anong tawag doon? Yung hindi pasok? Discrepancy?
Hindi po siya discrepancy. Hindi lang talaga siya pasok. Parang the payment was made outside the coverage noong
With the
cash
permission
advance.
of counsel, December 21 to December 31, 2022, yung covered period ng disbursement
Yes.
ng confidential fund, Mr. Wamil, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So when you say hindi pasok dun sa period na yon, ng
Yes
December
po, Your
21 to 31, 2022.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Dahil 2023 nakalagay na taon, supposedly. Tama?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay.
You may proceed, counsel.
12 months na hindi pasok. 2023. Exhibit P-1-8-4113. 413. In the name of Nova Santos for the amount of 85,000 pesos. Anong observation mo dito sa acknowledgement receipt na ito, if any?
Since it is payment of rewards po, enclosing up in parentheses, various goods, dapat ay supported po ito ng document of success as prescribed under item 4.8.5 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Ano bang kinoconsider ng COA-ICFAO na document of success?
Actually, wala kang specific na document as prescribed under the Joint Circular. Pero kapag may sinabit po kasi sa amin, chine-check namin if the requirement of the Joint Circular is met. So tinitingnan po namin yung relationship between the successful information gathering or surveillance activities vis-a-vis yung information given by the informer.
I'll show you now. P-1-8-531 in the name of Miko P. Harina for 295,000 pesos. Again, ang nakalagay dito, hindi pasok. 12/31/2023.
Leading, Your Honor. Objection.
Okay, I will reform.
Kindly reform,
What can you say, what can you observe about the date indicated there, if any?
The date po indicated in this document is December 31, 2023 as the date po nung receipt of payment by the
And what
payee.
significance can you draw, if any, from this date?
It is outside po dun sa period po nung kanilang disbursement, which is December 21 to 31, 2022.
And the purpose? Ano yung purpose na naka-indicate dyan?
Ang nakalagay po ay payment of purchase supplies.
Okay. Itong purchase supplies na ito, 295,000 worth of purchase of supplies. What documents, if any, were submitted
Ang sinamit
to
po nila,
indicate ano ang mga supplies worth 295,000 na binili nung 1 year after, 12/21/2023. Meron bang dokumentong sinubmit? At kung meron, ano-ano yun?
wala po silang document na sinamit. Ito lang pong acknowledgement receipt.
P-1-8-643 in the name of Janice Marie Revilla. Na-investigate mo ba kung kamag-anak to ni Senator Bong Revilla? Mr. Witness? Mr. Witness?
That is beyond na po our scope of audit.
Okay. And the amount is 70,000 pesos. Again, for purchase of information dated 12/28/2022. Any observation on this acknowledgement receipt?
Wala naman po akong nakitang observation dito sa acknowledgement receipt na ito. Since yung purchase of information is among those allowable expenses naman po under the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Patiting. P-1-8567 for 150,000 pesos. 12/23/2022. Parang hindi katiting ito. Patiting for purchase of information. Ang observation mo? Any observation?
Since ang allowed naman po ang purchase of information under 4.8 of the Joint Circular, wala naman po akong nakitang observation with respect to this acknowledgement receipt.
P-1-8-545 in the name of Odi or Andy C. Lim for 50,000 pesos. Andilim. Kanya ko pala hindi mabasa. Andilim. Para kay Andilim. 50,000 pesos. Ang date, 12/21/2023. Ano ang observation mo ulit? Kung meron man.
Yung date of payment po, December 27, 2023, is outside the coverage po nung kanilang period of disbursement, which is December 21 to 31, 2022.
Kung merong andilim, siguro dahil
Objection,
pikit.
Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I've been giving leeway to opposing counsel, but I think she's been coloring, the contents of the documents more than what is shown
Your
in the
Honor, I'm
document
just reading. It
itself.
says here. And
No,
counsel
Your
can
Honor,
It says andilim.
I think you
It's the
know
way
my
it
point, Your
sounds, Your
Honor.
Honor. It's like patiting. That's the way it's spelled. And the next one, maybe you will object again. It's Alejandro A. Pikit. I was gonna say, kanya siguro madali. May pikit ang mata. Pikit.
Exactly, Your Honor, our point, Your Honor.
Pikit.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, I think you know what the counsel for the respondent is talking about.
Yes.
Kindly proceed accordingly.
Okay, Alejandro A. Pikit, P-18-544 for 90,000 pesos. And the date here, again, is 12/21/2023. Purchase of information. Any observation, Mr. Witness?
Yung date of payment po na December 21, 2023 based on this document is outside po doon sa kanilang period of disbursement.
Okay. P-1-8-556 being shown to you and flashed on the screen is for Fiona Byong for 80,000 pesos, 12/22/2022, also for payment of information. Any comment, Mr. Witness?
Wala naman po akong particular observation on this AR kasi yung purchase of information is allowed naman po under 4.8 of the Joint Circular.
And the last two, also for payment of information, P-1-8-654 for Cisfronio Balsac for 70,000 pesos. And P-1-8-615 for Gabriel S. Bisaya for 70,000 pesos. 12/27/2022. Any observations, Mr. Witness?
Yung date of payment po na December 27, 2023, which is outside the coverage po nung kanilang period of disbursement.
Now, having shown you selected few of these 845 acknowledgement receipts, can you confirm now that the ones shown to you and those that are part of your summary stated in your tabulation are the documents submitted to you by the Office of the Vice President by way of liquidation of monies allegedly paid to alleged payees and for alleged purposes?
Yes po, ma'am.
I will go now to the Office of the Vice President. What happened next, if any?
From what period po yung tinatanong niyo, ma'am? From the date of...
After you received the response of the Office of the Vice President, what action did you take, if any?
I evaluated po the response, the explanation contained in the response as well as the documents po attached in the response, and nag-issue po kami ng notice of suspension dahil hindi pa rin po compliant yung kanilang submission sa ICFAO.
Again, can you remind us what a notice of suspension is?
Based on the Joint Circular 2015-01, notice of suspension is a written notification to the head of the agency and the agency accountant, informing them of the temporary disallowance in audit of the disbursement because it appears that the disbursement is illegal, irregular, or improper, and that they are required to submit an explanation or justification or the documents being sought in the notice of suspension or both po.
If a notice of suspension is shown to you, P-1-13-A, which is a common exhibit with the defense, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And for better appreciation of the Honorable Impeachment Court, we will
Assisting
be
counsel of
flashing the
both
same
parties
on
may
the screen.
approach. You may proceed, counsel.
In your notice of suspension, which you said you issued, and which is a common exhibit, what were your recommendations thereat?
In this notice of suspension po, katulad po nung in-explain ko kanina, may mga payment of rewards silang ginawa in cash, in medicine, and in various goods, pero hindi po properly supported with any document evidencing success as prescribed po in item 4.8.5 of the Joint Circular. That is observation number 1 po.
We are flashing on the screen, and for easy reference, this has been boxed, Your Honor. What else?
Also, in the NS po, yun, katulad din nung sinabi ko kanina, meron silang mga purchases na ginawa, which is yung purchases of medicine, which were given as rewards. Yung purchases of various goods, which were given as rewards. Yung purchase supplies, yung tables and chairs, at yung desktop printers and computers ay supported lamang ng acknowledgement receipts instead of sales invoices or official receipts. And also with respect to the purchased tables and chairs and desktop printers and computers, hindi po nila in-indicate if these purchases were intended for the confidential operations of the Office of the Vice President.
What else is here in your notice of suspension?
Third po, yung ibang acknowledgement receipts po, yung receipts of payment ay naka-December 2023 at yung ibang acknowledgement receipts ay wala pong date kung kailan ni-receive ni payee yung payment po.
No. If these acknowledgement receipts, there are certain acknowledgement receipts dated 2023, if shown to you, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing to you now. Acknowledgement receipts dated December 20, 2023, beyond the period beyond the covered period of the last quarter of 2022. Please go over these documents.
Assisting counsel may show the witness the documents.
Your Honor, please, this notice of suspension, as I mentioned earlier, is a common exhibit, Your Honor, and I will call the witness to please take a look at Annex A of this notice of suspension, which appears to be a tabulation of these undated and dated 2023 acknowledgement receipts. Are you looking at it? Annex A?
Should I proceed with the...
What is the total, Mr. Witness, based on your Annex A of your notice of suspension of the total amount for acknowledgement receipts issued for a period not covered by the confidential funds?
Can you clarify po yung question? Yung mga dated December 2023 po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Witness.
Based on this annex po, yung total ng mga acknowledgement receipts na dated December 2023 ay 25,606,000 pesos.
For 2023, 25,606,000. What about confidential funds liquidated based on undated acknowledgement receipts na walang date? Undated.
Based po on
Is that also shown in your Annex A?
Yes po, ma'am.
Can you tell this court how much that amount is for undated acknowledgement receipts na walang petsa?
Ang total amount po ay 3,276,000 pesos po.
Okay, and pag tinotal natin ito, magkano lahat ito ang nakalagay sa notice of suspension mo?
Yung undated tsaka December
Yes, Mr.
20.
Witness.
Bali, ang magiging total po ay almost 29 million pesos po.
Sa notice of suspension, what other findings are stated thereon?
Sa notice of suspension po, may findings din po about some expenses po na pinresent doon sa kanilang acknowledgement receipts na hindi presented doon sa kanilang accomplishment report.
What else, Mr. Witness?
Number 5 po dun sa notice of suspension, katulad po nung sinabi ko kanina, yung total expenses nila based on the acknowledgement receipts ay umabot ng 125,150,000, which is 150,000 in excess po doon sa kanilang total expenses based on the accomplishment report na 125 million pesos.
Let me try to understand this. Nag-issue ang total is sobra. Nag-liquidate, pero ang liquidate nila ay sobra sa amount na 150 million.
Ang ginastos po nila based on the acknowledgement receipts ay sobra po compared dun sa laman ng kanilang accomplishment report.
May discrepancy?
May discrepancy po na 150,000 pesos.
What happened? May notice of suspension. What happened after you issued this notice of suspension? If any?
After po ma-issue yung notice of suspension ay wala na po akong personal knowledge since nag-transfer na po ako to other audit sector po of the Commission on Audit.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. We have just finished the liquidation of the last quarter of 2022. We are mindful, Your Honor, of the request of the presiding judge to end at 2:30. Would you like us to continue? There are 3 more quarters for the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education. We can start for 10 more minutes or we can end here. Mr.
Let's end at 2:30, Council. Let's
Yes.
try to
Okay.
use up the time. You can proceed with the first quarter of the OVP. All of these documents are admitted and stipulated to by the Council for Respondent anyway.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Witness, let's now go to the first court, let us now go to the first quarter. Mr. Witness, you mentioned earlier that aside from the fourth quarter of 2022, you also audited the OVP's liquidation of confidential funds for the first 3 quarters of 2023. You confirm that, Mr. Witness?
Yes po, I confirm po.
If I show you the OVP's, the Office of the Vice President's response, dated November 30, 2023, a stipulated document, and for prosecution marked as Exhibit P-1-12-D, dated November 30, 2023. And we are showing it on the screen, Your Honors, for better appreciation by the impeachment court. What, Mr. Witness, were, if any, were the liquidation documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President as regards the confidential funds received for first quarter and the second quarter of 2023?
Counsel, just to point it out, I believe that the November 30 response pertains to the last quarter of 2022, not the first quarter of 2023.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for pointing it out, Your Honor. For the first quarter of 2023, what documents were submitted by the Office of the Vice President by way of liquidation of the confidential funds for this period?
The documents po submitted by the Office of the Vice President for the first and second quarter of 2023 include yung kanilang liquidation report, yung disbursement voucher, yung cheque, yung obligation request, their physical and financial plan for calendar year 2023, yung kanilang quarterly accomplishment reports, and yung proof of submission po noon dun sa Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House, yung certification po nung accountable officer on the utilization of the confidential fund, yung designation po nung kanilang special disbursing officer, yung specimen signatures nung signatories nung documents, at yung fidelity bond po nung kanilang accountable officers.
And Mr. Witness, if these documents are shown to you, would you be able to identify the same? Again, Your Honor, the documents mentioned by the witness are stipulated documents.
Councilman Reproach.
Marked both by the prosecution and defense. Showing to you, Mr. Witness, liquidation documents for the period covering February 6 to March 29, 2023. For another period, April 25.
Liquidation
Okay. Among the documents being shown to you is a physical and financial plan issued by the Office of the Vice President for calendar year 2023, being flashed on the screen, specifically a physical and financial plan dated January 20, 2023, marked as Exhibit P-1 -14-A-1 common exhibit with the respondent defense. On the lower right side of this document, there appears a signature below the words approved by. Whose signature is this, Mr. Witness?
This is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
And again, tell us why you know this signature. Tell us.
Because the OBP po submitted specimen signatures of the signatories po, and one of the specimen signatures submitted is that of the Vice President, and her signature po on the specimen signature submitted is the same with her signature po on this document.
And in this very same document, there is a phrase, quote unquote, approved by. What does this mean?
Ang ibig sabihin po noon ay inapprove po ni Vice Presidente yung contents ng fiscal and financial plan na sinubmit sa ICFAO.
Please take a look at these documents and tell us what significant observations have you made?
If any.
Based on this document po, hindi po naka-indicate dun sa column A yung specific confidential activities as required po under 4.2 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Why is this necessary?
It is necessary po since under item 4.2 po of the Joint Circular, it shall be the basis po ng disbursements ng kanilang confidential fund.
What else did you observe, Mr. Witness?
Since yung hindi po naka-enumerate yung kanilang specific confidential activities, yung columns for the expected outcome at yung column for the physical target ay hindi rin po kompleto since hindi po nakamatch yun doon sa kanilang specific confidential activities.
For the record, because it's not quite clear, could you read for the record what is there stated in the third column?
In the third column po, physical target. Letter A, number of identified areas with surveillance conducted and monitored, and letter B, percentage of activities implemented without and toward security-related incidents.
Okay, you mentioned number of areas. What specific number was indicated there?
Ang wala pong naka-indicate dito, ma'am.
There is no indication as to areas. What about where? Specifically, province, city, were these surveillances conducted?
Wala pong naka-indicate dito based on this document po.
And why is that necessary, Mr. Witness?
Actually, it is a plan, since it is a physical and financial plan, so ito po talaga yung basis nila for their disbursement.
Okay. What else is indicated there?
Can you repeat your question po?
Ano pa nakalagay dyan sa third column na binabasa natin kanina?
Yung dalawa lang po, yung A and B.
Okay.
Number of identified areas and yung percentage of activities implemented.
And Mr. Witness, any other observation that you have made?
Katulad po nung sinabi ko kanina, dapat ay nakamatch yan dun sa kanilang specific confidential activities. Pero since hindi po naka-enumerate yung kanilang specific confidential activities, so hindi rin po kompleto yung information dun sa kanilang physical target.
Ano naman, based on this, ano naman ang provision, applicable provision ng joint circular?
That is yung
applicable dito.
Yung item 4.2 po of the joint circular.
Ano ang 4.2 natin ulit?
It provides there po that all allocations for confidential fund must be supported with a physical and financial plan which shall indicate the proposed amount for each project, programs, and activities where the disbursements from the confidential fund shall be based.
Okay. We now go to the last set of documents, which are also stipulated documents. Three more documents. I am showing to you three checks, specifically land bank checks, a land bank check 002444053 dated January 31, 2023, previously marked as Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-11-B. Again, this is a stipulated document. What, if any, is the significance of this land bank check being flashed on the screen for easy reference?
Ito pong land bank checks, ito yung proof na pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung kanilang cash advance.
At magkano ang land bank check na yan?
Based on these land bank checks po, ang amount po ay 125 million pesos per quarter from the first to third quarter of 2023.
Another check, land bank check number 002455511 dated April 18, 2023, marked as Exhibit P-1-11-C, another stipulated document. What is the significance of this check? Being shown to you, Mr. Witness, and being flashed on the screen for easy reference of the impeachment court.
Ang significance po nito ay pwede na nilang i-withdraw. It is a proof that pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung amount of the cash advance.
And Mr. Witness, these three checks, and there is one last more.
One more check, Counsel.
One more check. Land bank check number 000245664 dated July 13, 2023, marked as Prosecution Exhibit P-1-11-D, also a stipulated common exhibit. Please take a look at this check. Tell us the significance of this check, if any.
The significance of this check po is it is a proof po na pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung kanilang cash advance for this quarter.
And this check submitted to your office, to the COA ICFAO,
Yes, ma'am.
are the very same checks that you identified this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
With the indulgence of counsel, you want to wrap up there and continue your direct tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
The witness is excused. Mr. Wamil, kindly be here again tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the continuation of your testimony. You will be testifying under the same oath. Now, for some administrative matters, pursuant to the July 20, 2026 ruling of the presiding officer, the BIR, Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Anti-Money Laundering Council, BDO Unibank, Philippine Savings Bank, PS Bank, Metropolitan Bank and Trust Company, Security Bank, Land Bank of the Philippines, and the Bank of the Philippine Islands, through their representatives, submitted the subpoena documents to the Office of the Clerk of Court on July 30, 2026. During their submission, however, BDO Unibank and Security Bank manifested their request for an additional period of 10 days. 10 banking days rather, or until August 13 to submit documents which they were not able to submit on time. BDO requested for additional time to retrieve, compile, produce, and submit item number 3 in the subpoena, namely all account transactions, records, ledgers, journals, etc., and transaction logs. Meanwhile, Security Bank manifested that due to the volume, it was unable to complete the printing of documents pertaining to 2 of the 20 entities, namely GenCorp Industries and Cali 88 Foods Corporation. In view of the foregoing, the court resolves to note and grant the request of BDO for an additional 10 days, 10 banking days rather, or until August 13 to submit the additional documents required by the subpoena duces tecum. Right, likewise, BDO is directed to submit 4 additional USB flash drives containing the electronic copies of the subpoena documents which were submitted on July 30. The same ruling applies for the other banks and government agencies and offices. The court also notes and grants the request of Security Bank for an additional 10 working days from July 30 or until August 13 to submit to the clerk of court the 3 certified true copies and 5 USB flash drives containing the complete electronic copies of the bank records pertaining to GenCorp Industries Incorporated and Calia Foods 88. For the information of the senator judges, the clerk of court received the submission coming from the BIR after the BIR commissioner submitted a presidential authorization providing for the release of the documents from the BIR as required by Section 71 in relation to Section 270 of the National Internal Revenue Code, in compliance again with the court's directive prior to receiving its submission. For the information of the senator judges and then for the information of the parties, copies shall be given, if at all, to the parties after the submissions have been completed, where the parties will be given equal opportunity to review the documents, photocopy the same, and study the same, since this is still the last article we will be taking up. So ordered. If there are no other business to be taken up, we will adjourn the trial, and for the information of the senator judges, session shall be convened at 3 p.m. in the afternoon upon advice of the Senate President, Senate President Win Gatchalian. Trial is adjourned until tomorrow, August 4 at 10 a.m.
Yung walang resibo or acknowledgement receipt. Tapos si VP lang ang may confidential fund among the VPs and the Secretary, Previous Secretary of Defense.
Opo. Nako, mahirap sagutin sir yung unang tanong nyo because yan ay siguro masasagot natin pagdating sa cross-examination naman ng defense, no? At hindi lang dito sa witness na to, I think para rin sa susunod na witness kasi kanina nakita naman natin kung ano lang yung saklaw ng witness na ito. At I believe meron pang isang witness na COA rin, no, na mag-testify. So masasagot. Hindi ko muna sagutin yan because that will really be on the merits na. But secondly, doon sa CVP lang, ang sinagot lang naman ng witness is kung saklaw lang nung kanyang time, no, sa COA ICFAO. So, kung meron bang confidential funds yung previous vice presidents, aside from the Vice President Sara Duterte, I'm sure you can fact check that. I think may mga lumabas na rin na ganyan kamakailan, diba? Kung sino mga vice president may confidential funds. So, yun namang nasagot ng witness kanina is based on his experience in ICFAO lamang. So, I think the period was from 2014 to 2024, kung hindi ako nagkakamali.
Attorney, kanina marami po tayong pumayag na mag-stipulate on certain facts but not on the 11-day period na sinasabi po nung prosecution. Can you expound on that? Bakit hindi po tayo pumayag sa stipulation?
Yes, because sa atin, no, yung 11 days kasi may mga explanation yan, may maaari tayong gawin na cross dyan. So, hindi pa muna tayo pumayag sa stipulation doon. But as to the other documents, such as yung mga sinabmit sa COA, maliban lang sa acknowledgement receipts, of course, but yung pagdating doon sa mga, naging AOM or notice of suspension, I think those are official documents naman ng COA. So, hindi na natin dinidispute yun, katulad ng mga ginawa natin doon sa mga cheque na in-encash sa land bank kamakailan. I mean, yung na-discuss kamakailan.
Talagang matindi ang pagtutuloy mo doon, attorney.
Sa acknowledgement receipts. Opo, dahil loose po kasi yan, no? They're separate sheets. So, we cannot stipulate based on, I think, around 3,000, 4,000 documents. We really have to protect rin naman po the rights of our client. Although, I think narinig nyo rin naman, na-mention ko rin kanina, na kung pwede lang naman, mag-stipulate na talaga kami. Kaya lang, pagdating doon, we really had to take a hard line because syempre, we cannot be, we have to be diligent din in our duties as her counsel and we cannot risk, no? Sa dami ng dokumento na yon, diba? Wala kaming sinasabing baka may pineke or something. I just want to make that clear. Pero ang sinasabi natin is hindi natin alam, diba? So ayaw natin na mag-stipulate sa ganun karaming dokumento, lalong-lalo na since yung nature nga niya ay acknowledgement receipts, no?
Sir, for fairness lang, kasi kanina tinanong ko yung COSAC, may signature si VP sa financial physical plan and also sa voucher, sa disbursement vouchers. And I asked for the significance of the signature. Sabi ni Attorney Tolosa is that it ties the Vice President to whatever malfeasance they will find in the spending of the confidential funds.
Well, sa atin, yung mga dokumento na yan ay kinailangan dumaan sa isang proseso, dumaan sa approval. As to the malfeasance, that's for them to prove, no? At sa atin, that's for us to also disprove, diba? So, we will find out in the coming days. But again, as the COA representative said earlier, their audit is limited to just compliance with the joint circular. Nothing further than that, diba?
Liquidation, whose responsibility is it? Is it the Vice President?
That's something that we will have to discuss in the coming days. No? So I can't answer you muna dyan. But you can read the joint circular and you can see naman sino yung mga accountable officers po talaga doon.
Rephrase kasi. How much is the involvement of the Vice President in terms of the
documents will I don't want to, again, you're tying me to an answer and I can't answer you because we're delving into the merits. I'm really sorry, sir.
Sir, nakabalik na po ba si VP? And ano po yung nirelay sa kanila?
Ang alam ko, Hindi ko masigurado kung nakabalik siya. I think nakabalik na based on the schedule. But again, you have to confirm with OVP dahil hindi na po ako spokesperson ng OVP. I think we always forget that. So I'm not privy to the daily schedule of the Vice President. But pagdating naman po sa communication, it's just updates on our part. Wala namang anything significant dun sa normal updates na binibigay lang namin sa kanya on a day-to-day basis pagdating dito sa impeachment proceedings.
Attorney, meron po ba mga pasabog dun sa mga ipinusenta kanina ng testigo at sa kanilang testimony?
Wala naman po dahil sa aming pananaw, yan naman na ang lumabas sa COA findings. Pina-identify lang naman sa COA kung ano yung kanilang naging findings. So kumbaga, nothing that we haven't read before. No, I think ang hindi lang nasasagot ng COA pa sa ngayon is ano yung nangyari after ng mga findings sila, diba? Which I'm sure we'll get to in the next few days.
Attorney, how will the defense or how does the defense intend to respond doon sa findings na based on the joint memorandum circulars, attorney, meron doon mga beyond purposes, yung mga acknowledgement receipts and beyond the dates that were supposed to be in the period?
Sorry, Chai, but you'll know when we do our cross-examination. When you'll know. Oh, definitely sa cross or even in our evidence in chief kung kinakailangan, meaning if it's our turn. But if we could, but pagdating naman sa cross, we can also ask questions on those matters.
Sir, balik lang ko lang si VP. Sir, na-share niyo po sa kanya yung decision ni President Marcos na i-allow yung opening ng mga bank?
Hindi na po. Because that's all in the news. So I don't share things in the news na meron naman siyang sarili ng news monitoring. So I don't share those things.
Wala naman siyang comment, sir?
Hindi ko na po na-share. So wala din po siyang comment.
Okay. Attorney, to your knowledge, meron pa ba other acknowledgement receipt na may nakapangalan kay Mary Grace Piatos?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm not trying to be evasive. Hindi ko lang po talaga alam. Hindi ko naman namin.
Kasi talagang sobrang, syempre, kilala si Mary Grace Piatos. Kanina doon sa trial, lumalabas sa 70,000 pesos yung nabigay sa kanya compared doon sa mas malalaki pang mga pangalan.
Hindi ko po alam kung ano yung susurmise natin doon sa halagang binigay sa kanya or halagang compared sa iba. I think ang importante po talaga dito, you'll have to wait doon sa ano ba yung naging findings talaga ng COA. No? Kasi yung Mary Grace Piatos, lumabas lang naman yan sa congressional hearings di ba? So ngayon nandito pa lang tayo sa COA, I'm sure magkakaroon ng ebidensya para tugunan yung Mary Grace Piatos issue. Magkakaroon ng ibang witness para tugunan yung Mary Grace Piatos issue. But pagdating naman sa pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, it's really just the COA findings.
Asawa po kaya siya ni Renan Piatos?
I don't want to speculate, ma'am. I don't want to speculate. I don't know her personally, so I cannot speculate.
But definitely yung po mga pinakita kanilang ebidensya, testimonya ay kaya natin tapatan yon sa inyong cross-examination next.
Well, ayoko naman sabihin tapatan. I think sabihin na lang natin na kaya nating suriin yung mga naging findings ng COA para mapakita lang sa ating mga kababayan kung ano yung buong storya. No? Because this is just one side of the story. But again, factual lang din naman yung nangyari kanina, di ba? Lumalabas lang naman yung COA findings. So sa ating pagsusuri, as much as possible, syempre factual din lang po tayo. We'll stick with what COA knows. We cannot naman kasi add on to yung limitations ng witness kung ano lang yung participation niya dun sa testimonya na binibigay po niya.
Attorney, bakit kayo nag-object dun sa undealing?
Sa akin lang naman po, although again, with all due respect to Attorney Kapunan dahil hindi ko naman po gusto talaga mag-object kung hindi kinakailangan. Yun lang kasi parang nabibigyan kasi ng kulay pag ganong mga pangalan. Although she stated naman for the record na she's just reading it the way it's written. So, but to me kasi ang dating sa akin is nabibigyan ng kulay. Of course, no offense meant to Attorney Kapunan. I'm just doing my job as counsel. So, and I found the question to be objectionable. If you noticed, medyo malimit lang naman yung pag-o-object ko kanina. Maraming bagay na sa tingin ko hindi na dapat objectan. At katulad nga kanina, nagkaroon kami ng issue na ang pinapa-strike out ko yung sagot. Ang sabi, dapat nag-object ako sa tanong. Well, kaya kinailangan kong i-put on record lang na hindi naman kasi talaga objectionable yung tanong. Pero yung sagot yung objectionable. Kaya lang ako nag-object na, well, actually, I did object. I moved that the answer be stricken off the record. So, may mga ganong bagay, may mga ganong nuances, no? But, again, I respect the distinguished counsel, Attorney Kapunan, greatly. So, I think it was, it was an interesting session today. Kaya lang yun nga, hindi pa tayo natatapos.
Last
Yes, Ms. Katrina.
Ano yung legal basis for the use of possible aliases sa mga acknowledgement receipts without delving into the matter? Just the legal basis.
We're not yet there, so I won't discuss that. That's not covered by the COA witnesses, no? So we're not yet there. I beg your patience. I understand the question, but I beg your indulgence and your patience. Baka dun sa tamang witness natin pag-usapan po yan.
So mabibring up po sa earlier?
Tingnan natin. I'm sure, kasi isa yan sa mga issues di ba? So whether alias ba yun o hindi, yung mga ganung bagay, I'm sure at one point matatakil yan, but I don't want to preempt anything that the prosecution will present, in fairness to them, and I also don't want to preempt our own defenses kung sakali man. So ayoko munang itakil kasi dito pa lang tayo sa COA. I think importante and maganda yung natatanong niyo yung mga ganyan actually para maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan na sa ngayon dun pa lamang tayo sa COA findings at this will not be the end of it all, no? Marami pang may mga magtetestigo sa prosecution and even on the defense side.
Attorney, another clarification, attorney. What happened during the 30-minute suspension for our public?
We were just comparing the documents because si Attorney Kapunan, meaning the prosecution panel, was asking for us to stipulate on a list of documents. And as I've mentioned to you last week, kahit na ine-expect natin na mas masilimuot yung itong COA na mga witnesses, kung pwede naman nating paikliin, ready din naman at willing din naman ng defense na paikliin. That's why, ang ginawa lang po namin kanina, before we jumped the gun and just said na we were okay with stipulating, syempre, due diligence lang on our part, kinompare lang namin yung mga documents sila sa documents namin, kung pareho, at yun ba talaga yung gusto nilang ma-stipulate. And nung nakita naman namin na pareho, we agreed to the stipulation, to the proposal to stipulate. Sorry.
Verify ko lang. Attorney Tolosa said that during the pre-trial, you did not agree to pre-mark this set of documents itong tinapad niyo kanina. Kaya tayo nag-stipulate niyo. Hindi niyo pinag-usapan ng pre-trial.
I think both, I think all documents were marked, no, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, some kasama pa dun sa hinabol. Pero wala kasing, we did not agree to stipulate on certain facts noong pre-trial. So, itong sa marking, ang nangyari kasi kaya rin sinasabi na common exhibit, at kaya ko rin sinasabi, kunyari sa acknowledgement receipts, na hindi po siya technically common exhibit kasi although maybe pareho yung dokumento, separate po yung marking namin. Meaning yung marking na acknowledgement receipt nila, meron din kaming sariling mga set of acknowledgement receipts na minarkahan. Hindi yun yung parang common exhibit na isang dokumento, dalawang marking, prosecution and defense. Yung ang nangyari po dito sa acknowledgement receipts, may sarili silang mga acknowledgement receipts, kami rin may sariling set.
Pero pre-trial, you did not stipulate talaga. I mean, why?
Because there was no stipulation needed for pre-trial. Ang stipulation na ginagawa sa pre-trial is stipulation on facts. No? Pagdating sa documents, it's really just marking.
Attorney, on the
Sige lang po.
records lang po, will you still oppose yung presentation nito once this is offered po?
Hindi pa namin masasabi kasi sa ngayon, sa PINA pa lang naman yung stage, meaning procedural siya. Compliance lang dun sa PINA. Ngayon, pag dumating yung panahon na i-present to, nabanggit ko rin to sa isang show the other day na hindi pa naman nawawala yung karapatan natin mag-object as to the admissibility. Kasi ang isang dokumento para maging ebidensya, it has to be admitted into evidence, and to be able to do that, you have to fulfill two requisites, no? Yung competence and yung relevance. Competence meaning dapat po ay naayon siya sa batas or walang nagbabawal sa kanya bilang ma-admit bilang ebidensya, and ang pangalawa is yung kung relevant ba siya. So it will depend on saan gagamitin to, and we will see if we will oppose or not.
Sorry to pose this question lang. Doon sa mga posibleng mag-isip, pag walang resibo, illegal ang paggamit ng phone.
Sir, gusto ko sana kayo talagang sagutin, pero hindi pa kasi tapos, nasa prosecution pa lang po tayo. Siguro hintayin na lang po natin na matapos din yung cross-examination and even yung defense. Pasensya na po, sir. I really understand the question. Kasi nga hanging ngayon, no, na ano pa lang. So let's just wait na matapos itong witness na to. And again, hindi lang ito yung witness. Meron pang ibang witnesses to come. Again, I really apologize to you for that.
Maraming sinasabing acknowledgement receipt, pero ang mga napili, sina Mary Grace Piatos, si Annie, etc. Do you think calculated dito ng prosecution?
Of course, planado kung ano yung i-represent mo. But let's not cast aspersions also against the prosecution pagdating doon. Siyempre, strategy nila yan. And it's within their prerogative kung aling ARs. So, sa akin, definitely, kahit naman sa defense, kung ano yung ilalabas namin in a random stock, siyempre po, alam na rin, full control na rin kami kung ano yung ilalabas natin. So, although sinabi natin na siyempre alam nila kung ano yung ilalabas nila, wala naman po masama doon, prerogative naman po nila yon. Just like magiging prerogative rin ng defense pag kami naman yung nagrepresenta ng mga ganitong receipts. Okay? Sige po. Yeah, opo. Sige po. Thank you very much for your patience. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Magandang hapon po.
ang maging observation or maging submission ng mga documents or substantial compliant lang. Ang sinabi ni Attorney Wamil is strict compliance kasi pera ng taong bayan itong pinaggagamitan dito sa confidential activities, di ba? So that's why it's important also na yung mga additional attachment pagdating sa pagpa-purchase ng information tas gagamitin mo gamot or gagamitin mo na reward tables and chairs. Halimbawa si Mary Grace Piatos ang binayad sa kanya ay medisina, hindi natin alam kung masakitin ba ito si Mary Grace Piatos. So kailangan may additional na sales invoice para halimbawa makomply nila na talagang apart from the receipt ng acknowledgement receipt, merong nagpapatunay na tinanggap nila with the amount of 70,000 in the case of Mary Grace Piatos na gamot ang kanyang tinanggap ay may sales invoice of let's say penicillin halimbawa na worth 70,000 pesos. Hindi natin alam, baka may plano si Mary Grace Piatos na magtayo ng butika. No? 70,000 worth of medicine. Kaya strict compliance at hindi substantial compliance ang kailangan ng ICFAO, no? Para ma-determine na tama yung paggamit ng confidential funds.
Pero ano po yung initial assessment ng prosecution team when it comes to these names? Are they parang at the very least questionable? Kasi parang kumikita natin may Andy Lim, di ba? May Miko Harina. Ayun po. And also, ilan po yung ARs in total? And how much in total po itong na-release?
Lumalabas yung mga ARs, no? Nasa more than 3,000. Almost 4,000. 3,800? 3,800 plus. So, ito yung mga ARs. Pero, kagaya nga ng binanggit kanina ng ating counsel for the prosecution, si Attorney Lorna Kapunan, na isa-summarize lang nila. Ang ginamit na lang i-summary at ilan lamang ang kanilang nilabas dahil it will take time. Kung isipin mo, could you imagine kung kada isang acknowledgement receipt ay ilalantad pa. Anyway, yung iba naman, insofar as the other acknowledgement receipts are concerned, yung for the first quarter, second quarter, and third quarter of 2023, ito naman ay in-stipulate na. Ibig sabihin, hindi na kailangan ipresenta dahil common exhibit na. Ang pinag-uusapan na lamang ngayon o kailangan na lang ipresenta at patunayan yung more than 800 na acknowledgement receipt para sa December 2022.
Dagdag ko lang yun yung acknowledgement receipt na sinasabi, no? With dun sa last quarter of 2022, merong 25,606,000 worth of acknowledgement receipts na hindi sakop doon sa coverage ng last quarter. Ibig sabihin, ang date na lumabas ay 2023, January of 2023. January 2023. A worth of 25,606,000 na acknowledgement receipts na ang kanyang petsa ay outside doon sa petsa na covered noong last quarter of 2022. Merong 3,200,000 na undated. Ito yung mga acknowledgement receipts, wala silang naka-specify na date, petsa, no? Oo. So yung blanco, na yun yung naging observation nila, no, na nag-trigger doon sa notice of suspension.
Well, questionable kasi nga naging ano sila eh. Kaya nga sila inisyuhan ng audit observation memo at ito naman ay hindi naman nila na-justify kaya ang sumunod na notice of suspension. So hindi pa sinasabi yung notice of disallowance na susunod.
Magandang hapon po, Isa Umali from DZWB. I-follow up ko lang din po yung question ni Kenneth. Yung pong mga names kasi na lumabas ngayon, medyo bago rin po yung iba, di ba? Kumbaga hindi siya lumabas before. So kayo po ba, nagkaroon din po ba ng efforts to know kung ano yung records nila sa Philippine Statistics Authority? Meron ba silang records ng kapanganakan, kasal, or kamatayan po?
Kung maalala po ninyo, nung pong panahon, nung Committee on Good Government noong 19 Congress, kasama po sila sa mga sinumite namin sa PSA at lumalabas doon sa record halos 70 or 80% ng mga pangalan na sinubmit o ginamit dito sa acknowledgement receipt. Lahat po ay wala pong petsa ng kapanganakan, wala rin petsa ng kamatayan. So lumalabas, sila ay hindi nag-i-exist na tao.
So, masasabi po talaga na fictitious tong mga to?
Well, hindi pa natin masasabi. Well, pwede nating sabihin ginamit silang pseudonym. 'Di ba? Kasi ginagamit naman daw nila yan sa Intel. Pero ang susunod na magiging tanong diyan, sino yung totoong tao?
And,
alam ko yung pseudonyms, no, kasi during the hearing ni Chairman Joel, sinabi naman talaga at na doon sa joint circular, kung di ako nagkakamali, even if gagamit kayo ng pseudonym to protect the identity of your informant or your asset, ang COA dapat alam nila yung tunay na pangalan nung taong gumagamit ng Miko Harina o yung taong gumagamit ng Andilim o yung taong gumagamit na Sop Liwanag, Mr. Liwanag. Halimbawa lang kung mayroong Mr. Liwanag. I mean, these are things that should not be hidden from ICFAO because sila mismo sa kanilang joint circular, it has to be strictly compliant with the joint circular kung lahat ng mga documents that would prove that the utilization of these funds are perfectly well and rightly so implemented. Meaning those people who have received these funds or these amounts are real people, though they may seem to hide in pseudonym for the purpose of protecting their identity, pero not to keep this hidden from ICFAO.
Ganito po yan. Meron po mga pseudonym na ginamit. Pero yung mga pangalan po na counterpart nito or yung mga identity, yung true identity, dapat po nakalagay yan sa isang sealed envelope. At sa likod ng sealed envelope, may nakalagay confidential. At itong sealed envelope na to, dapat ito nakatago sa vault ng SDO. So kung meron man po itong masasabi natin na true identity, dapat nung hiningi na sa kanila nung COA, ICPAO, dapat sinumiti na nila ito kung na-question yung identity.
And second question na lang po, yung susunod po na isasalang sa witness stand, taga-COA din po, ina-expect nyo po ba na mas mapapalalim pa itong issue po doon sa mga acknowledgement receipts? Mayroon pang, kumbaga, aasahan na iba pang mga names na susulpot?
Well, ayoko naman pangunahan kung anong magiging testigo noon. Pero kung makikita po ninyo kanina, sinabi po ng testigo natin, kasi siya yung previous na state auditor na nag-handle nito. Pero yung kanyang handling ay hanggang notice of suspension. So wala na siya doon sa notice of disallowance at saka di po ba umapila sila sa notice of disallowance. So nagkaroon na ng final ruling ang COA. So wala na po siya noon. So siguro yun po yung mga susunod na magiging salaysay nung susunod na testigo.
Well, dadagdagan ko lang sinabi ni Kong Joel. Yung 845 acknowledgement receipts ay base lang doon sa last quarter of 2022. Ngayon, hindi pa natin napag-uusapan yung first quarter of 2023 up to the third quarter of 2023. There's a possibility na may papresenta ang prosecution ng mga pangalan ng mga ARs din. The 845 acknowledgement receipts are just the acknowledgement receipts submitted to ICFAO that covers the last quarter of 2022. So we have yet to discuss about the first quarter and the second quarter and the third quarter. OVP lang yan. Wala pa yung Department of Education. So, medyo marami pa po tayong ine-expect na mga acknowledgement receipts na mukhang pareho yung magiging observation ng mga susunod na mga witnesses from COA.
Last na lang po pala. Hindi po ba kayo nabibitin kasi natapos yung day 11 to 30 ng hapon. Mas marami pa sanang kumbaga lalabas, matatanong doon po sa witness. Kayo po yung ganitong setup po, di po ba kayo nabibitin?
Well, siyempre kailangan intindihin din natin yung ating mga senator judges dahil bukod dito meron pa silang ibang trabaho which is yung legislation. So kanina sinabi naman po ng ating presiding officer si Senator Chis Escudero na 3 o'clock magko-convene na yung Senate as bilang legislative. So siguro dapat hindi maging hadlang itong impeachment sa trabaho na ginagawa ng ating mga senador.
Alright, thank you. Ann, your turn.
Sir, good afternoon. Ann Soberano po of Bombo Radio. Sir, hingan ko lang po kayo ng inyong reaksyon. Ano po yung kahalagahan ng pagkakaiba sa pagkakaroon ng confidential funds ng mga naging Vice President kung saan sina dating Vice President Leni Robredo at Jejo Marbinay ay walang appropriations po ng confidential funds habang si Vice President Sara naman ay tanging merong appropriation for confidential funds. Your reaction?
Well, dati kasi hindi pa natin nakikita yung ganitong problema. So basically dati, nung bago nangyari ito, lahat ng mga departamento lumalabas, po pwede magkaroon ng confidential fund. Pag humingi ka, po pwede magkaroon. Kahit na ikaw ang iyong departamento ay walang kinalaman sa intelligence gathering, walang kinalaman sa peace and order, walang kinalaman sa national security. But now, nung nakita natin, nung 19 Congress na ito pala ay po pwedeng maging isang paraan para masabi natin na magkaroon ng ganitong problema. Kaya nga po kami nag-propose yung 19th Congress at ngayon ipinasa pa rin po natin na pahigpitan yung pagbibigay ng confidential funds sa piling ahensya at departamento lamang kung saan ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno o departamento na may kinalaman lamang sa peace and order, na may kinalaman lamang sa national security ang dapat na pagkalooban nito. So yan po yung aming propose. At isa pa po ang naging bunga nung hearing namin sa Committee on Good Government ay mas pinahigpit po namin yung mga requirement kung kailan ang isang tao ay dapat maging special disbursing officer. Kasi nakita rin natin na po pwede ka pala maging special disbursing officer basta't ikaw ay inappoint ng head ng agency. So ngayon, para maiwasan po yung pagkukuntsabahan, dapat ang gagawing special disbursing officer ay may permanent position na sa ahensya or sa departamento. So yan po yung mga nakapending bills na ngayon po ay nandoon pa sa Kongreso.
I think prior to what Congressman Joel has explained to you, nung naging aksyon ng Kongreso pagdating sa paglalatag na mas konkretong guidelines as to the request of the confidential funds, ito sana yung opportunity na ma-appreciate natin at even those agencies that have no direct mandate to help the government in fighting lawless elements or terrorism, it could have been perfect venue na makita natin na po pwede silang sumuporta had the Office of the Vice President or the Department of Education fulfill faithfully in compliance with the joint circular kung paano ginasta ang confidential funds. This was the first time. Maganda sana itong panimula kung naayos na implementa ang confidential funds. Unfortunately, the opposite has spoken what happened. No, it's the opposite that actually we saw na ang ICFAO, lumabas sila ng mga ganitong klaseng reports. So, pangalawa, nakita naman din natin doon sa sinubmit ng mga liquidation report na ang Vice President ay siya yung may direct supervision and control dito sa pondo na ito. No, kaya parati nating sinasabi at ang taong bayan, we need to hear straight from the Vice President the answers regarding the accusation hurled against her, because she affixed her signature saying that she is there in direct control and supervision of these funds. At unfair naman kay Mr. Fajardo at saka Ms. Acosta, yung na-mention kanina ni Congressman Joel, na sila yung naririnig na pangalan at sila yung possibly na magbibigay ng sagot, no, just because they are the pay of these confidential funds, without even looking at the very person who seems to be in control and responsible for the utilization of these public funds.
Good afternoon. Milky Rigunan, DCRH. Kong Zia and Kong Joel, sa takbo po ng impeachment trial, hihingin nyo ba yung mga maipipresenta yung mga taong ito na nasa likod ng mga pangalan ni na Mayor Chris Piatos at kung sino-sino pa?
Tingnan na lang po muna natin kung ano yung magiging takbo nitong trial. Kagaya po nung nangyari sa Article 4, may mga testigo po na hindi na po namin tinawag. Nung nakita po namin pagkatapos po ipresenta yung tatlong testigo, nakita namin sufisyente na, matibay na ang aming ebidensya para na sa ganun ay hindi na mapahaba yung hearing. So dito siyempre gumagawa rin tayo ng paraan na mapaiksi yung presentasyon namin, pero in the same manner na hindi naman magsasuffer yung bigat ng ebidensya na ipipresenta po namin. So dito po, kung makikita po namin pagkaraan ng pagpipresenta ng ilang testigo, nakita namin ay sufisyente na. Nakuha na po namin yung result na gusto po namin, yung resulta na gusto namin, at nakita namin na matibay na ang aming ebidensya, maaring piliin na lamang po namin yung mga ipipresenta namin na testigo.
Sino po kayo mapipili nyo, Kong, na testigo among all the list na nababanggit?
Siguro surprise na lang muna.
Pahabol lang po, Kong Joel and Kong Zia. Paano po yung nababanggitin ang lagi ang pangalan ni Attorney Manasseh Scarpio? Kasama rin po ba ito sa plano na ipatawag ng prosecution? Salamat.
Nasa ibang article po yung kung saan na-mention nga po si Attorney Man Scarpio, hindi po sa confidential funds. Pero again, depende po yan kung anong magiging takbo ng trial na to. May mga reserved witnesses naman, pero hindi naman ibig sabihin na dahil na-mention siya ay diretsa siyang ipapasupina ng prosecution. So depende po yan sa development po ng trial. At sa Article 2 pa po yan, Ma'am Milky. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Milky. Let's give way to Joy.
Good afternoon po, Kong. Sir, on the rules of evidence, are you going to present po yung 15 boxes of comp records? ipepresent po ba lahat yun to establish yung financial irregularities that directly prove an impeachable offense as defined by the Constitution?
Well, kanina po ay pumayag na yung kabila, yung defense, na hindi na kailangan ipresenta lahat. Isa-isa. So, yan po, nakalagay po yan sa Section 7, Rule 130 ng Rules of Court, summaries. So, dito po, sa rules na to, pinapayagan po na kung iisa lamang po ang gustong ipalabas na resulta, po pwede pong summary na lang ang aming ipipresenta. Kaya nga kung kanina nakita po ninyo, 12 pangalan lamang ang ipresenta vis-a-vis sa more than 800 na acknowledgement receipt. So, ganun po yung nangyari kanina. Insofar as dun sa iba naman po na acknowledgement receipt, ito naman po ay inadapt na rin, in-stipulate na. Ibig sabihin, hindi na sila tumanggi na patunayan pa at tinatanggap na rin po nila bilang common evidence.
Sir, dun sa presentation po kanina, dun sa mga pseudonym na sina Miko Harina, Mary Grace Piatos, at saka iba pa po, napansin ko lang po yung stroke ng penmanship is almost the same. Iba-ibang name, pero yung stroke ng penmanship parang isang tao. Kasama po ba yun sa i-establish natin?
Well, siguro yun, sa ibang testigo yun. But insofar as yung kanina is concerned, COA pa lamang po ang presenta natin. So meron pa pong darating dyan, meron pa po naka-line up sa atin ng mga ibang mga expert witnesses. So antayin po natin kung sino yung mga expert witnesses na ipepresenta po natin para ma-establish yung iba naman pong facts dito po sa issue ng confidential fund.
Matanong ko lang, sir.
Idadagdag ko lang, no? Yung sinabi mong expert, actually, nagkaroon tayo ng hearing doon, sa confirmation hearing. Nagsabi na rin ng NBI, yung expert nitong mga signature specimen na mukhang iisa yung pumirma doon sa sampling na ginawa ng NBI na mga acknowledgement receipts. Na yun naman yung naging paksa ng kanilang testimonya during the confirmation hearings.
Sir, what legal authority funded the release of OBP and DEF with confidential funds under the leadership of VP Sara when no appropriation existed in GE in 2022? What made her so special and distinct? Yung iba po kasing office, wala. Pagbarata nila po ba, meron talaga?
Normally po kasi ganito po yung budget process. Yung mismong agency o departamento, sila po muna yung gumagawa ng budget. Ipopropose po nila, isasubmit po nila yan sa DBM. So, titignan po ng DBM. Kung allowed naman po, kadalasan po pinagbibigyan. Now, ang tinasabi po nila, ang Kongreso naman, pinayagan yan. Pero alam po ninyo, normally, ang pondo po kasi ng President at ang pondo ng Office of the Vice President, by tradition, yan po ay hindi na masyadong binubusisi out of courtesy. Kasi kung nakalagay po dyan, wala naman pong problema. Ang nagka-problema po naman, hindi naman po yung paglalagay ng pondo. Ang problema po yung paggamit. Dahil yung ginamit po yung pondo na nilagay po dito sa Office of the Vice President, hindi po ito nagamit according sa circular kung saan nakasaad kung paano ito gagamitin. So doon naman po nagiging problema. Wala naman pong problema kung lagyan sila ng pondo. Ang problema po yung paggamit. Parang ganito lamang po yan. Yung iba po kasi, yung ibang mga programa ng gobyerno, ay legit naman. Halimbawa, naging issue po, kung naalala po ninyo, yung fertilizer scam. Yung fertilizer pong program, magandang programa po yan ng gobyerno. Wala naman pong problema dyan eh. Naging problema po yan nung naging ghost yung fertilizer. Ibig sabihin, nilabas yung pera, pero wala naman po talagang fertilizer na nagamit. So, ganun din po dito. Yung confidential fund itself, hindi naman po problema yun eh. Kaya lang po, naging Casper. Ibig sabihin, siya po yung friendly ghost. Hindi po nagamit. Nawawala po yung beneficiary. Hindi po mapatunayan kung sino po yung beneficiary. So may masasabi rin po natin, lumalabas, pwedeng ghost din po to, or po pwede naman na hindi nagamit kung saan dapat gamitin. So ganun po yun.
Dagdagan ko lang, no? Kanina, I was explaining to you na had it been perfectly managed and utilized, it could have been a booster for the office of the Vice President. It could have been, it could have made her as one of the partners of this administration to really pursue elements that destroys peace and order, whatever policies that this administration would like to pursue, to counter, like for example, terrorism. Kasi yun naman ng confidential intelligence funds, bubuwagin mo yung hindi magagandang elemento. And pag nagre-reflect po yan sa kanilang proposal sa NEP, yung pondo, we assume it and we approach the budget as presented to us with the belief na ito'y will be done yung sinasabing principle of regularity. Kaya nga may ICFAO, kaya may COA, kasi after the fact. Yun po yung sinasabi ni Congressman Joel. Pag na-implement na itong pondo, doon natin malalaman kung tama ba yung paggamit nito at merong bang hindi tama sa pag-implementa nito. Klaro, nung binigay po sa kanya itong pera na to, pinagkatiwalan ng taong bayan, hindi po niya ginamit ng gusto at maayos ayon sa joint circular. Kaya nga po, the more reason for us to hold her to account. Kasi mas kami nabudol taong bayan ng buong nabudol pinagkatiwala sa kanya itong confidential fund for the first time in Philippine history that the Vice President would intervene or would engage the office in fighting lawless elements in our streets. Pero kaso, mali yung paggasta. At the more reason for us to really make her answerable to all these allegations na on the basis of the COA. Ito pinag-usapan natin confidential funds. So meron pong presumption of regularity when we discuss about budget proposal of each agency. And again, secondly, it could have been a perfect opportunity for the office for the Vice President to really impress the public that she really is fighting lawless elements. But unfortunately, when she was entrusted with these funds, she did not make use of it in order to pursue the agenda of fighting corruption, but doon po napunta kina Miku Harina, doon napunta kay Grace Piatos, doon napunta sa pagbibigay reward sa mga chairs and tables, doon napunta sa pagbibigay reward sa mga medisina na klaro na labag sa joint circular ng COA.
All right, thank you. We have the next question, I say.
Hey, Cons, good afternoon. Since marami nga po tayo nakita mga discrepancies doon sa mga dokumento, especially yung dates, can we say as early as now that the Vice President really misused her confidential funds because of those discrepancies?
Nagsisimula pa lang po tayo. Antayin niyo po yung mga magaganda pang parte ng aming presentation.
Ako sasabihin ko may misuse on the part of the COA report.
Thank you. Kung last question lang po, since yung mga dokumento pirmado ni VP Sara, yung liquidation process, according dun sa witness, it not just about dun sa documents, pero inaprubahan din niya yung mismong proseso ng liquidation. So whatever the explanation of the defense, may pananagutan na si VP Sara since pirmado nga po niya yung mga dokumento.
Well, lumalabas na siya yung nag-authorize, nag-approve sa kaninang mga dokumento. So, siguro yung pananagutan, antayin na lang natin ang ating mga senator judges kung ano ang kanilang magiging interpretation dito.
Alright. Any other question? Alright.
Ako, tatanungin mo ako. Tatanungin mo ako, okay. We talk about, pinag-usapan natin yung confidential funds. According sa COA report, may AOM, nag-trigger ng notice of suspension to the point na nag-trigger to ng notices of disallowance. Meron ng order of restitution despite na nag-appeal na sila. So ito yung mismong the mere fact that she was requested or have been demanded to restitute the amount that is already pananagutan. Now, dito naman sa impeachment trial, what are we discussing here? The betrayal of public trust. Again, going back to the issue, na-entrust sa kanya itong confidential funds, nagawa ba niya? Hindi. Kasi according to the documents that we have seen today, mukhang meron talagang hindi pagsunod sa joint circular ng COA, which if we are to translate that in ordinary language, no, sa ating mga common na mga kababayan, na common na tao, meron talagang betrayal na hindi sa kanya, hindi siya napagkatiwalaan itong pondo na ito.
Alright, next question. Hello po, Lance po from Newswatch Plus. Susugan ko lang po ng konti yung tanong ni Ate Milky kanina. I know it's a matter of strategy kung sa pagpe-present ng witnesses, pero yung tanong ko po, sa punto po ito ng paglilitis, naniniwala po ba yung prosecution na kailangan pang ipresenta si Mary Grace Piatos? Because I believe na sa pre-trial order po, isa ito sa inilista niyong testigo. At this point, sir, do you still see the necessity to present her? Gayong may mga nagsasabi naman na PSA records na wala po talaga siyang records, wala siyang civil registry records.
Well, it is a matter of, tama ka, it's a matter of legal strategy. Pero kanina, lumalabas, malinaw Malinaw yung mga naipresenta kanina ng ating testigo, malinaw yung mga naging tanong ng ating private prosecutor, ni si Attorney Lorna Kapunan, at maraming na-establish kanina. So, kung ito'y makakadagdag lamang yung pagpepresenta kay Mary Grace Piatos, kung ito'y makakadagdag lamang ng araw at delay, personally, hindi ko po masasagot kung ano magiging desisyon ng buong team, but ako personally, hindi na kinakailangan. Personal opinion ko lang yun.
Okay, sir. How about si Kong Zia po? Do you support that na hindi na siya kailangang ipresenta?
Yeah, I speak for them. So whatever is the decision, I will relay to you.
So, accurate to say naman po na at this point, hindi pa malinaw kung matutuloy yung presentasyon ni Mary Grace Piatos.
Well, hindi ko masasagot po yan. Sa ngayon, wala pa tayo sa puntong yun. Pero sa ngayon, medyo lumilinaw na yung picture. Kasi nakita na naman natin last week nung tayo po ay nagpresenta ng 2 bank. So ang na-establish natin doon, pondo ng taong bayan. Buong 125 sa OBP, 4 na cheque, at yung sa DepEd, 37.5 na i-withdraw in cold cash. Ito ay natanggap ng SDO in the name of Paharda sa DepEd at Gina Acosta sa OBP. Na-withdraw na yung pera, yung 125 at yung 37.5, ngayon naman, ang pinipresenta naman ngayon kung paano ginamit. So yun lamang po sa ngayon. Pero ngayon, lumalabas sa presentasyon kanina, may mga discrepancies.
And since we're just talking about the timeline po, no, para mapabilis yung proseso, may tinitingnan po bang timeline yung prosecution? Kasi as I understand, yung confidential funds, yung may pinakamahabang trial days, can you give us just a timeline kung ngayong buwan po ba target nating matapos na ito? Kasi if i-compute po natin yung 31 trial days, that's not just 1 month. Posibleng 2 buwan, depende po sa takbo ng paglilitis.
Yes, kaya nga po sinasabi namin na maaring magbawas kami ng mga testigo kung nakikita naman namin na sapat na yung aming mga naipresenta without sacrificing yung ebidensya, no? Yung bigat ng ebidensya. Kung parehas din naman na ma-achieve namin sa mga ibang testigo na ipe-present namin, so we might as well bawas na yung ibang testigo na sa tingin namin pwede nang makabawas sa araw ng hearing. Kasi nakita naman ninyo kanina, hindi pa tapos. Pero kumain na tayo ng 1 araw. Bukas, hindi rin tayo sigurado kasi meron pang cross-examination. So, baka mamaya, dito pa lang sa isang to, umabot na tayo ng 3 araw. Meron pang isang COA, meron pa tayong archive. Siyempre, meron pa tayo ibang mga testigo. Nandiyan pa nakapila si Gina Acosta, yung SDO. Nakapila pa si Edward Fajarda, and so forth and so on. May PSA pa. So forth and so on. Kaya nga po, kung sino yung mga po pwede naming ikat, na ang purpose naman, pare-parehas din lang naman ang maipepresenta, magbabawas po tayo. Nang sa ganon ay makamove na tayo sa next article. Kasi meron pa tayong 2 article.
did I get it correctly po, target ng prosecution na at least ngayong buwan, ngayong Agosto, matapos yung presentation ng confidential funds?
Yes.
Alright. Last na po on my end, sir, kasi may lumabas po na Octa Research survey saying that yung 4 in 10 Filipinos, ang pinaka naniniwala silang most serious impeachment charge ay yung bribery or Article 3. Natanong na po namin ito kanina kay Attorney Jay, but we want to hear your comments din po. Ano po yung take ng prosecution dito? Dun sa sinasabi ng mga mayorya ng mga Pilipino na naniniwalang most serious impeachment charge yung bribery o panunuhol, at less serious charge or 10% lang po kasi yung nagsabi na serious yung unexplained wealth and grave threats.
Well, sa ngayon, yun ang sinasabi nila, pero naipresenta ito sa Committee on Justice nung naglabasan yung malalaking numero, marami sa mga kababayan natin ang nahilo nung nakita yung mga numero. So sa ngayon kasi mas madaling intindihin yung bribery. Pero pag lumabas na yung mga bilyon-bilyon na naipresenta doon sa Committee on Justice, sa unexplained wealth, so maaaring magbago. But in any event, kami naman kasi tinitingnan namin ito sa mga sa mga mabilis naming maipepresenta. So kung sa tingin namin, siyempre sa ngayon ang gusto natin maipresenta yung 4 na articles. Pero pag nakita namin after presenting 2 or 3 articles, solid na yung ating mga ebidensya, pwede na tayong mag-wrap up or i-waive yung 1 o 2 articles. So depende yan kung ano magiging resulta ng mga o takbo nitong hearing.
Kong?
Well, dadagdagan ko lang, no, paiba-iba kasi kaya nga periodic yung pag-hold ng survey. Kasi one survey may be different in the other surveys, di ba? Depende yan. Sabi nga ni Kong Joel, minsan nagkakaiba-iba yung appreciation ng mga tao in a particular moment, on a particular circumstance. So, what is important is that nakikita natin na ang taong bayan naintindihan nila na itong mga allegations na to ay serious, that constitutes impeachable offense. And what is important as well is that ang taong bayan ay nakikinig at nakikisubaybay at nagmamasid doon sa napag-uusapan dito sa korte. In fact, to me, if you ask me, whatever are the preference of the people among all the articles, what is important is they feel that the Vice President needs to face the charges leveled against her.
All right. On that note, muli po, nais nating pasalamatan ang ating dalawang panelist, si Congressman Zia Lonto Adeong ng 1st District ng Lanao del Sur, si Congressman Joel Chua ng 3rd District ng Manila para po sa kanilang paliwanag sa pagpapatuloy ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Salamat din po sa ating mga kaibigan sa media, sa ating mga kababayan na sumusubaybay. Sundan nyo hanggang bukas ang pagpapatuloy ng kabanatang ito. Baka sakali po malinawan natin ang mga katanungan tungkol kay Mary Grace Piatos, ang dilim at iba pang mga issue kaugnay nito. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Of the subpoenaed agencies and entities. However, BDO and Security Bank asked for additional time of 10 banking days until August 13, 2026 to fully comply with the subpoena, which was granted by the presiding officer. The presiding officer also confirmed the compliance of the BIR with the presidential authorization in compliance with Section 71 of the Tax Code and the previous resolution of the Honorable Court. As to the testimony of the House Prosecution Panel's third witness, Mr. Roderick C. Wamil, the counsel for House Prosecution Panel's attorney Lorna Kapunan conducted the direct examination of former state auditor of the Commission on Audit, Intelligence and Confidential Funds Audit Office, or ICFAO, Roderick Wamil. Before proceeding to the direct examination, Attorney Kapunan proposed additional stipulations of fact for common exhibits. Respondent's counsel, Attorney Michael Poa, was willing to stipulate for other documents except for the acknowledgement receipts covering December 21 to 31, 2022, consisting of 845 documents, because the defense had issues with these documents. Other stipulations of facts were proposed and agreed to by the parties as follows. Number 1, the OVP was allotted confidential funds in the amount of 125 million pesos in December 2022 as authorized by the President. Number 2, the Department of Education was allotted confidential funds in the fixed amount of 37.5 million pesos quarterly under the General Appropriations Act. Number 3, the OVP and the DepEd withdrew their respective confidential funds quarterly allocation in full from the first to third quarter of 2023. Number 4, documents such as disbursement vouchers, acknowledgement receipts, etc. submitted by the OVP and DepEd were all signed by the authorized signatories. And number 5, the signatures of officials as found in the documents they signed are their signatures. Following rulings by the presiding officer, Escudero, on various evidentiary motions and objections by both parties, the trial was adjourned. Pursuant to the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the impeachment court will resume session on Monday, August 4 at 10 a.m. The agenda is the continuation of the presentation of the House Prosecution Panel's case-in-chief for Article 1 with continuation of the direct examination of its witness, Roderick C. Wamil of the Commission on Audit. Any questions?
Attorney Mary Monrez from One News One Page. Balikan ko lang po yung sa pinasubpina and nag-comply naman. Ibig sabihin po ba ngayon wala pa munang inventory for all the documents until completed na muna lahat?
As of now, ini-inventory na po. Of course, when the subpoenaed agencies and entities po, ibinigay po nila yung mga dokumento na yon, kailangan may transfer ng chain of custody, and part of the transfer of chain of custody is the confirmation ng clerk of court na 1:1 yung mga dokumento na ibinigay. So, nag-inventory na po ang ating clerk of court, kaya lang po doon sa mga hinihingi ng ating korte na mga dokumento ay kulang pa yung BDO at Security Bank, kaya po humingi sila ng 10 araw na karagdagan para maibigay po nila yung kumpletong mga dokumento because they said that they have to go back several years and they have to retrieve these documents from their files po.
Pero attorney, yung sa marking ng nila as pieces of evidence, wala pa po sa stage niya?
Wala pa po tayo sa pre-marking. As you know, ito pong confidential funds article under Article 1 will take 31 days, and then yung susunod po na Article 3 po will take 8 days, and then the last article po to be presented by the prosecution, yung Article 2 will take 12 days. So medyo they have almost 1 month po to do the analysis, the inventory, and the pre-marking of these documents, and they will have enough time po to do that kasi po sa huling artikulo pa po ito ipepresenta ng House Prosecution Panel.
Attorney, isa lang po muna sa akin ulit for now. Yung sa AMLAC naman po kaya, yung on-camera review nila, may update na po ba doon?
Yung sa in-camera review, natapos na gawin yan ng presiding officer, and the documents will be inventoried and will be given a report to the clerk of court kung ano yung kanyang findings. Wala pa pong pwedeng maibigay sa mga both parties.
Attorney, na-establish po ba kung yung pinag-uusapan kanina na ginastos o inilabas na pera ng OVP ay yung in-encash sa Land Bank last week? Na diniscuss pala last week?
Wala pa po, no? The witness po kanina, no, si Mr. Wamil is just talking about yung mga ginawa niya pong audit at saka disallowance. So wala pa pong pagme-make ng connection yan ng ating House Prosecution Panel. As you see po kanina, no, yung mga initial mga documents pa lang is about the audit report court po. So hintayin po natin yung House Prosecution Panel para po makapagtanong ng ganyang klaseng tanong po kay Mr. Wamil para makonekta po nila yung nangyaring withdrawal po last na tinestigo po ng mga land bank officials last week po, tsaka dun po sa paglabas naman po ng pera sa na tinitistigo po ngayon ng COA auditor na si Mr. Wamil.
And then, sir, dun sa BIR document since may authorization ng presidente, hindi ko lang po nasundan yung question niya. So, pwede nang, may clearance para ma-share yung BIR and bank documents sa prosecution and defense. Yung sa AMLAC documents lang ang kailangan pang i-review kung pwedeng i-share.
Tama po. Lahat po ng mga dokumentong ipinasa, pati po mga bank documents po mula doon sa mga bangko is available to both the prosecution and the respondents counsel to inspect, to photocopy, and to decide on in the future, in the next few weeks, what are the documents they will be needing as their evidence as well. Pwedeng maging common exhibit po, pwede rin namang hindi common exhibit. Kanya-kanya po silang exhibit. Depende po kung ano yung kaya nilang gamitin doon.
But as to the documents from AMLAC, ano yung difference po ulit?
Ganon din po sa AMLAC, once na ma-release na po ng clerk of court yung clearance na yon, ibibigyan din po sila ng kopya po nun, both the House Prosecution Panel pati po ng Respondents Council.
Pero so, di ba, tama ba? Yung sa AMLAC kasi ang difference is that merong methodologies.
Yes, yun po yung dinetermine po ng in-camera inspection po na ginawa ni presiding officer, and he will, his office will issue a formal authorization po kay clerk of court if he finds the documents, kung anong mga dokumento po yung pwedeng i-release o hindi pa i-release po. So hintayin po natin yung determination na po yun ng opisina ni presiding officer Escudero.
Yes, Attorney. Can you ask, yung sa final, yung ruling ni presiding officer, does that mean these banks did not fully comply last week?
Natural lang po yun, normal po, no? Nag-substantially comply na po sila. Siguro sabihin po natin, out of the 100% na documents na pinapa-comply sa kanila, 80% po yung naibigay po nila o na-transfer po yung kustodiya sa impeachment court. And only the 20% because hindi rin naman po nila na-anticipate yung voluminousness of these documents, kaya po sila natagalan. So humingi lamang po sila, nag-explain po sila doon, humingi sila ng karagdagang oras.
And they already said that as early as last week pa po.
Yes po. Nung pag-comply po nila ng July 30, they already intimated to the clerk of court that they are requesting additional time.
And Attorney, ano na lang din po, about the request of Senator Judges last week for a 30-minute grace period na 10:30 a.m. mag-start. Supposedly, they would discuss it in caucus. So, since 10 a.m. pa rin tomorrow, so it means wala na po yan?
Yes po. Wala pa po silang definitive decision on the matter.
Pero does it mean na hindi po nag-grant yung request for a grace period?
So far po, wala pa po silang definitive decision on the matter. So, hindi pa sila nakakapag-decide po.
Thank you, Attorney.
Ang sinabit po ay certified true copy ng documents.
Karamihan po, mostly po, certified true copies from these entities and these agencies po.
Thank you.
Attorney, sorry. Yung sinasabi po kaya, yung sa marking, are we expecting na magsisimula yun by August 13 since yun na yung parang deadline talaga sa lahat ng kulang?
Opo, baka po. Baka po after that, mag-request na po yung mga parties ng date po para mag-marking po, and i-announce naman po ng ating presiding officer yan.
And simultaneous po ba siyang nangyayari? So habang ngayon nagtatrial, na-ongoing din yung inventory?
Usually po sa umaga or during the off days of the court, such as nung submission po nung mga subpoena documents, ginawa po yan ng July 30 para wala pong impeachment trial, so that both the Respondents Council and the House Prosecution Panel will be able to attend and to see the documents po nang hindi sila nagmamadali.
Attorney, sa time and motion na lang, hindi pa po tapos ang direct examination, wala pang cross-exam. Tingin nila mauubos po ba yung trial days for this article of impeachment?
The House Prosecution panel suggested in their pre-trial brief and in the pre-trial order of the court 27 witnesses, which will take up 31 days of trial for Article 1 alone. So ito po yung pinakamahabang artikulo na iti-take up po nila for the presentation of their evidence.
Sinabi nila sa press conference nila na 13 na lang.
Yeah.
Sinabi, so makakalesen.
Sana po. Sana po. Of course, as I said before po, no, depende po yan sa prosecution. Kung meron naman pong double na or corroborative lang yung testimonya, it's their prerogative to drop witnesses as they go along.
Speaking of attorney, so na-mention kanina some of the boxes, na-abbreviate na daw po yung proceedings because of some boxes na hindi na isasama, parang ganun. So with the allotted 31 trial dates for Article 2 actually on, tama ba? Article 1 or 2, basta on the, Article 1 on confidential funds, mababawasan ba yung 31 trial dates na yan?
That's hoping po, no, kasi yung pagpa-plot po ng days is depende po sa mga witnesses, not the documents. So as you know po, ang medyo tedious po in any trial court is the authentication and identification of the documents. And since the prosecution has identified around 3,000 plus documents contained in those boxes, then hindi po kasama doon sa pagpa-plot natin ng number of days yung number of documents po. So kung mapapadalian po yung pag-identify at authenticate ng isang witness nung 3,000 na mga dokumentong yon, then we will be on schedule na one day, one witness po tayo. Pero as based sa time and motion studies po nga natin ngayon, mukhang hindi po posible yon because of the voluminousness of the documents. That's why meron po tayong leeway na katulad nun, 27 witnesses lang, pero 31 days yung nirequest nila is for these kinds of contingencies.
Thanks, Attorney.
Yan na? Okay. Thank you po. Thank you.
Attorney, po pala, pwede sampling lang kung maraming document sampling kagaya ng ginawa.
Yes, katulad po kayo. Nasa rules po kasi yun. Pag voluminous documents, pwedeng meron lang sample or chart, and that is already representative of the whole.
At pwede pag nag-stipulate ba, ibig sabihin hindi na nila pwedeng kontrahin ulit in the future. Kung kunwari nag-stipulate yung business, hindi na nila
So, kung meron bang confidential funds yung previous vice presidents, aside from the Vice President Sara Duterte, I'm sure you can fact check that. I think may mga lumabas na rin na ganyan kamakailan, diba? Kung sino mga vice presidents may confidential funds. So, Yun namang nasagot ng witness kanina is based on his experience in ICFAO lamang. So I think the period was from 2014 to 2024 kung di ako nagkakamali.
Attorney, kanina marami po tayong pumayag na mag-stipulate on certain facts but not on the 11-day period na sinasabi po nung prosecution. Can you expound on that? Bakit hindi po tayo pumayag sa stipulation?
Yes, because sa atin, yung 11 days kasi may mga explanation yan, may maaari tayong gawin na cross dyan. So, hindi pa muna tayo pumayag sa stipulation doon. But as to the other documents, such as yung mga sinubmit sa COA, maliban lang sa acknowledgement receipts, of course, but yung pagdating dun sa mga, naging AOM or notice of suspension, I think those are official documents naman ng COA. So, hindi na natin dinidispute yun, katulad ng mga ginawa natin dun sa mga cheque na in-encash sa land bank kamakailan. I mean, yung na-discuss kamakailan.
Talagang matindi ang pagtutuloy mo doon, attorney.
Sa acknowledgement receipts. Opo, dahil loose po kasi yan, they're separate sheets. So, we cannot stipulate based on, I think, around 3,000, 4,000 documents. We really have to protect rin naman po the rights of our client. Although, I think narinig nyo rin naman, na-mention ko rin kanina, na kung pwede lang naman, mag-stipulate na talaga kami. Kaya lang, pagdating doon, we really had to take a hard line. Because syempre, we cannot be, we have to be diligent din in our duties as her counsel. And we cannot risk, sa dami ng dokumento na yon, diba? Wala kaming sinasabing baka may pineke or something. I just want to make that clear. Pero ang sinasabi natin is hindi natin alam, diba? So ayaw natin na mag-stipulate sa ganun karaming dokumento, lalong-lalo na since yung nature nga niya ay acknowledgement receipts. No?
Sir, for fairness lang, kasi kanina tinanong ko yung PROSEC, may signature si VP na financial physical plan and also sa voucher, sa disbursement vouchers. And I asked for the significance of the signature. Sabi ni Atty. Talosa is that it ties the Vice President to whatever malfeasance they will find in the spending of the confidential funds or contract.
Well, sa atin, yung mga dokumento na yan ay kinailangan dumaan sa isang proseso, dumaan sa approval. As to the malfeasance, that's for them to prove, no? At sa atin, that's for us to also disprove, diba? So, we will find out in the coming days. But again, as the COA representative said earlier, their audit is limited to just compliance with the joint circular. Nothing further than that, diba?
So, liquidation, whose responsibility is it? Is it the Vice President?
That's something that we will have to discuss in the coming days. No? So I can't answer you muna dyan. But you can read the joint circular and you can see naman sino yung mga accountable officers po talaga doon.
Rephrase ko, sir. How much is the involvement of the Vice President in terms of
the documents will speak for themselves, sir. I don't want to, again, you're tying me to an answer and I can't answer you because we're delving into the merits. I'm really sorry, sir.
Sir, nakabalik na po ba si VP? And ano po yung nirelay sa kanila?
Ang alam ko, hindi ko masigurado kung nakabalik siya. I think nakabalik na based on the schedule. But again, you have to confirm with OVP dahil hindi na po ako spokesperson ng OVP. I think we always forget that. So I'm not privy to the daily schedule of the Vice President. But pagdating naman po sa communication, it's just updates on our part. Wala namang anything significant dun sa normal updates na binibigay lang namin sa kanya on a day-to-day basis pagdating dito sa impeachment proceedings.
Attorney, meron po ba mga pasabog dun sa mga ipinusenta kanina ng testigo at sa kanyang testimony?
Wala naman po dahil sa aming pananaw, yan naman na ang lumabas sa COA findings. Pina-identify lang naman sa COA kung ano yung kanilang naging findings. So kumbaga, nothing that we haven't read before. No, I think ang hindi lang nasasagot ng COA pa sa ngayon is ano yung nangyari after ng mga findings nila, diba? Which I'm sure we'll get to in the next few days.
Attorney, how will the defense or how does the defense intend to respond doon sa findings na based on the joint memorandum circulars? Attorney, meron doon mga beyond purposes, yung mga acknowledgement receipts and beyond the dates that were supposed to be in the period.
Sorry, Jai, but you'll know when we do our cross-examination. You'll know. Oh, definitely sa cross or even in our evidence in chief kung kinakailangan, meaning if it's our turn. But if we could, but pagdating naman sa across, we can also ask questions on those matters.
Sir, balikan ko lang si VP. Sir, i-share niyo po sa kanya yung decision ni President Marcos na i-allow yung opening ng mga bank.
Hindi na po. Because that's all in the news. So I don't share things in the news na meron naman siyang sarili ng news monitoring. So I don't share those things.
Wala naman siyang comment, sir.
Hindi ko na po na-share. So wala din po siyang comment.
Okay. Attorney, to your knowledge, meron pa ba other acknowledgement receipt na may nakapangalan kay Mary Grace Piatos?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm not trying to be evasive. Hindi ko lang po talaga alam. Hindi ko naman namin.
Kasi talagang sobrang, syempre, kilalang kilala si Mary Grace Piatos. Kanina doon sa trial, lumalabas sa 70,000 pesos yung nabigay sa kanya compared doon sa mas malalaki pang mga pangalan.
Hindi ko po alam kung ano yung susurmise natin doon sa halagang binigay sa kanya or halagang compared sa iba. I think ang importante po talaga dito, you'll have to wait doon sa ano ba yung naging findings talaga ng COA. No? Kasi yung Mary Grace Piatos, lumabas lang naman yan sa congressional hearings di ba? So ngayon nandito pa lang tayo sa COA, I'm sure magkakaroon ng ebidensya para tugunan yung Mary Grace Piatos issue. Magkakaroon ng ibang witness para tugunan yung Mary Grace Piatos issue. But pagdating naman sa pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, it's really just the COA findings.
Asawa po kaya siya ni Renan Piatos?
I don't want to speculate, ma'am. I don't want to speculate. I don't know her personally, so I cannot speculate.
But definitely yung po mga ipinakita kanilang ebidensya, testimonya ay kaya natin tapatan yon sa inyong cross-examination next.
Well, ayoko naman sabihin tapatan. I think sabihin na lang natin na kaya nating suriin yung mga naging findings ng COA para mapakita lang sa ating mga kababayan kung ano yung buong storya, no? Because this is just one side of the story. But again, factual lang din naman yung nangyari kanina, di ba? Lumalabas lang naman yung COA findings. So sa ating pagsusuri, as much as possible, syempre factual din lang po tayo. We'll stick with what COA knows. We cannot naman kasi add on to yung limitations ng witness kung ano lang yung participation niya dun sa testimonya na binibigay po niya.
Attorney, bakit kayo nag-object dun sa undealing?
Sa akin lang naman po, although again, with all due respect to Attorney Kapunan, dahil hindi ko naman po gusto talaga mag-object kung hindi kinakailangan. Yun lang kasi parang nabibigyan kasi ng kulay pag ganong mga pangalan. Although she stated naman for the record na she's just reading it the way it's written. So, but to me kasi ang dating sa akin is nabibigyan ng kulay. Of course, no offense meant to Attorney Kapunan. I'm just doing my job as counsel. So, and I found the question to be objectionable. If you noticed, medyo malimit lang naman yung pag-o-object ko kanina. Maraming bagay na sa tingin ko hindi na dapat objectan. At katulad nga kanina, nagkaroon kami ng issue na ang pinapa-strike out ko yung sagot. Ang sabi, dapat nag-object ako sa tanong. Well, kaya kinailangan kong iput on record lang na hindi naman kasi talaga objectionable yung tanong. Pero yung sagot yung objectionable. Kaya lang ako nag-object na, actually I did object. I moved that the answer be stricken off the record. So, may mga ganong bagay, may mga ganong nuances. No? But again, I respect the distinguished counsel of Attorney Kapunan greatly. So, I think it was an interesting session today. Kaya lang yun nga, hindi pa tayo natatapos.
Sir, last two.
Yes, Ms. Katrina.
Ano yung legal basis for the use of possible aliases sa mga acknowledgement receipts without delving into the matter? Just the legal basis.
We're not yet there so I won't discuss that. That's not covered by the COA witnesses. No? So, we're not yet there. I beg your patience. I understand the question, but I beg your indulgence and your patience. Baka dun sa tamang witness natin pag-usapan po yan.
So mabibring up to sooner or later?
Tingnan natin. I'm sure, kasi isa yan sa mga issues di ba? So, whether alias ba yun o hindi, yung mga ganung bagay, I'm sure at one point matatakil yan, but I don't want to preempt anything that the prosecution will present, in fairness to them, and I also don't want to preempt our own defenses kung sakali man. So, ayoko munang itakil kasi dito pa lang tayo sa COA. I think importante and maganda yung natatanong niyo yung mga ganyan actually. committee para maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan na sa ngayon, dun pa lamang tayo sa COA findings. At this will not be the end of it all. No? Marami pang may mga magtetestigo sa prosecution and even on the defense side.
Attorney, another clarification, attorney. What happened during the 30-minute suspension for our public?
We were just comparing the documents because si Attorney Kapunan, meaning the prosecution panel, was asking for us to stipulate on a list of documents. And as I've mentioned to you last week, kahit na ine-expect natin na mas masalimuot yung itong COA na mga witnesses, kung pwede naman nating paikliin, ready din naman at willing din naman ng defense na paikliin. That's why ang ginawa lang po namin kanina, before we jumped the gun and just said na we were okay with stipulating, syempre, due diligence lang on our part, kinompare lang namin yung mga documents sila sa documents namin kung pareho at yun ba talaga yung gusto nilang ma-stipulate. And nung nakita naman namin na pareho, we agreed to the stipulation, to the proposal to stipulate.
To verify ko lang, Attorney Tolosa said that during the pre-trial, you did not agree to pre-mark this set of documents itong tinapad niyo kanina. Kaya tayo nag-stipulate niyo. Hindi niyo pinag-usapan ng pre-trial.
I think both, I think all documents were marked, no, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, some kasama pa dun sa hinabol. Pero wala kasing, we did not agree to stipulate on certain facts noong pre-trial. So, itong sa marking, ang nangyari kasi kaya rin sinasabi na common exhibit, at kaya ko rin sinasabi, kunyari sa acknowledgement receipts, na hindi po siya technically common exhibit kasi although maybe pareho yung dokumento, separate po yung marking namin. Meaning yung marking na acknowledgement receipt nila, meron din kaming sariling mga set of acknowledgement receipts na minarkahan. Hindi yun yung parang common exhibit na isang dokumento, dalawang marking, prosecution and defense. Yung ang nangyari po dito sa acknowledgement receipts, may sarili silang mga acknowledgement receipts, kami rin may sariling set.
Pero pre-trial, you did not stipulate talaga. I mean, why?
Because there was no stipulation needed for pre-trial. Ang stipulation na ginagawa sa pre-trial is stipulation on facts. No? Pagdating sa documents, it's really just marking.
Attorney, on
Sige lang po.
records lang po, will you still oppose yung presentation nito once this is offered po?
Hindi pa namin masasabi kasi sa ngayon, sa PINA pa lang naman yung stage, meaning procedural siya. Compliance lang dun sa PINA. Ngayon, pag dumating yung panahon na i-represent to, nabanggit ko rin to sa isang show the other day na hindi pa naman nawawala yung karapatan natin mag-object as to the admissibility. Kasi ang isang dokumento para maging ebidensya, it has to be admitted into evidence, and to be able to do that, you have to fulfill two requisites, no? Yung competence and yung relevance. Competence meaning dapat po ay naayon siya sa batas or walang nagbabawal sa kanya bilang ma-admit bilang ebidensya, and ang pangalawa is yung kung relevant ba siya. So it will depend on saan gagamitin to, and we will see if we will oppose or not.
Sorry to pose this question. Doon sa mga posibleng mag-isip, pag walang resibo, illegal ang paggamit ng pondo.
Sir, gusto ko sana kayo talagang sagutin, pero hindi pa kasi tapos, nasa prosecution pa lang po tayo. Siguro hintayin na lang po natin na matapos din yung cross-examination and even yung defense. Pasensya na po, sir. I really understand the question. Kasi nga hanging ngayon, no, na ano pa lang. So let's just wait na matapos itong witness na to. And again, hindi lang ito yung witness. Meron pang ibang witnesses to come. Again, I really apologize to you for that.
Marami yung sinasabing acknowledgement receipt, pero ang mga napili, sina Mary Grace si Annie, etc. Do you think calculated dito ng prosecution?
Of course, planado kung ano yung i-represent mo, but let's not cast aspersions also against the prosecution pagdating doon. Siyempre, strategy nila yan, and it's within their prerogative kung aling ARs. So, sa akin, definitely, kahit naman sa defense, kung ano yung ilalabas namin in a random stock, siyempre po, alam na rin, full control na rin kami kung ano yung ilalabas natin. So, although sinabi natin na siyempre alam nila kung anong ilalabas nila, wala naman po masama doon, prerogative naman po nila yon. Just like magiging prerogative rin ng defense pag kami naman yung nagrepresenta ng mga ganitong receipts. Okay? Sige po. Yeah, opo. Sige po. Thank you very much for your patience. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Magandang hapon po. Alam ko. Pero wala. Opo.
For the Senate's consideration and concurrence, the Treaty on Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters between the Republic of the Philippines and Republic of India, which was signed on 5 August 2025 in New Delhi, India.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2196, establishing in the Municipality of Malangas, Province of Zamboanga, Sibugay, a Level 3 General Hospital to be known as the Malangas Medical Center, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Ejercito.
To the Committees on Health and Finance.
2197, establishing in the Municipality of Tubao, La Union, a multi-specialty center under the Ilocos Training and Regional Medical Center to be known as Ilocos Training and Regional Medical Center, Multi-Specialty Center, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
2198, amending BP 881, the Omnibus Election Code of the Philippines, to institutionalize a precinct-level parallel manual count and manual count return as a transparency and verification mechanism in automated elections and for other purposes. Senator Aquino.
Referred to the Committees on Electoral Reforms and Finance.
2199, amending RA 3591 and other related laws to enhance the liquidation framework for banks and banking institutions and to strengthen the independence, authority, and financial capability of the PDIC and for other purposes. Senator Lapid.
To the Committees on Banks, Government Corporations, and Ways and Means.
2200, an act further extending the period of availment of the estate tax amnesty, amending sections 4, 6, and 8 of RA 11213, otherwise known as the Tax Amnesty Act, as amended. Senator Lapid.
Referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
2201, establishing and institutionalizing a performance measurement system to promote a culture of meritocracy in government, amended. 11292, the Seal of Good Local Governance Act of 2019. Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Local Government, Economic Affairs, and Finance.
2202, institutionalizing the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Program, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator.
Environment, Climate Change, and Finance.
2205, enhancing decentralized governance and service delivery in basic education, authorizing the creation and rationalization of schools division offices, amending RA 9155, the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001. Senator Legarda.
Referred to the Committee on Basic Education.
2206, converting the Land Transportation Office Extension in San Agustin, Romblon into a regular district office, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Public Services and Finance.
2207, institutionalizing National Cacao Development Program, creating for the purpose the Philippine Cacao Council, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Science and Technology, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate number 2208, sustaining the College of Medicine and Mariano Marcos State University in Batac, Ilocos Norte to be known as the Mariano Marcos State University College of Medicine, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Higher Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2209, declaring October 16 of every year as a special working holiday to be known as the National Farmers, Fisher Folk, and Agri-Workers Day. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committee on Agriculture.
2210, establishing the Humanities and Social Sciences Scholarship and Research and Development Program, creating the dedicated fund, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Higher Education and Finance.
Resolutions. Proposed Resolution 417, directing the appropriate Senate committees to conduct an inquiry on the proposed imposition of a user fee on international travelers under the Bureau of Immigration, Civil Aviation, and Immigration Security Services project. Senator Marcos.
Referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
418, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the reported pledge or contribution of 10 million United States dollars by the Philippine government to the Department of Health to the World Health Organization, with the end in view of determining its legal basis, funding source authorization, necessity, and consistency with existing laws, fiscal priorities, and national interests. Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Health, Foreign Relations, and Finance.
419, directing the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement to conduct an inquiry into the living conditions of families occupying under-bridge tunnel and other non-residential infrastructure spaces with the end in view of crafting a comprehensive program for their welfare, safe relocation, and reintegration. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Urban Planning and Social Justice.
420, directing the Puppet Senate Committee to conduct an investigation into the incident where 3 huskies attacked stray cats. In 4 separate incidents, and their owner allegedly left the cats dying on the street, with the end in view of assessing the effectiveness of existing animal welfare laws and enforcement mechanisms. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committee on Agriculture.
421, congratulating and commending Sofia La Forteza for her outstanding achievements as a member of the global girl group Cat's Eye, including the group's win as New Artist of the Year, Best Music Video, and Breakthrough Pop Artist at the 52nd American Music Awards, and for bringing pride and international recognition to the Philippines. Senator Aquino.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
422, congratulating and commending Alan Pineda Lindo for his exceptional contributions as a member of the Black Eyed Peas, including the group's win for Best Throwback Song at the 52nd American Music Awards, and for inspiring pride in Filipino heritage to his global success. Senator Aquino.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
423, directing the Puppet Senate Committee to conduct an investigation into the removal of urban trees for elevated road and skyway projects in Metro Manila and their impact on flooding, urban heat, environmental sustainability, and urban livability. Senator Aquino.
To the Committees on Environment and Public Works.
424, directing the Puppet Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry into the collapse of a 9-story building under construction in Angeles City, Pampanga, with the end in view of determining its causes, identifying regulatory lapses, ensuring accountability, and recommending measures to strengthen public safety and protect construction workers. Senator Tulfo R.
To the Committees on Public Works and Labor.
Additional reference of business committee
Yes,
reports.
proceed.
Committee Report 72 by the Committee on Foreign Relations upon the recommendation of the Subcommittee on the Status of Visiting Forces Agreement with Canada on proposed Senate Resolution number 548, resolution concurring in the ratification of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of Canada concerning the status of visiting forces of each state in the territory of the other state, recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsors Senator Zubiri and Tulfo E.
To the
Forces, recommending approval without amendment. Sponsors Senator Zubiri and Tulfo E.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader, is there?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2272 under Committee Report number 71. This is an act strengthening, expanding the National Nutrition Program, otherwise known as the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill 2272 is in order. May proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I proceed, Mr. President, I just got a bit nostalgic to see you there answering me as your majority floor leader. We did this for many years, for 6 years as a matter of fact.
Yes, yes.
So it's
Now, the Senate President is entertaining visitors from abroad, from
He's
Pakistan.
studying. He's very studious. He's studying, Mr. President, for tomorrow. It's nice to see you there, Mr. President. Mr. President, we recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Bam Aquino, to sponsor the measure and to interpolate our distinguished colleague, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Senator Bam Aquino, the sponsor, is recognized to continue its sponsorship and to interpolate Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Yes, maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Nais ko lamang pong pasalamatan si Senador Bam Aquino sa kanyang walang sawang pagsulong ng mga reforma sa edukasyon at pagsuporta sa mga kabataan. Bilang suporta po sa layunin ng panukalang Expanded National Nutrition Program Act, naghain din po tayo ng Senate Bill number 1471. Gayon din, tayo po ay nagko-sponsor ng panukalang ito noong June 17, 2026 sa ilalim ng Committee Report number 71. Sa puntong ito, Ginoong Pangulo, meron lamang po ako ilang katanungan kung papahintulutan po tayo ng ating kaibigan, si Senator Aquino.
Gladly, Mr. President.
Tama po ba na isa sa mga recommendations po ng EDCOM 2 ay ang amyendahan ng masustansyang pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act?
Opo, Mr. President, nung una po nating termino, na-sponsor po natin yung panukalang yan. But in the years that have passed, nakita rin po natin na maraming puwang, maraming gaps sa implementation ng batas na ito at sinisikap po ng Expanded National Nutrition Program na punuan yung mga gaps na yon. Mabuo po natin ang isang feeding program na siyang tutugon sa mga problema ng stunting at malnutrition at malinaw rin po, maging malinaw kung sino po ang mga ahensya na responsable po sa pagpapatupad po nito.
Napansin ko rin po na ang short title ng bill na ito ay Expanded National Nutrition Program Act. Para po sa kalaman po ng publiko, ano-ano po ba ang mga in-expand natin in terms of covered beneficiaries at covered number of days?
Opo. Unang-una, Mr. President, tumutugon po ito sa mga buntis na babae, no? So masasabi ho natin, hindi lang po ito 0 to 10 years old. Negative pa lang, no? Nasa tiyan pa lang po ng kababaihan, meron na pong nutrisyon na binibigay po ang gobyerno para po sa kanila. Meron din pong 0 to 2 na siya rin pong laman ng First 1,000 Days Act na isa na rin pong batas. Yung 2 to 5 na siya pong mga kabataan o mga toddlers po na mahahanap sa ating Child Development Center, sa ating mga barangay. And then papasok na po tayo sa school-based feeding program from 6 years old to 8 years old po, na ito po yung ginagawa ho nating universal, yung K to grade 3. Ibig sabihin po niyan lahat ng mga kabataan sa public schools po natin, kinder, grade 1, grade 2 at grade 3 ay magkakaroon po ng isang meal, no, sa kanilang school day. At pagkatapos po niyan hanggang grade 6 po, no, from grade 4 to grade 6, i-monitor din po yung mga undernourished or malnourished na mga kabataan at mabibigyan rin po ng nutritional program. So ibig sabihin po no, na-expand siya dahil mula pa po sa womb, no, ng mga sanggol hanggang po sa ating mga barangay, yung toddlers po sa mga barangay, hanggang sa mga kabataan sa mga eskwelahan, hanggang po sa grade 4 to grade 6, ito na po yung latter part of the program, meron pong nutrition program na pwede pong mahihain po sa kanila.
Ginoong Pangulo, dahil malinaw po na i-expand ang coverage po nito, magkano naman po kaya ang pinag-uusapan nating budget po rito na kakailanganin? Maaari po bang malaman ang posisyon po ng Department of Budget Management at Department of Finance na sa ilalaang budget para sa panukalang batas na ito?
Opo, actually po, originally in 2026, yung school-based feeding program ay nasa in the 2026 GAA, yung school-based feeding program po ay nasa 25.6 billion, no? Yan po ay dinagdagan po natin dito po sa committee report, no? At sinangayunan po ng mga kasama ho natin dito. So ito po ay ginawa pong universal po dito ang kinder at grade 1. Dito po sa ating batas, nais po nating i-expand pa ito to include up to grade 3. So definitely po, ang kakailanganin po natin ay mas malaki sa 25.6 billion. Sa aming pong computation, naabot po ito ng 30 to 35 billion pesos. No? Now, pagdating naman po sa supplementary feeding program, meron pong 9.6 billion sa 2026 GAA at dito naman po may dagdag rin po ang Senado ng 4.56 billion. So we're hoping na itong 9.6 billion ay madagdagan po ng konti. Siguro po maybe another 2 to 3 billion pesos, while the school-based feeding program will go up to about 30 billion pesos po, no? So it's a bigger increase, anywhere from 7 to 10 billion pesos more than the 2026 GAA.
Ang increase po ay dahil sa in-expand na po natin. Tama po ba yun?
Specifically po, yung supplementary feeding program ng ating LGU, no, yan po kasi nagbibigay po ng pagkain sa mga CDC. So habang gumaganda ang serbisyo ng mga CDC at dumadami yung mga CDC, kinakailangan rin po ng dagdag na pondo. Up to this point, meron na po tayong, kung di ako nagkakamali, 89% ng mga barangay ay meron na pong CDC or Child Development Center. 11% na lang po yung kulang, no? And this is from EDCOM to report. Habang sa school-based naman po, universal na ang kinder at grade 1, nais po natin gawing universal din ang grade 2 at grade 3. At yun po yung magiging laman ng increase sa 2027, gaan naman po.
Ginoong Pangulo, sa mga pages 8 at saka 9, Section 4 ng National Nutrition Program sa committee report, mapapansin po ng LGU ay binigyan ng obligasyon na mag-implement ng parental care at mag-integrate ng child health and nutrition programs sa kanilang local nutrition plans. Ang tanong po natin, ano po ba o may mga safeguards po ba para masiguro natin na isasagawa talaga ng LGU ang kanilang obligasyon?
Opo, yung prenatal care po at yung pagtatayo po ng CDC, kasama po ito sa batas na ito at sa mga nakaraang batas din, minomonitor po ito ng DILG. So in partnership with the leagues, yung League of Cities, League of Municipalities, League of Provinces at DILG, sila po yung nagbo-monitor ng implementation ng mga CDC. During the EDCOM hearings, sila po yung nagbibigay ng reporting po doon. At dito po sa paggawa po ng bill na ito, naitukoy talaga na napakahalaga po ng role ng ating LGU at the city, municipality, province, and barangay level dahil sila po talaga yung nagpapatupad nung 0 to 2 years supplemental feeding program po.
With that po, maaari na ba nating isama, Ginoong Pangulo, ang criteria na ito sa pagkakaloob ng Seal of Good Local Governance sa ilalim po ng Republic Act 11292?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, meron naman po atang, meron po doon tungkol sa feeding program. Pero kung kinakailangan, pwede ho natin siyang idagdag dito po sa ating bill.
Ginoong Pangulo, sa page 27 naman po, section 12-A, on the procurement from local farmers and fisher folks. Maganda po na isama natin ito bilang suporta sa ating mga magsasaka at mangisda. Sa line 15 ng page 27, nabanggit po na within 15 working days mula sa complete delivery at submission ng required billing and supporting documents, dapat mabayaran ng ating mga local farmers. Tanong po natin, maaari ba naming malaman kung bakit 15 days, Ginoong Pangulo?
Well, sa tingin po na, so unang-una po, naging issue po kasi yung tagal ng pagbayad, no? So nais po nating iklian yung tagal ng pagbayad dahil kung local farmer po, local cooperative ang ating pong kadil dito po, kung masyadong matagal po yung pagbayad, nahihirapan po sila sa kanilang operations. So iniklian po natin to. Sa tingin ko po itong 15 days, na i-match lang po ito dun sa mga current rules pagdating po sa payments, no, ng gobyerno sa mga private suppliers. Ang provision pong ito ay nagmula rin po kay Senator Pangilinan, no, dito po sa provision na very similar po siya sa Sagip-Saka Act ni Senator Kiko. But if 15 is too short, pwede naman po nating dagdagan during the period of amendments. Pero sa aking pagkakaalam, ito pong 15 ay ginawa para mabayaran kaagad yung ating mga kooperatiba at mga magsasaka po natin.
Ako, Ginoong Pangulo, sangayon po ako. Actually, para sa akin, Ginoong sponsor, medyo mahaba na nga po ang 15 days. Medyo matagal na po itong 2 weeks. Nababayaran po yung ating mga fishermen at ating mga magsasaka. Dahil siyempre, alam naman ho natin yung perang hawak nila ay laging umiikot po yan.
Opo.
Alam naman po mga savings yan. But anyway, sa line 10 po ng pahinang 27, nakasaad na subject to local availability. Hindi bababa sa 50% ng agricultural at fishery products ang bibilhin mula sa mga local sources. Ngunit alam nating may mga pagkakataong nakasentro lang sa ilang uri ng gulay, prutas o iba pang produkto ang ani ng ating mga magsasaka. Paano po natin masisiguro, Ginoong sponsor, na magiging sapat sa iba't iba ang pagkain ihahain sa ating mga beneficiaries?
Opo, well, kaya naman po may may nandyan po yung National Nutrition Council kung saan sinisigurado na ang mga hinahain po nating pagkain ay pasok sa nutritional value ng mga kabataan. In reality, pagdating po sa mga syudad, mas madali po talaga para sa kanila yung mga nutritious food product gaya po ng Nutriban, no? And di naman po ito bawal. Ang sinasabi lang po ng batas na ito, kailangan i-prioritize yung local produce ng ating mga farmers and fishermen kung ito po ay available in the area, no? So in practical terms po, kung wala naman po tayo sa syudad at agricultural po yung ating probinsya o yung ating munisipyo, mas dito po papasok itong requirement na sana up to 50% or at least 50% ng kanila pong ng ingredients po sa ating feeding program ay mula po sa mga lokal na magsasaka. We want to stress that kasi yung batas po, kapag naipatupad na po ito, ang pangunahing standard po, yung pangunahing goal po nito ay mabigyan ng pagkain yung mga estudyante po natin at mga kabataan. So yun po yung pinakauna. And then, kung mararapat naman po, kung kaya naman, let's make sure na bumibili tayo sa ating lokal na magsasaka. But make no mistake, we don't want to come to a point po na maaantala yung programa dahil wala pong mabili mula sa mga local farmers. Kaya naman po yung wording po natin, where practicable, as far as practicable, and subject to local availability. Meaning, kung kaya, sisikapin po natin na bumili sa mga lokal na magsasaka, pero kung hindi kaya, mahalaga na merong pagkain yung mga batang nais po nating mabigyan ng nutrisyon.
So ang ibig po sabihin ng ating sponsor ay sourcing sa another area.
Opo, kumbaga po napag-usapan po namin ni Senator Pangilinan na isama po ang provision na ito para matulungan yung ating local farmers. Pero inuulit ko po, ang batas na ito, ang pangunahing hangarin po niya ay mabigyan ng pagkain yung mga kabataan po natin. So, ang mangyayari po dito sa implementation, magkakaroon po ng mapping yung DepEd, magkakaroon po ng mapping ang DILG at yung mga LGU, at doon po madedetermine po nila kung ang sourcing ba nila ay mula sa mga established suppliers or mula po ito sa mga local farmers.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Sponsor, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Senator Tulfo. Mr. President, let me just thank Senator Tulfo again. Meron po siyang sariling version po ng batas natin at marami rin po sa atin dito ang may sariling version para po sa Expanded National Nutrition Program, and we'd like to thank everyone for all of the support. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senator Erwin Tulfo and Senator Bam Aquino. Good sponsor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. All our colleagues to, again, study the measure. We still have a couple of our colleagues who wish to interpolate. Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Alna Cayetano. I think they'll be doing it the next couple of days. We'd like to recognize Senator Joel Villanueva, our Deputy Majority Leader.
We recognize the birthday boy, the gentleman from Bulacan, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. I'd like to present a gift to our dear
Dapat
chairman.
ikaw bigyan ng gift.
Yes, Mr. President, I will no longer wish to interpolate the good gentleman who is the co-chair of this representation in the Education Commission. I will just stand up again, Mr. President, in the period of amendments, just to put that on record. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Villanueva.
So we move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned bill is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, I move to transfer from the calendar ordinary business to special order. Two resolutions. We'll start first with proposed Senate Resolution number 548 under Committee Report number 72.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 548 under Committee Report number 72.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the proposed Senate Resolution 548 is now in order. The Secretary is hereby directed to read the title.
Agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of Canada concerning the status of visiting forces of each state in the territory of the other state.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we recognize the sponsor of the measure, we'd like to also recognize the officials that are present here with us today from the Department of National Defense, USEC Pablo Lorenzo, Undersecretary for Civil, Veteran and Reserve Affairs. We also have USEC Angelito De Leon, Undersecretary for Defense Affairs. And from the Department of Foreign Relations, or Department of Foreign Affairs rather, Presidential Commission for Visiting Forces Agreement, USEC Antonio Habulan, and Office of Treaties and Legal Affairs, Deputy ASEC Anthony Aquiles Mandap, Office of Asia Pacific Affairs, Deputy ASEC Rona Beth Gose, and Office of American Affairs, Director Brian Jess Baguio. They're here to help us with these two treaties. May we now recognize the principal sponsor of the measure. We designated him as the chairman of the subcommittee for this particular measure, no other than our distinguished colleague, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Before I recognize Senator Erwin, let me welcome our colleagues from the Department of National Defense as well as the Department of Foreign Affairs. So we recognize you, gentleman from Palawan, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I rise today to seek the Senate's concurrence in the ratification of Status of Visiting Forces Agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and Canada, or Senate Resolution number 548, under Committee Report number 72. At present, the Philippines maintains status of Visiting Forces Agreement with the United States, Australia, and a reciprocal access agreement with Japan. Expanding this framework, Mr. President, to include Canada reflects the Philippines' continuing efforts to strengthen strategic partnership with like-minded nations committed to promoting peace, stability, and rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific region. The Philippines-Canada SOVFA was signed on November 2, 2025, and was subsequently ratified by the President on March 26, 2026. Ginoong Pangulo, tatlo po ang pangunahing benepisyo ng Visiting Forces Agreement para sa ating mga kababayan. Una, mapapalakas po nito ang mga kasunduan, ang ating kakayahan sa disaster preparedness at humanitarian response sa pamamagitan ng mas mabilis na koordinasyon, humanitarian assistance, search and rescue at iba pang operasyon sa panahon po ng kalamidad. Tayo po ay laging dinadaanan ng mga bagyo. Ikalawa, higit nito mapapatibay ang ating pambansang seguridad sa pamamagitan po ng joint military exercise, training at capability development na magpapahusay pa po sa kahandaan ng ating sandatahang lakas. Panghuli, palalalimin po nito ang ating ugnayan sa Canada at palalakasin pa po ang kooperasyon sa depensa at seguridad, isang mahalagang hakbang sa harap ng lumalawak na hamon sa ating rehiyon ngayon. However, Mr. President, you may ask, welcoming visiting forces does not mean surrendering our sovereignty. Ang mga kasunduang ito ay hindi po nagbibigay ng pahintulot sa pagpapatayo ng permanenteng dayuhang base militar sa ating bansa. Sa halip po, nagtatakda lamang ang mga ito ng malinaw na legal na balangkas para sa pansamantalang pagbisita ng mga dayuhang puwersa, alinsunod sa ating konstitusyon at mga umiiral na batas. In short, Ginoong Pangulo, hindi po sila maaring magtayo ng base militar sa ating bayan. Higit sa lahat, tinitiyak po ng mga kasunduang ito na ang lahat po ng aktibidad ay sasagawa ng may paggalang sa pangangalaga sa kalikasan at sa kaligtasan ng ating mamayan, maging ang ating pong mga katutubo. For this reason, Mr. President, I respectfully urge this chamber to concur with the ratification of Status of Visiting Forces Agreement between the Philippines and Canada. I extend my gratitude to our chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, for giving his full support and allowing this representation to sponsor the resolution for the concurrence of this important agreement. I also thank Senator Lauren Legarda for carefully scrutinizing these agreements during the committee hearing last May 11, 2026. Lastly, I express my appreciation to the full support of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Department of National Defense, Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces, Department of Justice, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and all other government agencies that share their expertise and invaluable support throughout the committee's consideration of this agreement. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Erwin Tulfo. This is a very important measure. In fact, we had an opportunity to meet the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada a few weeks back, and this is one of the talking points that we had during that lunch that Senator Zubiri hosted.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I also be allowed to be recognized to be able to sponsor the co-sponsor the measure?
Yeah, we recognize our majority leader to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to co-sponsor the Senate resolution on our concurrence on the ratification of the Status of Visiting Forces Agreement between the Philippines and Canada. I wish to thank Senator Erwin Tulfo for taking on the subcommittee for this agreement and continuing the sponsorship of this resolution, especially in the fact that he was already on the late stage of the passage of this measure or the committee report. Canada, Mr. President, is one of our key partners in the free world, built on 77 years of formal diplomatic relations and further strengthened by our people-to-people ties. Marami sa atin dito sa Pilipinas sa may kakilala, kaibigan, kapamilya, kamag-anak na nandun, naghahanap buhay at namumuhay sa Canada. Kasama ang higit 1 milyon mga Pilipino doon. Kami nga lang ni Senator Joel, may kapamilya doon. Yung aking kapatid po, 2 kapatid kong babae ay ang asawa ay Canadians. So we have a lot of filial relations with our friends in Canada. Given our close ties, it is high time that we elevate our defense cooperation with Canada to a similar level as the defense cooperation that we enjoy with the United States, with Australia and Japan. And hopefully, later on, we'll also sponsor the SOPFA for New Zealand. Our concurrence to the agreement will fall in line with our bilateral relations being elevated to strategic partnership just last July during the President's official visit to Canada. We share with Canada our strong democratic principles and our unwavering adherence to rules-based order. Both our countries know the importance of standing our ground against neighbors who challenge our sovereignty and our democratic principles. Indeed, Canada has always been in our corner with regards to our sovereignty in the West Philippine Sea. They are our natural allies, our partners in upholding peace and stability amidst the volatile geopolitical conflicts across the globe. This agreement will pave the way for defense cooperation that will help both our countries pursue our shared vision for peace in Southeast Asia and North America alike. So to our colleagues, I hope that you will see the urgency of concurring in the ratification of our Status of Visiting Forces Agreement with Canada. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Maraming salamat sa ating mga kasamahan. May we recognize our distinguished colleague as well, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
We recognize the gentleman from Nueva Ecija, Senator Robin Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayoriya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Nais ko pong ipahayag ang aking kagustuhan na maging co-author at co-sponsor ng panukalang resolusyon na magraratipika sa Philippines-Canadian Status of Visiting Forces Agreement. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, matagal na po ang relasyon natin sa Canada. Parehas po tayong allied forces, ano? At nung World War II, meron din po tayo dyan mga Canadian na nakulong sa Kabanatuan na nung pinalaya po yan, very close na ang relationship natin sa Canadians. Kaya po ang kasunduang ito ay nagtatatag ng malinaw at balansing legal na balangkas para sa presensya at mga aktibidad ng visiting forces ng Pilipinas at ng Canada sa ating kanya-kanyang teritoryo. Nilalayon nitong palakasin ang ating ugnayan pangdepensa, paghusayin ang ating sandatahang lakas at suportahan ang humanitarian assistance, disaster response at iba pang defense cooperation activities ng may buong paggalang sa ating soberenya at sa ating saligang batas. Batid ko po na ang mga kasunduang ito ay hindi nagbibigay ng pahintulot sa pagtatatag ng mga dayuhang base militar Sa halip, ito ay hakbang tungo sa pagpapalawak ng ugnayang pangdepensa ng Pilipinas sa mga bansang hindi lamang kabilang sa ating mga tradisyonal na kaalyado. Dahil dito, buong paggalang kong sinusuportahan ang pagpapatibay ng kasunduang ito. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Padilla.
Yes, thank you very much to our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Tama po sinabi niya nung panahon ng digmaan na World War II. Marami pong Canadian soldiers that were fighting with the American soldiers na nandito din po sa Pilipinas were helping us out. So matagal na po ang samahan po ng ating dalawang bansa. Pagdating po sa kalayaan, sa soberenya, sa demokrasya. We'd like to also recognize our distinguished Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, has an omnibus manifestation for both. So if he, with the, or co-sponsorship for both, and if he can be recognized, we'll recognize him after the sponsorship of the second measure.
For the New Zealand, SOFA. All right,
yes.
we'll do so.
We'd like to recognize next our distinguished colleague from Panay, the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
We recognize the gentle lady from Panay, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. President. Tatlong maikling punto lamang sa isang maikling manifestasyon. Una, may biro po sa pagitan ng mga Amerikano sa Estados Unidos at mga Kanadiano na ang mga Canadians daw ay yung nicer North Americans. But levity aside, kaya rin po napaka-interesante nitong Status of Visiting Forces Agreement dahil ito pala ang unang SOFA ng Canada sa alinmang bansa sa ASEAN at saka sa Indo-Pacific region. Isang rehiyon na nagiging tampok ngayon bilang panibago or bagong kilalang rehiyon sa kalupaan at lalo na sa karagatan sa usapin ng pagsulong ng rules-based international order at sa usapin ng diplomatiko at politikal na pamamaraan ng conflict resolution at saka conflict prevention. And huli po, Mr. President, para ngayong hapon, speaking of rules-based international order, kaya rin po napaka-interesante sa ating mga Pilipino, yung Canada, dahil dun sa advokasya ng kanilang Prime Minister Carney tungkol sa pagbubuo ng bagong kalipunan ng mga tinawag niyang middle powers. So mga bansang katulad natin sa Pilipinas na interesado kung paano itataguyod sa mundong ito na punong-puno ng mga hidwaan ngayon and the seeming breakdown of the rules-based international order as we have known it for a long time. Paano sa gitna nito itataguyod yung yun na nga po, rules-based pa rin na international relations at hindi lamang sa usapin ng defense at tradisyonal na pambansang seguridad, pero usapin din ng human security, usapin ng pangangalaga ng ating kalikasan sa buong planeta. So, salamat po Mr. President at sa ating sponsor, si Senator Erwin sa pagsusulong ng SOFA na ito. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senator Risa.
Thank you, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study the measure, move to suspend consideration.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the measure is hereby suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving to the second item, which is the other resolution of the SOFA, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order proposed Senate Resolution number 549 under Committee Report number 73 and ask the Secretary to read the title.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. The Secretary is hereby directed to read the title of the measure.
Resolution concurring in the ratification of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of New Zealand on the status of visiting forces.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. To sponsor the measure, we recognize the chairman of the subcommittee, the former chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations, and the chairman of the subcommittee on this measure, no other than our distinguished colleague, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
We recognize the gentleman from Palawan, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader, distinguished colleagues. Once again, I rise to seek the Senate's concurrence in ratification of status of visiting forces agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and New Zealand, or Senate Resolution number 549 under Committee Report number 73. The Philippines-New Zealand SOVFA was signed on April 30th, 2025 in Manila and was ratified by the President on April 13, 2026. This agreement, Mr. President, is not about establishing foreign military bases. Rather, it provides the legal framework for the temporary presence of visiting forces to undertake mutually agreed activities such as joint military exercises, humanitarian assistance and disaster response, capacity building, maritime and air domain awareness, and professional military exchanges, all subject to our Constitution and the Philippine law. Our partnership with New Zealand has already demonstrated tangible benefits for the Filipino people. In fiscal year 2025-2026 alone, New Zealand extended US $10.52 million in international assistance to the Philippines in the areas of energy, education, agriculture, peace, and health. It also provided New Zealand $1.75 million, or approximately 58.4 million pesos, in humanitarian assistance following Super Typhoon Uwan, Typhoon Tino, and the earthquakes in Cebu and Davao Oriental. Earlier, New Zealand also contributed 500,000 New Zealand dollars to the International Federation Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies to support Philippine Red Cross relief operations during the country's multi-cyclone response, including Super Typhoon Odette. Beyond humanitarian assistance, New Zealand has been a reliable defense partner. Its forces participated in the 2026 Exercise Balikatan and Exercise Salaknib, strengthening interoperability and supporting regional stability through joint training in aviation, command and control, and other training exercises. As an archipelagic nation highly vulnerable to natural disasters, the Philippines stands to benefit from a stronger institutional framework that enables faster coordination during emergencies while enhancing the professionalism and readiness of our armed forces. For these reasons, I respectfully urge my esteemed colleagues to concur in the ratification of the Status of Visiting Forces Agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and New Zealand. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Erwin. Majority Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. May I also be recognized to
We recognize the Majority Leader for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is my honor to stand here today to co-sponsor the Senate resolution concurring the ratification of the Status of Visiting Forces Agreement between the Philippines and New Zealand. As violent conflicts continue to threaten peace and stability across the globe, it is imperative that we form strong defense cooperations with like-minded democracies who share with us a stake in preserving peace, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. That's precisely why we are here in support of the Visiting Force Agreement with New Zealand. It's a country to whom we share a comprehensive partnership backed by 60 years of diplomatic relations. And you know, I'm very close, Mr. President, to many of the members of the legislature of New Zealand. They're not a how do you say, hindi po sila war freak. No, they're not warmongers. They're a very peaceful country. As a matter of fact, they were a member of the non-aligned democracies. And what they're excited about with this SOVFA, Mr. President, is actually how they can help train their forces and how our forces as well can train in terms of maritime security, in terms of training of our Special Operations Command on climate, different climates. Like for example, sila po makabisita dito sa Pilipinas para mag-training ng tropical rainforest maneuvers and operations. Tayo naman po, ang mga sundalo natin, ay makabisita man lang sa New Zealand kung saan ay meron po silang cold weather training. So it's good for both sides, Mr. President, cross-training between these two beautiful countries. And it's also a great way to promote our diplomatic relations to people exchanges. And that's why New Zealand is a fitting partner to us in many ways. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, and I don't know if it's here in my speech, but I'd like to just take note that one of the fastest growing OFW communities in the world is now New Zealand. Marami pong taga-Bukidnon na nasa New Zealand po, helping their dairy industry, helping their poultry industry, and many of them are graduates of Central Mindanao University from maraming Bukidnon. Nung bumisita po ako doon, ang daming lumapit sa akin sa Queenstown, and nagsabi nga sila po ay taga Bukidnon, taga Pilipinas. So like us, New Zealand also, Mr. President, sits right on the Pacific Ring of Fire, which means we both stand to benefit from strong cooperation in the area of disaster response and preparedness. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, you and I were once upon a time members of the Board of Governors of the Philippine Red Cross. At yung multipurpose center natin kung saan po tayo nagkakaroon ng mga events, mga meetings, diyan po natin na ilalagay po yung mga goods and needed supplies, yan po ay galing sa New Zealand government at donation po nila yan. So with this VFA, Mr. President, our respective troops will be able to train and prepare for natural disasters as a combined force, boosting each other's disaster management capabilities. So I don't see it more as a training for future violence in the region. I think with New Zealand, it's cross-training for disaster preparedness. More of that, I would see, Mr. President. And like us, New Zealand has a large community of indigenous peoples whose culture is deeply integrated into the Kiwi way of life. Accordingly, under this VFA, there is an explicit protection for the indigenous and local communities as well as historic and cultural areas. Magugustuhan po to ni Senator Robin Hood Padilla, to ensure that joint activities do not affect them in any way. May specific talagang nakalagay dyan na requested both by the Philippines and New Zealand because of their ties and respect to the indigenous peoples. And finally, like us, New Zealand is a peace-loving country committed to upholding rules-based order and international law. They have consistently supported us in recognizing the 2016 Arbitral Award of the West Philippine Sea, and they share with us a commitment to maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific, a commitment upon which this VFA is anchored. Our concurrence to this agreement will further cement the long-standing bilateral partnership between the Philippines and New Zealand, and it will create the foundations for our shared future of peace and stability in the region. To this end, I thank once again the former chairperson of the committee, now chair of the subcommittee on the SOFA for New Zealand, no other than our distinguished colleague, Senator Erwin Tulfo, for championing and spearheading this resolution. I urge all of our colleagues to lend their support for the Senate's concurrence to the ratification of this agreement. And I hope we can pass this just in time for our 60th year of diplomatic relations. So maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader, for the sponsorship speech.
Yeah, before I recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Senator, our Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, would like to be recognized to sponsor for both measures. The Canadian SOFA and the New Zealand SOFA. May we recognize him?
Yes, we once again recognize the birthday boy, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to our dear Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to co-sponsor the committee reports recommending the Senate's concurrence in the ratification of our status of visiting forces agreements with Canada and New Zealand. We'd like to express our deepest thanks and gratitude to our good friend, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Erwin Tulfo, for his hard work on these important measures. We'd also like to recognize the enabling participation and passionate drive of our Majority Leader, Senator Mig Zubiri, for pushing these landmark measures. Mr. President, let me also put on record that as President of the Philippine-Canadian Parliamentarians Assembly, I have seen firsthand the importance of strengthening the long-standing cooperation and friendship between the two countries. In fact, Mr. President, you and I were part of that delegation headed by our good chairperson, Senator Mig Zubiri, together with Senator Erwin Tulfo and Senator J.V. Ejercito, when we met with the Canada's finance minister, foreign minister of Canada, and we had a great time not only talking about hockey and the scenic views of Canada and exposing myself, having married to a Canadian citizen. Mr. President, we talk about trade, security, the mobility of workers, and how our students from tertiary education would go to Canada for their education. Also, Mr. President, we'd like to recognize also the invaluable support and help from the Ambassador of New Zealand in pushing for a lot of innovation and measures that would help the relationship between the Philippines and New Zealand. Mr. President, in a region facing increasingly complex security threats and a country frequently struck by natural disasters, the Philippines needs reliable partners who can help strengthen our own national capabilities. These agreements will allow our armed forces to train alongside trusted partners, improve interoperability, and gain access to knowledge, technology, and equipment that can better prepare our troops for both national defense and humanitarian and disaster response operations. Sa panahon po ng sakuna at banta sa ating seguridad, mahalaga po talaga na ang ating mga sundalo ay may sapat na kakayahan, kagamitan at kaagapay. But let us be clear, Mr. President, these agreements are not blank checks, as already pointed out by our distinguished colleagues here in this august chamber. Every activity undertaken pursuant to them must respect Philippine sovereignty, comply with our constitution and laws, and remain subject to our jurisdiction and oversight. Our standards on labor, public health, immigration, customs, and environmental protection must likewise be faithfully observed. So, Mr. President, in closing, let me say that genuine partnerships are built not only on shared interests, but also on mutual respect and accountability. With these safeguards provided and the continuing oversight of the Senate, these agreements will help build a stronger armed forces of the Philippines, a safer Philippines, and a more secure and rules-based Indo-Pacific. I therefore respectfully urge our dear
As well, our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
We recognize the gentleman from Nueva Ecija and Bicol, Senator Robin Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Nais ko po uli ipahayag ang aking pagnanais na maging co-author at co-sponsor ng panukalang resolusyon na nagbibigay ng pagsang-ayon ng Senado sa Philippines-New Zealand Status of Visiting Forces Agreement o ang SOVFA. Ginoong Pangulo, alam naman po nating lahat na ang relasyong diplomasya natin sa New Zealand ay itinatag noong ika-6 ng Hulyo 1966 at ngayong taon 60 years na po ito. Pero alam po natin na ang relasyon na yan ay nagsimula pa noong magkaharap tayo sa parehong kaway, magkasama sa isang layunin at lumaban sa isang dagat. Alam niyo po, mga mahal kong kababayan, noong panahon ng World War II, ang barko ng New Zealand, ang HMNZS, Achilles at Gambia, yan po ang nag-provide ng tinatawag ng bombardment, screening habang pumapasok po ang mga Amerikano at i-liberate po tayo. Noon pong lumaban din po tayo sa North Korea. Kasama po natin ang mga New Zealander. Kalaban po natin dyan ang North Korea at China. Doon din po sa Vietnam. Kasama din po natin ang mga New Zealander. Pati po nung nadistino sa Afghanistan, tsaka sa Iraq, kasama rin po natin ang mga New Zealander. Hindi po tayo dapat magtaka. Dahil kapag binalikan po natin ang kasaysayan, parte po tayo ng Austronesian race, Austronesian languages. Ito po yung kanununuan natin ay magkakamag-anak. Tayo po ay lahat galing ng Taiwan, napunta ng Pilipinas, Indonesia, napunta ng Madagascar, yung tinatawag po ng mga Polynesian, mga Maori. Kaya napakalapit po ng ating mga katutubo sa katutubo nila. Hindi po itang bagay ito na dapat natin ipagtaka kung bakit malapit tayo sa mga New Zealander. Dahil iisa po tayo ng pinanggalingan. Austronesian race, tandaan po natin yan mga mahal kong kababayan. Kaya ibigay po natin ng suporta dito sa resolution na ito sapagkat magkakamag-anak po tayo. At ito po ang pagkakataon din na ating mga sundalo, ay pag nagkita-kita, hindi na po sila nakakaramdam ng iba sa isa't isa. Kung hindi, meron na silang bonding, kung saan man silang mapunta. Ibig sabihin, hindi sila mag-iiwanan. Kaya, mga mahal kong kababayan, kapuri-puri rin po na bukod sa pagpapatibay ng ating defense cooperation, binibigyan din ng kasunduang ito ang pangangalaga sa kalikasan, biosecurity, cultural heritage, at karapatan ng mga katutubong pamayanan. Mga mahalagang prinsipyo na nagpapakita sa isang makabago at responsableng balangkas ng pandaigdigang kooperasyon. Kaya po ako'y nag-aabot ng aking pagsaludo sa ating pong samurai, Senator Miguel Zubiri at kay Senator Erwin Tulfo. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Padilla.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The next to also co-sponsor the measures, a distinguished lady from Panay and the Republic of the Philippines, no other than Madam Risa Ontiveros.
We recognize the gentle lady from Panay Island, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat po muli, Mr. President. Mas maikling manifestasyon pa ngayon. Kaya rin po interesante itong SOVFA sa New Zealand naman para sa ating mga Pilipino ay dahil bukod sa ang New Zealand ang napakagandang bansa kung saan pinroduce yung mga pambihirang pelikula tungkol sa Lord of the Rings. Ang New Zealand po, gaya ng sinabi ni Majority Leader Mig Zubiri kanina, ay meron pong talagang malakas na strand ng kapayapaan sa kanilang foreign policy. Maaalala po natin, Mr. President, na kahit miyembro po ang New Zealand sa Trilateral Treaty ng ANZUS, mula po noong 1980s, nanindigan po siya kaugnay ng Estados Unidos at ng Australia na kasama niya sa treaty na iyon. Nanindigan po ang New Zealand sa isang nuclear-free policy na hindi po nila pinapayagan ang mga nuclear-powered o nuclear-armed na mga barko at eroplano na dumaong sa mga ports nila o lumapag sa kanilang mga airports. Isang polisiya na hanggang ngayon ay kanilang ipinatutupad. So muli po, Mr. President, dahil dito at sa iba pang mga dahilan na sinabi na ng ating mga kasama, salamat po sa ating sponsor at salamat po sa ating committee chair sa pagsulong ng SOVFA na ito. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any
And we'd
more
like to
sponsors?
thank
Majority
our
Leader?
distinguished colleague for reminding us that New Zealand nga is part of the non-nuclear proliferation treaty together with the Philippines because nakasalalay po yan sa ating konstitusyon. The Constitution explicitly bans nuclear weapons in our country. Also, we'd like to ask, the Senator Go would like to also insert for the record his sponsorship speech. Mr.
So inserted.
So, for the two measures.
For the two measures.
Yes.
Okay.
So to allow our colleagues to study the measure further, move to suspend consideration of this measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure here is hereby suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On the final item of our agenda, I move that we take up Senate Concurrent Resolution number 13, Mr. President. Yes. This is the calendar.
The legislative calendar.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Majority Leader.
Maybe we can ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Senate Secretary is hereby directed to read the title of the resolution.
Concurrent resolution providing for the legislative calendar for the second regular session of the 20th Congress of the Philippines.
I don't need to sponsor it anymore, Mr. President. It's just self-explanatory on our schedule. But maybe if I can get a copy.
Have we given the members a copy of the schedule, Majority
We have
Leader?
given the members a copy of the schedule. Once we approve this, we can also send the copy to the media and for the website so that people will be informed.
And this is also very important because this will dictate the calendar for the budget, which we expect to arrive here in the next few, I think August 14 is the targeted schedule to transmit the budget to us.
That's correct, Mr. President. And the House is scheduled to approve this as well and adopt it this afternoon since it's a concurrent resolution, Mr. President.
Right.
Therefore, no members wish. Oh, yes. Yes. After or that? After. So, no member wishes to interpolate or make amendments to the legislative calendar, Mr. President. I move that we approve and adopt the concurrent resolution number 13, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion to adopt concurrent resolution number 13 is hereby approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'd like to recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
We recognize Senator Robin Padilla.
Ginoong Pangulo, mabilis lang po ito. A'udzubillahi minasyaitanir rajim. Kaninang umaga po, magkasama po kami ng representante ng Kamanggagawa party list. Kasama ko po si Eli San Fernando at si Akbayan party list representative Percy Sendanya. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, napakapambihira po nito dahil magkakaiba po kami ng partido. Pero iisa po ang layunin namin. Nagpunta po kami sa Pasig Regional Trial Court upang dalhin po namin ang saloobin ng ating mga manggagawa sapagkat nagkaroon po ng temporary restraining order patungkol po dun sa 85 pesos na ibinigay po sana na dagdag sahod. Ako po ay lumalapit lamang sa aking mga kasama po dito sa Senado, sa inyo po, unang-una na po, Ginoong Pangulo, sapagkat nagdurugo po ang puso ng ating mga manggagawa. Ang kanila pong hiling ay kagyat po itong mapag-usapan at matulungan po natin sila. At ang kanila pong sinasabi, sa Article 126 daw po ng Labor Code, malinaw, na no preliminary or permanent injunction or temporary restraining order may be issued by any court, tribunal, or other entity against proceedings before the Commission or the regional boards. Alam niyo po, nakikiusap po sila sa atin, Ginoong Pangulo. Yun lamang po, maiksi lang po ito na gusto ko lamang pong sabihin sa ating mga kasama, makakahiwalay po kami ng partido, ha? Hindi po kami makakasundo pag pinag-usapan ng politika. Pero pagka usapin po ng mga manggagawa, magkasama po kami nagmarcha kanina. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin. In fact, nung 19 Congress, sa pangunguna po ni Senate President Mig Zubiri, ang Senado po ay nag-aproba ng 100 peso legislated minimum wage. Hindi lang, unfortunately, hindi lang ho tayo nagkaroon ng counterpart bill. Pero ang Senado po, na-aprobahan ho yun. No? At doon po natin makikita yung malasakit po ng Senado sa ating mga manggagawa.
Mr. President, pwede kong dagdagan ang manifestasyon na ating kasama na Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Unang-una, nagsasaludo po ako sa kanya sa paglabas nitong issue na to dito sa plenaryo ng Senado. I totally support his push na mawala itong temporary restraining order dito sa wage board decision na pagtaas o pag-akyat ng ating sweldo ng ating mga manggagawa from 285 pesos per day. Tayo po dito sa Senado, Mr. President, naipasa po natin noong 19th Congress, yung pamumuno po nitong inyong kaibigan na si Mig Subiri bilang Senate President. We passed the 100 peso across the board minimum wage increase na legislated, Mr. President. Chairman nun ay walang iba kundi si Senator Joel Villanueva, was our chairman of the committee, and we were able to approve it. And he was also not only the chairman of the committee, he was also the majority floor leader at the time. Kaya ako'y nalulungkot dito sa pangyayaring ito na nagkaroon po ng temporary restraining order sa utos ng Department of Labor and Regional Wage Boards for NCR to have this price increase. Maawa naman po ang ating korte sa mga kababayan na nangangailangan ng dagdag sahod sa panahong ito. We're crying for a living wage. Kaya nga itinulak po natin yung 100 peso legislated wage increase. Na yun sinagot na ng Regional Wage Board kasi hindi na ipasa nun dahil sa deadlock ng House of Representatives at ng Senado. Ngayon, gumalaw ang Regional Wage Boards. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa Regional Wage Board, sa NCR. Saludo po kami sa kanila. At ngayon, ginawa po ng paraan para mapigil na naman ito doon sa Regional Trial Court. I hope that the Supreme Court or the judiciary can look into this. As mentioned by Senator Robin Hood Padilla, hindi po pwede na magkaroon po ng TRO dito sa mga utos ng regional wage boards. Kasi kung ganun po mangyayari, tuwing magkakaroon po ng increase, sinong malakas at mayaman na mga negosyo at negosyante, sila po yung pupunta lang sa kahit sinong korte para magkaroon ng TRO. Hindi po tama yun, Mr. President. Maawa na po tayo sa ating manggagawa. They deserve better. Magkano lang naman po ang kita nila? $10, $11 a day. O lagay po natin, tama, $11 to $12 a day. Sa ibang bansa, it is $11 to $12 per hour kada ora. Dito sa atin, buong araw na po yun. Magkano naman yung gasolina nila doon? Ganun po ang presyo ng gasolina dito. Magkano yung pamasahe nila doon sa ibang bansa? Ganun din kamahal ang pamasahe dito sa ating bansa. At ang pagkain at ang kuryente, na pinakamahal na kuryente nandito sa Pilipinas. Kaya maawa naman po tayo sa ating mga minimum wage earners, Mr. President. If I may, as your majority floor leader, Mr. President, I would like to propose a resolution, a sense of the Senate. We will cross party lines. Senator Robin Hood Padilla will lead the minority signature gathering, and we will lead the majority signature gathering to appeal to the judiciary to put a halt to the temporary restraining order para makapaginhawa naman natin mga kababayan na manggagawa. Yun lamang po, Mr. President. We will lead this crusade and hopefully ask a sense of the Senate to allow them to implement the 85 peso increase in minimum daily wage earners for NCR. Pagkatapos nun, Mr. President, excited na po mga taga Mindanao, Luzon at Visayas. Sana madagdagan din po sila ng konti, following the line of our NCR brothers and sisters. Maraming salamat po, Mr.
Maraming salamat, Majority Leader. At nung naprobahan ho natin yung 100 peso legislated minimum wage, that was 2025. Iba pa ho ang mundo nun. Wala pang gera sa Iran, ang gasolina mababa pa lang, ang inflation ho natin mababa pa lang. Pero ngayon iba na ho ang mundo. No, ang gasolina ho ngayon nasa around 90 pesos per liter. Ang foreign exchange rate 61 pesos per dollar. At tuloy-tuloy pa ang gera sa Iran. Kaya itong kung naaprubahan mo natin to sa mas kalmadong sitwasyon, yung 100 peso minimum wage, ngayon pa na mas kailangan pa ng ating mga manggagawa. Kaya kasama niyo po ako, Senator Robin Padilla, sa ating Majority Leader, na manawagan sa ating mga kasamaan sa judiciary na alagaan at bigyan ng karampatan suporta ang ating mga manggagawa sa pamamagitan nitong minimum wage na ginawa ng Department of Labor. At ito ay dumaan sa tamang proseso, no? Dumaan to dito sa doon sa Regional Wage Board na ito yung proseso talagang nag-aaral ng sitwasyon at ng kita ng ating mga manggagawa. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Joel
Yes,
Villanueva.
thank you, Mr. President. Just would like to associate myself with the statements made by our dear colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. This afternoon, Mr. President, during our break kanina sa impeachment trial, I was able to visit our friends from the media, and I was asked the same question about what happened, and my reaction was I am confused, Mr. President, as chairperson of the Senate Committee on Labor, because as mentioned a while ago by Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Article 126 is very clear, crystal clear. I don't know if you need an interpreter for this, Mr. President. Prohibition against injunction, no preliminary or permanent injunction, or, ito, verbatim, no temporary restraining order may be issued by any court, tribunal, or other entity against any proceedings before the Commission or the regional boards. Our job here in the Senate for quite a long time, and the records of this representation will bail me out, we have been pushing our regional boards to act on these requests being made by our workers for so long, Mr. President, for so long. We have empowered our regional boards, yung tripartite, Mr. President, where the employers, employees, magkakasama po sila, makapag-decide para makonsult sila. And I remember, Mr. President, Senator Mig Zubiri would always look or call me or call my attention as the head of the Senate Committee on Labor na i-push natin yung sa region namin sa Mindanao, yung region dito sa Davao, sa Bukidnon, dito sa NCR, etc. Tapos ito na po, Mr. President. And you know, I'm really confused, Mr. President, and that's why we are calling on the Office of the Solicitor General to immediately file, Mr. President, sa particular court nito, ang Pasig Regional Trial Court. At maliwanagan po tayo, Mr. President. And I would also support if the majority of the Senate would agree to pass a resolution in sense of the Senate. Hindi ko alam kung kailangan gawin yung sense of the Senate, or Mr. President, tanungin din natin, meron pa po bang ibang explanasyon itong Article 126 ng ating Labor Code? Kasi parang napakalinaw po, Mr. President. And the fact that our Senate President himself made mention about all of this, our efforts during our time as chairperson of the Committee on Labor, yung pong wage increase, yung 100 pesos legislative wage increase, yung ating pinupush na living wage. Mr. President, as you mentioned a while ago, ang inflation rate ngayon is 6.4%. Last year is only 1%. Ang laki unang diferensya dito sa nangyaring gera sa Middle East. Yung pong poverty incidents, yung ating food hunger incidents from 20% last year, that's 23% now, Mr. President, for families na hindi nakakakain. Doon sa Education Commission na kasama po tayo, Ginoong Pangulo, doon po sa Education Commission, 1 out of 3 na mga estudyante from our basic education students nagsabi, Mr. President, na hindi sila kumain ng maayos sa isang linggo. Nag-skip sila ng isang meal sa isang linggo sapagkat wala silang salapi na pambili ng pagkain sa kanilang hapagkainan. And so, Mr. President, if we hear something like this na hindi mabigyan ng tamang pondo o ng pagtaas ng sahod ng ating mga manggagawa. Lalong-lalo na, Mr. President, yung mga naghihikahos at walang ibang iniisip araw-araw kung hindi yung mga pamilya, anak po nila na kanilang papakainin araw-araw. Malaking bagay po ito na nawala sa kanila. So, Mr. President, I am also joining our colleagues, Senator Robin Hood, Senator Mig Zubiri, and I think all of us, we have been talking about this, Mr. President, during the impeachment trial. Kami ni Senator Kiko kanina, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Amy, we have been talking about this. What is going on? So, Mr. President, I hope and pray that maresolbahan agad itong nangyayaring ito at higit sa lahat, mabigyan natin kaagad ng tulong ang mga naghihikaos nating manggagawa. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, dear colleague.
Maraming salamat, Senator Joel, sa
Thank you.
intervention.
Siya po yung majority leader natin nung pinasa po ng ating panukala. And we'd like to also put on record, Senator Jinggoy also sponsored a measure in the last Congress.
Correct. Yes.
Together with Senator Joel. We'd like to also recognize Senator Bongo, after which Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Yes, we recognize the gentleman from Davao City, Senator Bongo.
Salamat, Mr. President. Ako po'y nakikiisa kay Senator Robin Padilla, sa ating Majority Floor Leader, sa ating Senate President. Ito po yung matagal na nating pinaglalaban. In fact, si then Senate President Mig Zubiri ay pinaglalaban nga po yung across-the-board wage hike. At in fact, nag-file din po ako ng Senate Bill 175 across-the-board 100 pesos no, na wage hike. Napakaliit po na halaga nito. At halos wala na pong halaga yung 100 pesos ngayong panahong ito. Malaking tulong na po ito sa ating mga kababayan. Lalong-lalo na po yung mga manggagawa na isang kahig, isang tuka na wala pong ibang inaasahan yung araw-araw nilang kinikita. Lalong-lalo na po sa Metro Manila, sa taas po ng bilihin, sa taas po ng langis ngayon, napakaliit na po ng value ng peso. So sana po nakikiusap tayo sa lahat. Sana may sakatuparan na po itong 100 pesos. Kung hindi lang po sa Metro Manila, kung hindi sa buong Pilipinas. At sana dito sa atin sa Senado, may pasa na natin ito para tuloy-tuloy na po ang pagtaas. Hindi lang po sa Metro Manila, kundi sa buong Pilipinas. At nakikiusap rin po tayo sa mga negosyante, kung hindi naman kayo malulugi, ay sana i-share nyo naman po ang biyaya ninyo sa buhay, lalo-lalo na po sa mga mahirap nating kababayan. So I join our colleagues in our call for the implementation of a wage hike in NCR. Not only in NCR, sana sa buong Pilipinas, napakaliit po nito na sakripisyo nyo po sa mga malalaking negosyante. Malaking tulong po ito sa mga kababayan nating mahihirap na halos wala pong makain sa araw-araw. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bongo. We recognize...
yes, Senator Risa.
Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. President. At syukran kay Senator Robin sa pagbanggit sa kasama kong si Akabayan Representative Percy Sandanya. Nakikisa po ako, Mr. President, sa panawagan ni Senator Robin na talagang dapat ipatupad yung 85 peso wage increase sa Metro Manila bilang isang unang hakbang sa tamang direksyon tungo sa isang living wage at hindi lang dito sa NCR pero sa lahat ng rehiyon ng ating bansa. Nakikiisa ako sa balak ni Majority Leader Mig Zubiri at sasali po ako doon sa isang resolution ng Sense of the Senate bilang pagsuporta muli ng ating kapulungan sa mga kababayan nating manggagawa. Nakikiisa ako sa panawagan ni Senator Joel Villanueva sa panawagan sa Office of the Solicitor General at idagdag ko na po sa Department of Labor and Employment na ang kalihim ngayon ay isang dati nating kasama dito sa Senado na pagtulungan nilang dalawang labanan yung kasong iyon sa Regional Trial Court. Nang sa gayon hanggat maaga, maidismiss po yung kasong iyon at hindi na po magpatuloy itong suspension sa pagpapatupad ng 85 pesos lang naman po na minimum wage increase dito po sa NCR. Kaninang umaga, Mr. President, statement po ako, dalawa ang pangunahing panawagan. Una, ito nga pong isinusulong nating lahat na pagpapatupad na ng 85 peso wage increase sa Metro Manila. At pangalawa po, Mr. President, para makabawi naman ang mga kababayan nating manggagawa sa double whammy na ito, na suspendido yung pagtaas ng sahod sa NCR. At yung pangalawang panawagan ko kanina umaga, Mr. President, ay ipatupad na yung inanunsyo ni Presidente nung SONA na pagtanggal sa systems loss charge at VAT sa charge na iyon sa bill sa kuryente nating mga Pilipino. Nang sa gayon, makabawi dyan sa double whammy ang working people ng Pilipinas na suspendido ang pagtaas ng minimum wage dito sa NCR, at iintayin pa ba ang Pasko bago gawin ang sinabing policy direction na iyan sa SONA na tanggalin ang systems loss charge, tanggalin ang VAT sa charge na yan, at muli bilang unang hakbang sa tamang direksyon na sinusulong natin, Mr. President, dito sa Senado, pag-review at pagwasto sa lahat po ng mga charges na pass-through charges pinasasalo sa mga customer ng kuryente, simula na sa pinakamalaki, yung generation charge. So, maraming salamat, Mr. President, at maraming salamat at mabuhay sa mga kasama.
Maraming salamat, Senator Risa. This Friday, magkakaroon na ho tayo ng hearing doon sa system loss removal. Thursday, no? Thursday, ang Committee on Energy, kasama po si, of course, our chairman, si Chairman Erwin Tulfo, magkakaroon na po ng first hearing doon sa pagtanggal po ng system loss. So hopefully, ifa-fast track ho natin ito with the help of our majority leader in maybe 3 months.
Yes.
Tapusin na ho natin itong pagtanggal ng
Sana bago
system
magpasko.
loss. Yes, bago magpasko, wala ng system loss sa electricity bill natin.
Magandang Christmas gift po natin yan sa ating mga kababayan, Mr. President, yung pagtanggal ng systems loss at yung pagpato ng VAT dyan sa systems loss na yan. Malaking diskwento daw, Mr. President, I think 10%.
About, depende kung saan, between 5 to 10% yan, more or less.
Laki.
No? Malaki yan.
Laking tipid po sa
Especially at this time na tumataas ang presyo ng kuryente.
Babalikan ko lang po, Mr. President, yung binanggit po natin kanina tungkol sa issue na ito, sa labor, sa 85 peso minimum wage increase. Malaking, it is a bad precedent, Mr. President, yung pangyayaring ito. Dahil na yun, kung meron pong increase ng 30 pesos or 40 pesos sa Region 10, sa amin sa Bukidnon, at may kumontra, naganap lang ng isang RTC na supportive at kumontra, tigil na po yun. Magkakaroon na ng pong increase dito sa region na yan. At kung meron po sa Central Luzon, may lalaban din na negosyante, ay matitigil din po yung implementation nito. This sets up bad precedents, Mr. President. I've never heard of it. For me, it's my first time to hear of a temporary restraining order or a injunction on wage increase. For me, it's my first time. Kaya nagulat ako. And it's the first time also of Senator Joel and our colleagues. In my almost 25 years already in public service, na yun po ako nakarinig na may ganun pala, that they can do that. So we appeal to our colleagues in the judiciary, we appeal to the leadership of the judiciary to look into this. Mr. President, it may be a violation of law. And of course, again, we make the appeal that they, for whatever reason, take back this temporary restraining order or rescind this order para naman makinabang ang ating mga manggagawa. So yun lamang po, Mr. President. Tomorrow we'll prepare a resolution.
Thank you.
We'll prepare a
Yes.
resolution, of course, signed by the Senate President and all of us members, to appeal to the judiciary to act on this and rescind the order immediately. Before we adjourn, Mr. President, we have one last colleague who wants to also manifest this issue, who is also pro-labor, no other than Senator J.V. Harrison.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Gentleman from San Juan, Senator J.V. Harrison.
Thank you, Sir President and Majority Leader. Anyway, I fully support this measure and I will definitely sign. And as I remember, we passed this during the Senate Presidency
presidency of Mig Zubiri, Senator Zubiri, the 100 peso across the board. So anything that would add up to our workers now, misery, will help. Kasi sabi nyo nga kanina, double whammy na tayo. No? Inflation is an all-time high. In fact, Mr. President, yung 100, 150 pesos, parang kulang na nga sa happy million di ba? So, parang isang kainan na lang yon. So, if they can at least do our part, no? Hindi naman tayo magician, hindi naman natin kayang magmilagro para maibsan agad yung kahirapan. These are we have our long-term plans, but if we can do in our own little way, kung may dagdag natin ng konti, hanggat kaya, no? For the business to survive also, dapat at least maibigay yung kaya natin ibigay sa mga laborers. And likewise, in the Senate, we're proud, Mr. President, that at least in other facets, like healthcare, nagkakaisa tayo and we all help. No, hopefully, this is one of the biggest expenses of a Filipino family, is the medical expenses. So, if we can also improve the healthcare services, makabawas yun sa kanila, and then increase a little sa take-home pay, and then yung mga systems laws, no, which you and I filed, then at least it will offer some kind of relief. No? Kahit na meron mga krisis na kinakarap ngayon ating mga kababayan, kahit papaano yung ating mga manggagawa ay sana naman maramdaman din nila, no, na tayo po ay inaalagaan natin sila. And there can be no real economic recovery, Mr. President, if our workers remain poor. No? So we really have to give our support sa ating. Papasalamat ako sa ating mga kasamahan, kay Senator Robby Padilla, Senator Joel, Senator Risa, our majority leader, and of course, Mr. President, thank you I support this fully. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. At yun po yung ating direksyon. Palakihin po ang take-home pay ng ating mga manggagawa, lalo na mga middle class po natin na naiipit pag tumataas po ang presyo ng bilihin at may inflation tayong nararanasan, at pababain naman yung mga gastos tulad ng kuryente at pagkain. No? So maraming salamat sa ating mga kasamahan.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, some housekeeping lang before we adjourn today. With the consent of the body, I move to change the primary committee referral on the following bills. Senate Bill number 144, 152, 287, 400, 569, 774, 987, 1137, and 1144, and House Bill number 8466 from the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals and Future Stingy to the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, and retaining its secondary committee, a Committee on Finance. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Mr. President, just the election of members to different committees. These are members of the majority. On the committee, with the permission of the body, I move that we elect the members of the majority in the Committee on Civil Service. These are Senators Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, and Senator Bamakino.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the members are so elected.
On the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, I move that we elect Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and Senator Bamakino.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the members are so elected.
On the Committee on Public Information and Mass Media, we'll move to elect Senator Lacson, Senator Aquino, Senator Lapid, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and Senator Raffy Tulfo. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the members are so elected.
Mr. President, the Committee on Public Works, I move that we elect Senators Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo and Erwin, and Senator Tulfo Raffy.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the members are so elected.
Mr. President, on the Committee on Sports, we move to elect Senator Aquino, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Lapid, and Senator Escudero, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the members are so elected.
And on the Committee on Youth, we elect Senators of the part of the majority, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Bamakino, and Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the members are so elected.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. No other administrative matters. Therefore, I move that we adjourn session. It says here 4 o'clock, Mr. President. Can we adjourn till 3 o'clock?
To 3?
Yes.
I think we started 3 o'clock today, no? So
We started 3 o'clock
we'll
today.
reset it again to 3 o'clock.
Yes.
And tomorrow we'll advise the presiding officer that session will be at 3 o'clock from Monday to Wednesdays.
Yes, so 10 to 3, and then we can move to session, Mr. President.
Yes. All right.
So with that, I move that we adjourn session at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, August 4, 2026.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, August 4th,
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
2026.
Before recognizing